Granny will be so excited when I take.
welcome to the Lloyders King Sandiford Center for Innovate Barbados 2016. Transform. Right now, you'll see a list of events planned throughout the day. We have Simon Pipe, who will be starting the morning's proceedings with a bit of an icebreaker, and then we get into the full day's activities with the opening remarks from our chairman, Ms. Sonia Trotman, who is the CEO of the Barbados Investment Development Corporation. We're having a presentation being done on automation and the positive impact of artificial intelligence to human jobs. That'll be done by the CEO of Promotech, Mr. Kailash Partsani. We're having the president of the Montevideo Stock Exchange in Uruguay, Mr. Pablo Sitjar, who will look at the topic from innovation to imagination. After networking break, we will have a series of big talks where we'll hear from the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of G&A Communications, Mr. Devin Griffith, who will look at finding those aha moments. And Mr. Coyote Husbands, the founder of Kivify Inc., he'll be giving us our second big talk. The topic: so you think you can innovate. From there, we look at the Innovation Provocator series, where we bring in Mr. Curtis Padmore, the CEO of Simplified Apps and Westtunes, along with Dr. Juliet Skinner, the Medical Director of the Barbados Fertility Clinic, and Mr. Bernie Weatherhead, the Chairman of the Sun Group Inc. They will share their story of what frees them from the conventional thinking to do something altogether novel and of significance to the social and economic value of society. That's the Innovation Provocator series. We then go to the Future Frontiers with presentations coming from Dr. Keith Nurse and Dr. Damien Cohall, both from the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill. And then we ask, what's the big idea? This section is sponsored by the Barbados Entrepreneurship Foundation, where we then bring in Mr. Oliver Gale, the co-founder and president of BIT, the Bitcoin initiative that's there. We have Mr. Sean Carter, who's the managing director of Rima Cooling, Mr. Dane Sadler, the executive chef with Caribbean Villa Chefs, Mr. Shannon Clark as well, the CEO and founder of MediReview.com and CarePoint.co. I know personally Mr. Clark has been up and down the Caribbean as well as the United Arab Emirates, working with MediReview and CarePoint.com. That is a medical software which allows doctors to have their records and everything on file and access it from various different offices. So that's shaping up to be a great presentation. Then we look at the innovation toolbox, how you can get your idea started. In this session, we'll look at some of the critical tools we can use to navigate the challenges of innovation and ideation. That we're hearing from Mr. Kevin Jones of the Caribbean Export Development Agency, and we're also hearing from Fiona Hines, a partner in Carrington and Seeley, who will speak on the issue of protecting intellectual properties. And we come to Barbados 2.0, where we will get a look at a futuristic Barbados, say 20 years from now. It's shaping up to be a great morning here. The crowd is slowly trickling in, but 50 for the future as we celebrate our 50th anniversary of independence. We are going to hear from the CEO of the National Initiative of Service Excellence, Ms. Kim Tudor, and she looks at the 50 strides towards organizational transformation and moonshots for Barbados 2026. That will bring the curtain down on Innovate 2016, Innovate Barbados 2016. That address will be delivered by the Honorable Mr. Don Valinis, the Minister of Industry, International Business, Commerce, and Small Business Development. So it's a packed agenda, and we're getting underway in just a few moments' time. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barbados Conference Services Limited welcomes you to the Lloyd Erskine Sandyford Center. Before the start of your function, please take note of a few housekeeping matters and safety procedures. Washrooms for ladies, gentlemen, and the differently able are on both floors, on the eastern, central, and western areas of the center, and our signage will clearly indicate the washrooms closest to this room. In the unlikely event of a fire, at the sound of the alarm, you will be required to immediately vacate the building by way of the nearest exit, all of which are clearly marked. If you are exiting from the upper floor, the stairs, not the elevator, must be used. In all emergency evacuations, the official assembly area is the main car park on the eastern side of the building, where you're asked to remain so that we can account for everyone and also for your safety until the all clear is given. We thank you for your attention and now wish you a most enjoyable time with us.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good. I seek your attention for just a little while. You've heard the announcements from Sherburne Conference Center, the Lloyd Erskine Sandyford Center. If you just take a moment to reach for your cell phones and switch them to silent mode, that would really make today's experience one absolutely exciting and interesting. So reach for your cell phones. I'll give you a couple minutes. Switch them to silent mode. The fewer interruptions, the more we can absorb and get into. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Good morning, Your Excellencies, especially invited guests, delegates. I'm Pearson Bowen, your Master of Ceremonies for today. On behalf of the BIDC and sponsors, I extend a very warm welcome to you all. We appreciate your taking your time from your busy schedules to join us for what we know will be a very exciting program delivered. So having hosted yesterday's formal opening ceremony, it is my pleasure now to invite you to prepare to get down to business as we welcome musician, songwriter, and producer, Mr. Simon Pipe. Your applause, please.
Hi, everybody. Hope you're having a good morning. I heard some of you had a good party last night. That's always a good crowd to play for. All right, this song is called Building a Wall.
All throughout the city they're building a wall. Barbed wire on top must be 20 foot tall. And guards at the gate onto the hilt. The directions are clear when you shoot to kill. And they say, hold up, you can't come in here. Take this, take that, move along, disappear. These walls were built to keep out the enemy. You're the enemy, cause you live in poverty. Yeah, hold up, you can't come in here. Take this, take that, move along, disappear. These walls were built to keep out the enemy. You're the enemy, cause you live in poverty. But everyone knows that the tables will turn. Freedom will reign and passions will burn brightly. Keep the faith, cause justice don't sleep night or day. Everyone knows that the tables will turn. Oh yeah. Samson's slew the Philistines with a donkey's jawbone. David took down Goliath with nothing but a stone. Jesus came as a barefoot king and never wore a crown. Turned water into wine and raised the dead out of the ground. Moses was a little man who stood up to Pharaoh. Stand up and demand that he let the people go. Daniel slept with the lions and woke unhurt the next day. Standing at the gates, we can hear the guards, they say, hold up, you can't come in here. Take this, take that, move along, disappear. These walls were built to keep out the enemy. You're the enemy, cause you live in poverty. Yeah, hold up, you can't come in here. Take this, take that, move along, disappear. These walls were built to keep out the enemy. You're the enemy, cause you live in poverty. But everyone knows that the tables will turn, and freedom will reign and passions will burn. Brightly keep the faith, cause justice don't sleep night or day. Cause everyone knows that the tables will turn. Cause everyone knows that the tables will turn, and freedom will reign and passions will burn. Brightly keep the faith, cause justice don't sleep night or day. Cause everyone knows that the tables will turn.
Thank you very much. One, two, yeah. So I am surprisingly old school for somebody who's so young, and I actually wrote my stuff out. So I'm gonna get straight into it because I know we got a lot of speakers today. Innovate Barbados, what do I have to offer? I'm not 100% sure, but I'll give it my best shot. I think I was asked to talk about innovation for artists and cultural professionals, and I think innovation is key for any artist or cultural professional in a small island. 270,000 people is basically a small town, and budgets for the arts are tight, and music here is seasonal. We have crop over and we have reggae on the hill, and they're probably the two biggest times of the year for an artist to make some money, and crop over by far is larger. And if you're not involved in either of those genres of music, you really are going to have to be creative and innovative in order to make a living for yourself. If you got kids to feed, yeah, you're going to have to come up with some fantastic ideas. The internet has opened us up to the world, but the world is big and there are many talented artists out there. So your branding and your culture is extremely important, which is why artists, if they're to be successful, must be innovators. We're constantly seeking to be unique and fresh in a global market, which is full of unique and fresh people. So it's a tough one, but we can do it. Our culture is very strong, and we have a strong people. The reality is that most of us don't start out with big budgets. Unestablished brands are hard to fund, but budgets need not get in your way if you are creative. And I'll share a little story about a song of mine called Build a Kingdom. I worked on this song with Barry from the band Cover Drive. I'm a big believer in collaboration with good people. I think that causes a much better product at the end of the day, and if you can find good people to collaborate with, go for it, you know? So I worked on this song with him, and I played, actually we worked on an EP together, and I played the whole EP for my best friend Adam, and he said, I love this song, and can we shoot a video for it? So I said, yeah, sure, let's do it. And he came up with a concept for it, and we had a look at how we could get it done. And we did have a camera, but we couldn't afford to rent a rig. I think it's called a glide rig that we needed to shoot the single shot video that he wanted to shoot. And we tried to rent the rig, but it was really expensive, and we just didn't have the funds for it. And it turned out that that was probably for the best, because we went down to the East Coast with this camera and held it and realized that the wind on the East Coast blows like very, 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 very strong. And basically the camera just went like this the whole time. So you'd see these spinning shots with me here and there and lots of nothing. After trying to shoot the video for about 3 or 4 times, he said, look, let's screw it. I have an iPhone on me. I'm just gonna shoot you with the iPhone, and let's just call it Wally. Whatever comes out, that's what it is. So the entire thing was that basically it was gonna be a single shot. I walked towards him, he walks backwards with his iPhone. I walk towards him, and I do a bunch of different things, just mess around, basically. I grabbed a stick, and I played cricket with it, and I bowled a coconut into the sea, and lots of different things like that. And he also decided to shoot the video with the song sped up twice as fast so we could get this effect of everything being slower than it really was. Now, I had never sung the song twice as fast, as most of us just, why would you ever do that? And I realized, oh, actually, this is quite difficult to do. Then, on top of that, we didn't have any kind of sound system. We were playing the song off of my phone, and even with my phone turned up full and stuck in my pocket, as I was walking, I just couldn't hear anything at all because the wind was so loud. And I'm trying to sing this song twice as fast, and I can't even hear it. So I said, you know what, I have a hat in the car. Let me stick the phone in the hat and see if I can hear any better. So I stuck the phone in the hat, and we went for it. And, well, the video a couple weeks ago, Adam messaged me and said, hey, your video is up for Best Music Video at the Barbados Visual Media Awards. And I laughed. I said, hey, that's funny. That's great. You know you're not going to win, but that's fantastic. Because, I mean, I know that a lot of the other videos that were there, you know, had far larger budgets and had, you know, hairstylists and makeup artists and crews and rigs. And we had something shot on an iPhone. And I was in Toronto doing some work, and all of a sudden, I get this WhatsApp message with a picture. I download the picture, and it's Adam holding up the award for the video, and I was like, he's just screwing with me. And then his wife messages me and says, guess who won? And I was like, no way. And he says, yeah, we won. We won. And I was like, what? How did we win? So he actually spoke with the judges, and he asked them, you know, how did this win? Because there are videos there that have been shot with all these fancy cameras and, you know, big budgets. And they just said, look, you guys, you know, you represented the song the best, and you represented Simon really well. We got a real insight into who he is. We got an insight into the song, and you took a lot of risks, and the video came out great. And so I won Best Music Video for the year. Yeah. So, you know, it's fantastic. The truth is, being an artist in Barbados, as I said before, it's a small market. So if you're going to survive here, you probably aren't only going to be an artist, but there are many avenues to explore your craft. I run a studio. In one day, I can record a radio program for somebody, a jingle for a corporate client, and then Indra will walk in and do backing vocals for a Mashal song. That literally is, every day for me, is just this wide variety of voiceovers and musical, and, you know, it's all over the place. But you do what you have to do to get through, and at least I can manage to be in the space that I want to be in. And I got to say a huge thanks. My wife is here. I got to say a huge thanks to her, because gosh, you got to have a team. And we got 2 kids, and it's not easy, you know. If I was playing bars for $150 a night, I don't think we'd be making it. So you really do have to explore as many avenues as you can, and be creative as much as possible. So all I can leave you with is this: be creative. Small beginnings can be huge endings if you're prepared to put in the work and be innovative. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Simon. Simon, don't leave just yet, because there were some things that you said that I hope everyone caught some really pearls of wisdom. Innovate, yes. But from your, yeah, I'm here.
Pearls of wisdom?
I didn't say the other kinds of pearls, the pearls of wisdom. But you know, you talked a little bit about your challenges, and ever so often we see the challenges and then we become all stymied and we can't figure out what else next to do. But you saw your challenge as an opportunity now to switch to the iPhone. And that, I think, is absolutely critical for anyone who thinks himself to be an innovator and who wants to move to the next stage. Would you not say?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. You know, I understand that in a small place, you know, we're not always gonna have the funding to do certain things, and I think you have to use what you have. But Barbadians are so used to that. I mean, what do Barbadians say if you don't have horse, ride cow? I mean, it's
Right.
standard. This is like innovation is Barbados.
So we have to do the next thing, which is to make it happen.
Make
right?
it happen. There
Love
you
the
go.
line when you said Jesus came as a barefoot king, didn't wear a crown. Love it, love it. Thank you so much, Simon.
Thanks very much.
Don't
Kirsten.
go anywhere. We have something really special for you.
Oh,
So if the
okay,
folks
cool.
would just come now to make a very special presentation to you, Simon, and thank you for a really interesting way of starting our conference, Innovate.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, thank you.
And he humble too. Thank
Much
you, Simon.
appreciated. Thank you
You're
so
very
much,
welcome.
guys. I will get all my rubbish off the stage
Take your
in a
time.
second.
We have a whole day here. All right, Simon Pipe, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, let's hear it for Simon Pipe, local artist, doing amazing things here in Barbados and for Barbados as well. It just goes to show from little much still can come. Let's make much of what little we have. We're preparing now to hear some formal speeches. I'd like to invite, first of all, a word from our conference chair and producer, the BIDC. Ladies and gentlemen, if you join me in welcoming now the Chief Executive Officer, Mrs. Sonja Trotman.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is such an honor to be here this morning and to welcome you. It is a brief welcome, not a big formal speech, but the icebreaker has sort of overwhelmed me because I didn't even anticipate such. I thought it was so innovative. Unfortunately, I'm not that innovative, so I just want to say welcome. I especially want to welcome the former CEOs of the BIDC who are here this morning. It really means so much to me to have you gentlemen here, and even some former staff of the BIDC. Thank you very much for coming. We also want to welcome all of our sponsors. I like what Simon said about collaboration, and we've really collaborated on this one. We have several sponsors, and you will note them here. We want to thank you, sponsors, for collaborating with us, and we really look forward to a very successful event. What I would encourage you is to try as much as possible to stay for the entire day. You would note that the program is kind of different in that we do not have the minister opening the session. He will be closing the session. So we would want you to stay to hear what the minister's thoughts are about Barbados in 2026. I'm sure you all would want to hear that. So thank you very much for coming. I want to welcome all of our guests, and do enjoy yourself here today. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Sonja Trotman. You know, last night was such an interesting night because in it, we got the opportunity to hear and answer the question, I hope, in our heads while we slept. What if life was a movie? What role will you play? That was said by one man, Mr. Kailash Pradasani, the Chief Executive Officer of Promotech, our title sponsor, to make his presentation now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him. He's going to be talking on automation and the positive influence of artificial intelligence to human jobs. We want to hear from you, Mr. Kailash Pradasani.
Good morning, Innovate Barbados. Can anyone hear me? Everyone? So I want to just get a round of applause, guys. I mean, what a great start, right? What a great start. So clapping is contagious. What else is contagious? Thanks for the exhibition there. Yawning. Everyone, get it out. Get your morning coffee. We're ready to rock and roll. Get your yawns out. Let's do it, guys. It's my pleasure to be here this morning to exhibit to present, and I hope you like my self-portrait here. That's me at work. It's quite slim and trim, you know. I'm working to get there. But basically, I'm here to talk about a really important topic: automation and the positive impact of artificial intelligence to human jobs. This is a hot topic worldwide. While we innovate Barbados, it's very important that we discuss this at an early stage. If we don't do, we will not be ready. If we're going to innovate, we got to discuss the future. We have to plan for the future. Not only that, we need to stay positive. So I want to start by showing you a video that pretty much speaks for itself. It's an awesome video. Here we go. Wow. How awesome was that? I mean, can you imagine that technology at our fingertips, Barbados? You know, we have some of it already, and the rest of it is going to be available very shortly. We got to plan for it, we have to innovate, and we have to get there. I just love that video, and actually that video was 4 minutes long. I cut it short. I don't want to bore you to death, but if you're interested in receiving the video, you can come and see me, and I'll show you the rest of it. It's absolutely phenomenal. So, how does this automation work in Barbados? We have a live working example, and I want to talk to you a bit about Cafe 195. This is a restaurant that we're actually opening next week, which is very cool. Apart from the amazing decor that we have in the restaurant, and this is just a sneak peek, we have implemented so much automation into the business, it's incredible. We've automated security, we've automated CCTV, high-definition TV, air conditioning, LED lighting, Bose professional audio. We have 110-volt and dual USB power available at each table for each guest. And we have high-speed fiber internet access. Now, what does this do for the restaurant? Let's ask ourselves that from a management perspective, running the operation, and let's ask ourselves that question from a customer perspective. So imagine, with all of this beautiful lighting and all this technology that's happening there, imagine walking through the doors and you'd literally have to spend 15 to 20 minutes just getting the lighting perfect, dimming each of the 16 zones to the perfect dimness, getting the air conditioning right. What are the chances that it's going to be one way today and a different way tomorrow? There's a very, very high probability of that. All the manager has to do is walk in the place with his iPhone or Android. Simon has me saying iPhone. With any smartphone, you can basically disarm the alarm, or on the iPad, what happens? The entire place comes alive, right? Every single lighting zone is set to the perfect dimness, according to the sun and how it's setting outside, how it's rising. I mean, the air conditioning is perfect. The audio is perfect. The TVs are on. The digital menu screens are on. Everything is ideal. What's the benefit of that? You walk in, you disarm the alarm, you get to focus on what matters, which is get straight to the operation, get it ready for the customer. Or you don't have to come to work half an hour earlier. Even better, right? Now, as a customer, How many of you guys will raise your hands or say something or shout or jump? Do whatever you want. Have fun in this presentation of mine. How many of you guys love coffee? Right? Yeah, we got an applause for that. Coffee is awesome. So coffee is a habit as well, and we're going to talk a bit about habits as well. There's routine. So chances are you're going to have your morning coffee at that specific time or your breakfast at that specific time. Now, you want to walk into Cafe 195, 7 a.m. in the morning for your morning coffee or for your breakfast. And you want to experience from the time you walk through the doors the same place as you left it yesterday or the last time you visited. You don't even think about these things until it bothers you, until that light when you're sitting down at a restaurant is shining straight on your head, or you can't see your food, for example, and you call it fine dining. There are excuses for everything, but you have to create that perfect moment for the customer. We transform into dinner mode at night, soften up all the lighting, everything is automatic. Once again, all we have to do from a management perspective is focus on the customer. So, hence habits. We should be able to automate our habits that we can automate, and it's very, very important. When you get home from work, before you can kick off your shoes and do this and that, you're switching your lights on, you're switching the AC, you're turning the alarm off, etc., etc. Why not just walk in the house, kick off your shoes, relax, spend time with your family? Obviously, there are other habits that you cannot automate, and that's what makes us human. And that's the point of my conversation and my presentation today, right? We're human. I mean, no robot can overtake us, and that's it. And at the end of the day, who made robots? We did. Very, very, very important. So, I'm going to wheel and come back again now to artificial intelligence. What is artificial intelligence? And I'm going to break it down for you, right? So, artificial. A human creation that did not occur naturally. Intelligence, the ability to learn and apply knowledge. Artificial intelligence, man-made device or system that is able to act with and or mimic human intelligence. And I want to stress once again, man-made. AI is nothing without us. Very, very, very important. So, this is the main question here. How many of you think that technology is going to take over human jobs? I'm not asking about your jobs, I'm talking about jobs, period. In the near future. Today, tomorrow, we have lots of hands in the air. You're absolutely right. AI can take over human jobs, but it creates others, right? I mean, if you think about it and focus on it, it's not just technology. If we don't transform at times, basically, with artificial intelligence and everything that's out there, we're going to become stagnant. We're going to become irrelevant. And that's the point of this conference, staying relevant. We're humans. It's how we differentiate ourselves from the crowd. We have real emotions and talent, right? And the question is, who do you want to be? You want to stand in the background, watch what's going on, or you want to be this big, bold guy in red here? That's me. We want to stand up. We want to make a change. We want to do something different. And it's very, very, very important to keep transforming, keep innovating. Otherwise, guess what? Yes, robots will take over your job, but that's not the point. We have to create new jobs and create new opportunities. So, I'm very excited to talk about the island of innovation. Last night at the opening ceremony, I challenged the people of Barbados to make Barbados the island of innovation. It's a huge challenge. We can't do it alone. We need everyone's support over here. And it's extremely important. Please talk about it, promote it, push it. Let's make Barbados the island of innovation, right? What will this do for us? It will create business year-round. It will generate a wealth of foreign exchange. It will make this dot on the map so big that it's a force to reckon with. We will be a force to reckon with. How do we do this? We need to increase productivity. We need to generate efficiency. We need ease of doing business. We need to utilize technology to its fullest. And most importantly, and I love the theme, we need to transform tomorrow, today. And as we say in Barbados, to now. Very, very important. Now, I want to give you an example. Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is a great example of what was seen as an industrial monopolist in decline that has now forged a new reputation as a hub for technological innovation. How was this done? President Obama, with his support and funding in innovation and creativity and research, supported it so much that this is what Pittsburgh became. The White House Frontiers Conference. This was held earlier in October, and at this conference, President Obama fist bumped, or as we better know, bounced Nathan Copeland. And you should Google this if you haven't heard about it. A paralyzed man who has now become the first to have a natural sense of touch restored using a mind-controlled robotic arm. Once again, guys, mind-controlled. They had to surgically wire directly to Copeland's brain. Once again, this was not possible without wiring to his brain. Once again, humans. Now, check this out. Audio's a little coarse, please focus.
We got to the point where we're going to do fist bumps? Fist bumps are doable. Let's see what you got. Boom. Blow it up. Blow it up. You want to blow it up? All right, that is unbelievable. Nathan is moving this hand with his brain. And so when he was giving me a fist bump or shaking my hand, these are his own signals that he's sending out that are manipulating with, pretty amazing precision what this robotic arm does. But in addition, what's also very cool is that when I'm moving the hand, it is also sending signals to Nathan so that he is feeling me touching and pulling on this robotic arm. And so you can imagine what that will mean over time as this gets miniaturized and more sophisticated.
How cool is that? So he has a sense of touch with that prosthetic hand. It's absolutely, absolutely amazing. So to the punchline of tonight, this morning, I'm saying tonight, it's that atmosphere. The punchline this morning is, the greatest Bob says, don't worry. Keep innovating. We're going to continue to be around. So previous technological revolutions, such as the rise of the computer, created millions of new jobs in IT, and automation will create new work for existing employees. There will be a displacement, and there will be repositioning of people into jobs that we don't even have today and that we will have in the future. If you look back in history, you'll see that this disruption has been going on for quite some time. Not as fast as we're currently experiencing, but nonetheless there. In 1870, agriculture employed 70 to 80% of people. Today, less than 1% make money from agriculture. So AI has a long way, a very, very, very long way to go before it matches or even surpasses human intelligence. And I hope you like my choice of images over here. It's pretty much to hit the nail on the head. We're here to stay. We're here to innovate. We're here to move forward. Love this conference. It's a first. Look forward to Innovate Barbados 2017. It's absolutely amazing. I want to encourage everyone to continue innovating. And I really, really thank you for your time. You guys have been an amazing audience. Please come and see me at our booth. We have some really cool stuff that we're exhibiting at the booth. Our partner, Angelo, has actually flown in from QLogic. And we have an amazing customer flow management system that increases productivity in any business, private, public, the full works. It's really cool, really awesome. So I'd really like to thank everyone for taking their time out this morning, listening to me, and especially thanks to the Promotech team for just sticking around and being there and working together with us. Thank you.
Mr. Pardesani, don't leave. Don't leave, sir. Yeah, man. Where is Cafe 195 going to be? I think we all want to experience this technology and how it really acclimates to our own individual habits.
Definitely. Cafe 195 is in the heart of Warrens. If you're aware of where Promotech Warrens is, we're literally right next door in the Dome Mall, on the outside.
How do you keep the processes and people relevant, nevertheless? Because a lot of times businesses focus on processes and then plunk the people into the processes. From what I'm hearing from your story, you're talking about putting people really at the center of your processes. That's right. I mean, it's called the hospitality business for a reason, the hospitality industry. And if you ask me, customer service and hospitality, it's all the same. We're all in the hospitality industry. We're all here to help each other, to work with each other. So why waste time doing trivial tasks? Let's focus on ourselves and let's focus on the customer. And in doing that, you reach success. Kind of, right? Thank you, Mr. Pardesani. Every day is a stepping stone. Every day is a stepping stone, absolutely right, to the journey of success. We just want to make a very special presentation to you as well. So just hang on. If our person would come at this time. Please do accept this token of appreciation.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Well done, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the primary goals of this conference is to inspire change by focusing on how Barbados can use innovation and human imagination to create a stronger economy and a better society. To present now some insights on moving from innovation to an imagined nation, please, by your applause, welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Pablo Sitjar.
How are you today? Nice to be here. Mr. Pardasani talked about the future, and I'm glad I heard about the future. Unfortunately, the history I have here, the story I have today to tell is about the past, so I guess you're going to be tolerant with me. We Uruguayans are always looking at the past, so it's a problem comes with our heritage. And I'm not going to talk about soccer. I already asked yesterday, I made a mistake. I said, are you a soccer or baseball playing country? And I made a mistake. It's a cricket playing country, so I apologize for all of you. But I'm not going to bother you with a soccer story. So first of all, I want to thank the BIDC and IADB for the invitation to speak at the Innovate Barbados Conference. How many of you know where Uruguay is? Please tell me where it is. It's a very tiny country. It reminds me a lot of Barbados. What I have seen today so far in Barbados, which was the Ram Bar yesterday night, reminds me a lot about Uruguay. We're a small country surrounded by giants. You're surrounded by a sea. We are surrounded by Brazil and Argentina. We're a tiny country facing the Atlantic. We're a port. You are a port, I found out. We're founded as a military port to defend basically the Spanish conquest from the Portuguese. Guess what? Over the years, Uruguay became the theater of operations of any major war between Argentina and Brazil, which fortunately lasted until the 19th century, and the 20th century has been very peaceful, and that's why we're a peaceful country today. But during the 19th century, we had civil war after civil war, and that has a lot to do with the way we are today. So that's why I'm going to go back to reflect a little bit on our history and to see if there are some lessons that could be learned from innovation, because those wars generated indirectly and unfortunately a lot of innovation. So when preparing for the conference, I was saying, okay, what could I say that is of interest? I'm not going to talk about, I'm not a technical person, I'm a finance guy, I'm just a bond trader, a retired bond trader. So I happen to be a president of the Montevideo Stock Exchange, so I have learned a lot about the problems our country faces, which are the bottlenecks, the problems that have to be solved, and if anything, if I could help in anticipating some of the problems we see that could help you, then I think my objective would be met. But basically, I was inspired by the fact, and this is a story that came up last night, there's a George Washington house here. You know, I mean, as it turns out that I didn't know that, the founder of the American Revolution lived here before the Revolution. So you can have a little claim of inspiration that some little part of the American Revolution has to do with Barbados. And I'm going to share with you a very similar story with Uruguay. I was a month ago in a conference in Rome. I happen to do business with Italy because it's part of my cultural heritage, and we represent several Italian infrastructure companies doing business in Latin America. So I happened to go in Rome, attend a conference on Garibaldi, Giuseppe Garibaldi, who was the hero of the Italian reunification in the second half of the 19th century. I mean, the Italians were fighting the Austrians to unify the country and create an independent country. But as it turns out, this guy Garibaldi, who was a common person, was living in the south of Brazil. Was living in the south of Brazil around 1840, 1850, where he basically organized a revolution to obtain certain sort of independence for the south of Brazil from the more tyrannical north, which was run from Rio de Janeiro. And he organized a sort of revolution of farmers, which was very successful. But obviously he didn't like the principles that continued later. So he left the country and came to Uruguay. And he came to Uruguay very poor. And in Uruguay he found a port, Montevideo, that was incredibly connected with Europe. I mean, a port that was receiving traders, merchants permanently from all parts of the world, but mainly the world back then for us was in Europe, with news. So he realized that there was turmoil in Europe. There were some revolutions going on, and there might be a chance that his principles, which were the liberal principles, he was a very well-known Mason, so he said, this is a chance that we can do a revolution in Italy. So by correspondence, he started planning from Uruguay with Mazzini back in Italy, who was the intellectual brain behind the revolution. He was planning the Italian Risorgimento. So he's called today the hero of two worlds, but his practice, his innovation, was done in Uruguay. And what I want to do, I mean, although it's an inspiring story by itself, but I want to extract some lessons from that, because I think that a lot of what we can do on innovation, we can look back in the past. I mean, innovation is not just high tech. We should not confuse innovation with high tech. Innovation is an improvement in whatever is being done. So the guy that came up with I cannot come up with a word in English, but the way how you treat the land was a farmer. I mean, it was not somebody sitting in MIT or in Stanford. I mean, thinking about how to do that. It was somebody who was doing that job every day. So a base for innovation is to do things. And one of the problems that we have with robotics is that the economies of scale have increased so much in the world economy that production centers tend to be concentrated. So the design of things gets detached from the production of things, and that's one of the main challenges the world faces for innovation. Because I mean, okay, today innovation is in Silicon Valley, but Silicon Valley was producing all the arms race during the Cold War. So innovation came from the Cold War. But as the toys are being built in China, I mean, the people, the engineers, are not going to come up with such big ideas because there are no factories, and ideas come in factories. So which are the lessons that I would pull from this Garibaldi story? The first one is the importance of connectedness and information sharing. There was a port that was highly connected with Europe, where he could get news and he could pass news, and where ideas would come up together. So he was part of a community that was dispersed in the world, but they were highly connected. And connect is not a matter of being connected to the internet, which is another of the problems we see today, especially I see that in Uruguay with our youth. I mean, they are hyper-connected. Well, they are connected, but they're not making human connection. So, I mean, ideas come when people make human connection, not when people send messages back and forth. So we're all day connected, but the kind of connections we have are very superficial. They're not human connections. We say, oh, I'm going here, I'm going to play here, or I'm going to job. But deep innovation appears from human interaction. A second thing, it's an inspiring environment. And this is something we deal a lot with innovation. So we do like nice incubators, nice facilities, nice architecture, high tech, and everything. That might be inspiring, but most of the innovations in the history of human innovation did not appear or did not arise in a lab like that. Most of the innovators were resolving a concrete problem, either in a factory, either in an army, in a hotel. You know, whoever came with an innovation in hotel management most probably found it working in a hotel. So what was the environment in Uruguay? Well, it was a theater of operations, as I said. For every civil war between Argentina and Brazil, they chose to fight it in Uruguay. Why would fight it in Argentina? Why fight it in Brazil? Uruguay was a place. So it was a place for mastering guerrilla fights, which later he imported into Italy, and that's how they beat the Austrians. The Austrians were, as you can guess, a very orderly army, and when they faced with these people, they were kind of cattle raisers in Italy, they knew what to do. And that's how basically Garibaldi managed to beat the Austrians. That was innovation he learned in a disorderly country, which is my country, which up to now is a very disorderly country. I mean, it's very anarchical and everything. But every once in a while, an idea comes from anarchy. The third thing I would like to point is the common people. I mean, the history of innovation is a history of traders. I mean, most of the developments in Western Europe in the 1500s, 1600s came with the explorations of Marco Polo, the connections with the Arab world. I mean, that the innovations were coming from. Who was bringing the innovation? It was the traders, the sailors. So if I want to learn about innovation in the rest of the world, maybe I talk to the sailors. I mean, more concretely, in this less than a day that I have been here, I learned a lot from the 3 taxi drivers that drove me back and forth. I learned a lot. I mean, there's George Washington House. I mean, there are 2, that there's a water shortage. And 2 or 3 things that are concrete and that require innovation. So I was very inspired by that. So I'm very grateful, in fact, to those conversations. 4th point is causality. Being from Latin America and the Caribbean, we are used, we're trained, we're programmed that good things come from the north. And for you, the north is not the north, but for us, it's really the north. But things come from Western Europe and North America. I mean, the good things, the positive things, innovation, everything comes from North America. Well, not necessarily like that. I mean, the diet in Western Europe improved. I mean, from what they picked here, you know, potatoes and tomatoes wouldn't exist. Or, I mean, you talk to an Italian, I mean, they were crazy about tomato sauce, as if they had invented tomato sauce. But I mean, we invented tomato sauce. And they sell pizza all around the world, and they should be paying us royalties for selling pizza, because pizza without tomato is a piece of bread. So, but we are conditioned by our training, by what we study, by the textbooks, that innovation comes one way. And the story I just told you, it was the other way. So when I go back to Italy, I said, thanks God that this guy learned to fight in South America, you know, because he was managed to beat the Austrians. Since then, you never won a war again. You know, so. Another point is focus. We can innovate in things we know. We can innovate, and whatever I'm saying, I'm not an expert in innovation. What I'm saying here is just my experience. So, but in my experience, what I have seen is innovation comes from people, as I said before, that are doing something connected to the problem that they resolve. They don't go into a lab and resolve things. I mean, here, Garibaldi was perfecting a certain technique that, as I said, was helping him very well and proved very successful against the Austrians. There's no Austrian here, no? I mean, and this brings me back to my university. I got a Master's of Science in finance or in business in MIT, so I'm not an engineer, but I went to an engineering school. And one thing I learned is the lemma. I mean, the lemma of our university was mens et manus, so which means mind and hands. We cannot think about a problem without a hand, so that's why I really like the video here about President Obama and the person that was giving him the hand. I mean, the challenge is not to have a hand, a mechanical hand. Everybody could do that. The challenge is how to connect the mind with the hand. When we write, and we're losing our handwriting, when we write, I mean, we go through special processes in the brain that helps us understand better the problem. When we start doing like this or doing like this, we are not anthropologically prepared for that. So and I'm not a neurologist or anything like that, but I mean, from what you read, it's not the same. And in my experience, when I write things, I job a piece of paper, I come up with much better ideas than when I sit down in a computer. And finally, these historical linkages, this obviously generates a historical link between Italy and Uruguay. I mean, Uruguay is a country of 3 million people, and we have 300,000 registered voters in Italian elections. So guess what? We have, and Argentina is 3 times that. So we have all the time Italian politicians coming around to gather our vote for things that we don't even know what we're voting for, but we vote. But there's a historical link between Italy and Uruguay because of that. And that helps a lot in building trust. Because when we start a conversation, a business conversation, when we need to share know-how, it's much easier to share know-how with somebody you feel closer than with somebody that you feel detached. Because you think that when companies or individuals share know-how, there's always an externality. I can turn around and tell that to somebody else. When that know-how spills over a community, the community captures that. So it's not a problem. But if you spill the know-how with a community that might actually use that know-how to fight you, I mean, that's when you don't share the know-how. You know? So there's a big difference. And countries, small countries like Uruguay or like Barbados, need desperately to share know-how and to share and to be part of a community, because that's how innovation comes. So trust goes a long way to that. So generating trust, that's how, I mean, I thought about George Washington and says, okay, yes, I have a cultural linkage. In one way, it would be a little thing, but it's not a little thing. I mean, he did the most famous revolution, the most successful revolution in the world, in the history of the modern world. I mean, and that guy lived here when he was a kid. That's pretty strong to me. So I would use that story. It helps people relax. And when people relax, they're willing to talk. And when they're willing to talk, they share know-how. And that's how innovation comes. You know? And in the case of Uruguay, concretely, I mean, we have today several state-owned Italian infrastructure companies in the electricity sector and in the road sector, which, I mean, it is part of the business my company does. We're bringing them to help Uruguayan state-owned firms that have challenges, like you have. Challenges in electricity generation, challenges in the quality of the water, challenges in road building. I mean, we had a boom in commodities, and we tripled our production of commodities. That's great, but we have very big problems with transportation infrastructure. So these companies are willing to share the know-how, but they're willing to share the know-how because they know that there's a cultural link. I mean, that Uruguay first will never be a competition to Italy, or an Italian company will never be a competition to an Italian company. But there are ways that we as a little country, we can help Italy. For instance, we have Argentina, we have Brazil. Argentina is about to boom. But companies left Argentina in the last 15 years. So maybe they set up a little shop in Uruguay, they gather engineers, they gather Uruguayan companies, local partners, and from there they can use that as a beachhead to go into Argentina in a much more comfortable way. You know, so we're a bridge into the region. And by developing trust. And these are roles that small countries normally play, because historically, big countries are more disorderly. Small countries tend to be more orderly. So we should differentiate and innovate in where we have a competitive advantage. And I don't know how am I doing with time, but then I'm going to go into my field and finance and share some concrete experiences that or problems that we were facing in the last few years. Uruguay is, I mean, the financial market in Uruguay is dominated by commercial banks, much the same as I see here. You know, and being a small country, there are not that many banks, so there's not much competition. So banks are in a comfort zone. On top of that, in a region that historically had some financial volatility, well, central bank and supervisors are very conservative. So they don't want banks to take risks. So who is going to finance all these things? So we are training kids, we're sending kids to Europe, to the US, to Israel, to learn about innovation. They come back from Berkeley, they come back from Technion. They show up in a bank and says, I have a nice idea. So what do you think is the response from a bank? Banks are not prepared to fund that. I mean, in the US, they go to Silicon Valley and they have people competing to put money on them. So they learned that experience, they travel around, and then they come to their home country. And they talk around to a bunch of older guys, because you know these are people in their 20s and 30s, and they go and see bankers in their 50s and 60s. And they talk about this innovative idea. And they feel frustrated because nobody pays attention to them. So we in the stock exchange were trying to find innovative ways for them to obtain financing. And the results are mixed, because in the process, the things we find is, on the one hand, the states have Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Innovation, that they want to innovate. And we need to innovate, of course. But we need to fund this. But funding innovation is risky. It's very risky. Many people will lose money. So yeah, sure, there's a Microsoft story, there's a Google story and everything, but for every Microsoft story, there are 10 stories where people lost money. Now, why is the US so willing to finance that? Because it's a big country, and by putting money into Microsoft in the early stages, they were not putting money into a company or a software, they were putting money into people. And these people were Americans. And if they founded a company and the company went bankrupt, guess what? They stayed around. They don't go anywhere. They don't go to China. They stay in the US. What do? They start another company. So the money is not lost. The money is repackaged. Now, in our countries, If we give money to an entrepreneur and the company fails, first, nobody else is going to give money to that entrepreneur because we are very reluctant to accept failure here in our cultures. And secondly, he will emigrate. He or she will emigrate. She has a lot of know-how, and will go to another place where they can find the money or go and work for a bigger company, which is another way of emigration. So the country loses the chance to build a company. That's one of the explanations why the US system is so successful in innovation. Because they created an institutional setting by venture capital that is willing to lose money. Obviously, they do it in a very orderly way, but they have huge economies of scale, and they capture the spillover. And small countries have a problem with this externality which doesn't capture the spillover. And that's why the concept of a diaspora or a network or a regional agreement makes a lot of sense. So we are trying to develop a fund where the stock exchange could help in selling this to individual investors. Yeah, but I went to a central bank 2 years ago. I said, same way as we sold to individual investors shares on wind parks, on renewable energy, we sold to the general population in small denominations so that people could share the investments the country is making, could share on the returns, and could participate in the equity market. I mean, we would like to allow people to invest in high-tech ventures, particularly in the biotech industry. We have Institut Pasteur. The only place where it has a lab outside France is in Uruguay, and they're producing patents. And these are very concrete things, very small investments, $50,000, $100,000 investments, which would be packaged into a fund. We go and talk to the central bank. Says, no, but we cannot sell that to the public. I mean, people can lose money. Yeah, sure, but people can lose money. That's part of the thing. So what do we do? Well, but I'm sorry. I mean, my charter is to protect people's savings. So I don't want people to lose money. So how do we do? So in countries like ours, at the end of the day, it's always a state that ends up putting the money. So the Uruguayan government was more or less copying the system that Israel has on funding and venture capital. I mean, Israel has a system where they have a chief scientist that basically decides what gets funded or doesn't get funded. And then the state puts money, and they co-invest with entrepreneurs. So if the private sector, there's a private sector manager that comes and says, I want to set up a venture capital fund for $50 million. Okay, I put 30% of my money, $15 million, in terms of managing the fund, and then the government matches that with the remaining 70%, the remaining $35 million. Now, that system worked very well for Israel. So we went there, we did cut and paste. We went around. Okay, we need to find a manager that is willing to get a management fee of 1.5% per annum, 2% per annum, but they have to put $8 million. I said, well, who's going to come to Uruguay to put $8 million if they're not sure if there's a flow of business, if there's a system and everything? So nobody appeared. So what we offered was to say, okay, what about if part of that we sell to the general public? I don't know, I sell to my brother, $5,000, sell to that. I mean, so no, we can't. But I said, listen, you're in the Ministry of Economics. The Ministry of Economics also runs the lottery, and every day I see in the kiosks people parking their cars to go and play in the lottery. And that we allow that. So if we're allowing people to play in the lottery, which is a waste, but it's very efficient for the government, because it taxes, why don't we allow people to lose money? It's something that eventually will innovate and will spill over into the general development of a country. So it's two parts of a government that, not even that they don't talk to each other, two parts of a government that have different philosophy. Okay, I'm the central bank, the only thing I care is that nobody loses money. I'm the innovation office, I need the money. Yeah, but that's your problem. So at the end of the day, it's the general government putting the money, which generates a big problem for commodity producing countries like ours. So we have a commodity cycle. At the moment we are losing reserves and commodity prices go down, the easiest things to cut are these things, similar as infrastructure. Because we need to continue paying salaries, we need to continue buying food, so we postpone road investments, we postpone infrastructure, and we postpone investments in innovation. It makes the whole effort very weak. I mean, there's a lot of effort of a lot of people and a big machinery that is being put to work, but it's dependent on fiscal resources, which in a way is a weakness. So I think we need, and this is getting close to the conclusion, we need to find ways to generate institutions that are sustainable for financing these things. And the only thing I can come about in our case in Uruguay is to make a regional effort. So Brazil is too big, Brazil is not going to pay attention to us. But maybe Argentina and Paraguay, they are possible partners. Argentina, for instance, is very interested in the connections that Uruguay has. Same Garibaldi story. I mean, Uruguayans are very connected. We're natural traders. We're moving around all the time. So they're interested in that. They have the economies of scale, and they have the engineers. So that's a possible collaboration. So by joining forces in financing, maybe we can go to New York and say, okay, let's do a Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina fund. Okay, Uruguay is 15% of the fund, Argentina gets the lion's share, but then we do a roadshow all together. We're spending a lot of money by doing roadshows in Uruguay to New York, to Sweden, and everything. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. We're too small. We should join forces with somebody else, because the guy who is on the other side, in an institution in London or in New York or in San Francisco, I mean, they cannot invest less than $200 million to make sense of supervising the country. To send somebody to Uruguay regularly, they have to spend a lot, at least in plane tickets. So you make the numbers around, you multiply the trips, you multiply this, and then you know what's the size of the fund. So we need to generate economies of scale at the financial level. Okay? So in order to conclude this, I want to thank you all. I look forward to the rest of your presentations and to exchange views with all of you. I am very appreciative to everybody, especially the sponsors, for bringing me here, for the authorities of Barbados. This is a great opportunity to know a new country, and a country that I feel is very close to the way we are. So I'm grateful, and I wish you a good day to all of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pablo Sitjar, the president of Montevideo Stock Exchange in Uruguay. Thank you, sir. And as yes, like the others, don't move, we have a very special presentation for you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time now that we take a 30-minute break, which will bring us to around a quarter to the hour. Remember, break is on the outside, on the lower and upper levels, and we want you back seated here at 10:45 so that we may have a very prompt resumption and get into the big talks. See you in 30.
What do you think Barbados will be like in the year 2026? Text your answer to short code 2026 and win a Samsung Galaxy S7 from Promotech.
In 10 years? We'll be able to take selfies underwater.
You'll have a job in medical tourism. You won't have time to take selfies.
With my 2026 smartphone, we can work from anywhere.
So I'll be able to send you emails from my laser projection keyboard.
And this dreaded homework will be a thing of the past. Baby Nikki will learn math and science through gaming technology, and teachers will use more interactive videos and other online media. In 2026, you won't have to wait over an hour for pizza delivery. With aquaponics, we'll be able to grow food and raise fish in the kitchen.
And everyone recycles. Well, my house will have a full solar power system. No electricity bills for me.
My house will be smarter than yours with G4S technology that controls my security alarm, lights, cameras, and puts my robot vacuum cleaner in action. No sweeping for me. I'll have extra time to go out and have fun.
In the village? That doesn't look very exciting.
In 10 years' time, it will get a complete makeover. A new food, rum, and music festival.
And you could pay for everything using cash, credit card, or Bitcoin.
Even in taxis.
I won't need a taxi. In 2026, I'm going to have an electronic car. Granny will be so excited when I take her for a Sunday evening spin.
My granny loves her early morning exercise. We're going to make the best use of the bike and jogging paths in the neighborhood park. 2026 Barbados seems awesome.
It's like Barbados 2.0.
What do you think Barbados will be like in 2026?
Great cities just got closer. The Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard is now even better. Fly to New York, Miami, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale with just 20,000 Scotia points. With your new Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard, you'll receive a welcome bonus of 10,000 Scotia points, so you can enjoy the cities you love most sooner than ever. Apply today. Call 426-7000 or visit your nearest branch. More great cities just got closer. The Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard is now even better. Fly to New York, Miami, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale with just 20,000 Scotia points. With your new Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard, you'll receive a welcome bonus of 10,000 Scotia points, so you can enjoy the cities you love most sooner than ever. Apply today. Call 426-7000 or visit your nearest branch. great cities just got closer. The Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard is now even better. Fly to New York, Miami, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale with just 20,000 Scotia points. With your new Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard, you'll receive a welcome bonus of 10,000 Scotia points, so you can enjoy the cities you love most sooner than ever. Apply today. Call 426-7000 or visit your nearest branch.
inventory, maybe their patents, would the value really be 710.74 billion? Maybe not. So where is the value? Is Apple really that unique? So we've got, some tech people in the audience, and they will tell you a lot of this stuff is all created equal, to be honest. We know fundamentally they're all tablets, they're all phones, they do the same thing. So what makes Apple that unique? And I'll say to you that what really makes them unique, and I'm going to come down here so I can engage with some people, but what really makes Apple unique is that value and that inspiring thing about their brand that allows you to connect with them emotionally. And so the value actually is in your minds. The value is the perception that they create and the story that they tell about this company. So we buy into it. So in fact, Apple is a strong brand, but the reality is that a brand is a promise. A brand is a notion about a relationship and connections and emotional connections and perceptions and impressions. And so then it means that a brand is a psychological construct. It's not real. It exists in our minds. And the beautiful thing about Apple is that they own that perception in your mind. And it's interesting when strong brands, and I'll give you a great example, Live Strong. Neil Armstrong had a powerful brand, but made a big mistake and paid for it dearly. And so that changed the perception, changed the impression, and the brand did like this. So it demonstrates again that the value is not necessarily, not even in the trade secrets, not in even the resources, but that impression that resides out there. So the question is then, what does this all have to do with innovation? Quite a bit. Because when you have that idea, when that idea comes to you, this is what you face. So this is an interesting graphic. It's actually made up of dozens of major international brands. And here's a consumer who's happy, who maybe just had a wonderful experience. But this is the person you're targeting. You're competing with, there's so much noise out there, all these impressive brands, and you have this idea, and this is what you're going to face. So what do you do? What's the first thing then that you need to do? And I want to encourage you today to think about, and this is why I'm drawing the analogy with branding and so on, to understand, for us to recognize what's critical when you have that initial idea. So the value, like I said, very often is not intrinsic value. It is not something that is inherent. It's something that we create. It's part of the figment of our collective imagination, this brand, this notion. And interestingly, brands are also built on trust. Think about it again, the example, Apple. Why would people line up for 3 hours in the cold to be the first person to have an iPhone or an Apple Watch? Why? What motivates them to do that? Why would somebody choose to spend $500,000 on a Mercedes? Is Mercedes really selling cars? Or are they selling maybe confidence, maybe status? Maybe I feel like, I've made a few dollars, so I've arrived. So that's my identity now. I need to drive a Mercedes. So what are they really selling? So this stems from the story that's being told and this brand they're creating. But brands are also built on trust, on a system of trust, a system of mutual trust, so that when you buy that Mercedes and you drive out, nobody has to tell you, that's a valuable car, and you believe that when you hand your money over, you believe you're getting that value, even though the real cost of it may not be $500,000. But I want to challenge you again, since we're talking about brands, to consider if a brand is built on trust, on mutual trust, if a brand is about a promise and what can be delivered and relationships and so on, what might be then the most valuable brand that has ever been created? Now, let me see how good you guys are. If anybody can guess. If you can tell me, I've got about $20 in my pocket. If anybody can tell me most valuable brand ever created, $20 is yours. Coke? G&A, thank you. Correct answer, come and collect your $20. Yeah, maybe at some point. But the reality is that the most valuable brand that has ever been created, a brand built on a collective system of mutual trust, is money. You know why? Give you a good example. Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden abhorred everything American, his arch nemesis, his enemy. But yet he had a huge appetite for American dollars. Does that make sense? He hoarded American dollars. He had a lot of money because he believed in the system, like we all are. We all believe in the system. So the collective sum of all money in the world is about $60 trillion. But only 10%, less than 10% of that exists in banknotes and coins. The remainder, the 90%, is sitting on servers, computer servers. But we're convinced that we're wealthy. I see a lot of business leaders here and prominent businessmen who've been successful and done well. So we think our wealth is there. It is, the bank will send us a statement and we look at the numbers. But there's no value. Even the banknotes, even the coins themselves, there isn't much value. So the value, however, is in this system, this belief, this collective belief that we have that if I write a check to you, this will work. I can trust that. So I don't have to trust my next door neighbor necessarily, but if they need to pay me some money, I trust any money. So the interesting thing then is that when you can create a story, when you can create a system, and that story is perpetuated, and that story can shape perceptions and ideals, and it can influence attitudes and behaviors, then that actually is the process of strong brand building. And brand building then leads to innovation. So this is why I want to encourage you. So when you have that idea, think about maybe what the first thing is that you may have to consider. Not necessarily always, how do I perfect this process? How do I maybe reinvent something and do it well? But how am I going to sell this idea, first of all, to the potential investors, to my banker, to the financier? I got to tell a great story. And then I go on, the consumer, the end user. How do I convince them? And that's why Wozniak needed Steve Jobs. They were the perfect pair because Wozniak was a brilliant inventor, brilliant guy. He could make anything. But he put something together and he shows it to an investor and they think, well, this is just a clunk of metal. Like, why do I need to have one computer talk to another? Or I don't need these things. But Jobs would come in and he's got the vision and he will help you to imagine what your future could be, like Kailash was doing for us this morning. So that is important because that is what sells us on this notion of trust and what we will believe in and so on. So that's an important place to start. So here I'm going to get into now the tips and offer you some suggestions on how we can take those ideas to something successful. So become a great storyteller. That's my thing. We're always selling. We're constantly selling. You have to convince me why I'm going to invest in this company, why I'm going to invest in this idea. So this is the first thing you have to say to yourself, like, let me think of how I can position this so well that I can convince my audience. So, and the other thing you need to do is to challenge the status quo. Think differently. Believe that, maybe whatever you think is opposite so that I can truly innovate and truly be creative. And here's how. So we're going to look at the key insights here. And if the first thing, and this is so important, when you have that idea and it comes to you, the first thing you want to do is to be able to empathize, to put yourselves in the shoes of the end user. See things from the consumer's perspective. So very often we use the self-reference criteria. We have a great idea, and I think for me, it's a cool idea. I was thinking of setting up, a restaurant. Kailash is doing his automated cafe, but I want to do something on the beach with roasting some breadfruit and doing something cool. So for me, that's a great idea, but I need to think about the person, the end user, the recipient, and find out, is this relevant to them? Is this something that they can utilize? Is there value? So put yourselves in the shoes of that potential end user. And then secondly, experience it. Experience it for yourself. And even consider your competitors and maybe experience what they offer as well. Because by doing that, again, it helps you to get under the skin of that person that you're targeting, of that potential consumer, that potential end user. So you empathize, you experience, so you have this idea and you work it through. And then you begin to define, because by doing that, you begin to, you know more about this person that you're trying to convince, this person that you believe will buy into your idea like Steve Jobs did. And so by defining, then you can revisit, you can even redefine and assess that problem statement. Because that's always where it has to start. If you're innovating, if you're creating an idea, it has to be that this idea is going to solve a problem. So again, that is always the way to validate. I'll be honest with you guys. So we all have a lot of ideas. You mentioned some on the drive over here this morning. You thought of a few things. But there has to be that problem statement. What is it? What is the issue that we're trying to resolve? And in some instances, maybe we haven't even recognized the issue, because if 20 years ago or maybe 30 years ago you'd ask somebody, do you have an issue with communicating with your family or your friends or your business colleagues? So right now we've got maybe one of the old rotary phones, and we dial up and we call somebody. I can guarantee you that most consumers would have said back then, no, I'm fine, my phone works fine. So consumers don't often have that vision to recognize that maybe there's a better way, maybe there's a system, maybe the internet might be a better solution. So it's important to delve further and really understand and assess where those problems might lie. So once you've done all that, you're in a better position now to go back and revisit your idea and really refine your idea. And when you do this, you want to leave the obvious solutions behind, because this is where the innovation comes in. This is entering that area of the unknown will allow you to really innovate, and that's where innovation can be found. Going back to one of Pablo's comments earlier, remember that innovation is simply just a better way of doing things. So again, sometimes we think, well, I'm not that creative or not innovative, but sometimes it's as simple as thinking about a process or a system and finding a better way to do it. So when you finally got into that point now where you say, okay, I've tested, I've assessed my audience, I know ideally what can work for them, I've identified something that I know will resonate, now you get into the phase of testing, and that's important. So you create a prototype, whether it's a tangible product, whether it's a service, but you need to assess it, test it, create something real, transform it into something maybe tangible. And from there, you continue to test. And this is really important. So don't only test with, the wife at home and the kids and so on, but test again with the people, the end users, the real people, as we say, the folks who can give you that honest feedback. And so that's so important, because when you go through that process, when you're able to then refine, it now puts you in such a better position to tell that great story. And that's what it's all about. The most valuable asset that any company will ever own is their brand. I'm telling you, we just looked at some examples. We talked about Apple. We talked about Live Strong and what happened with that brand, change in perception, change the value. That's all it takes. Tomorrow, if there's some scandalous story that comes out about Apple Inc., it will impact on their stock price. It will impact on the value. That $710.74 billion does like this. So we know then that the brand has to be protected. The brand has to be elevated, and especially relative to the competition, because in our minds, we believe that Apple is better than Samsung by comparison. But we only believe that because, like I said, that's just a shared collective imaginative consciousness that we may have about products and brands around us. It's a subjective consciousness. There's no real intrinsic thing there. So if that's what it's about, we focus on creating those brilliant stories and telling those great stories about these ideas that we create. So I want to encourage everybody here today to be inspired. We operate in a relatively small economy here in Barbados. And about 6 years ago, I had my aha moment, and I'm going to share it quickly with you. I know Kai is anxious to come up, but I have to share this. And I was actually in Dubai making a presentation to the Dubai Stock Exchange, of all places. And they wanted my counsel. Believe it or not, this is a person born and raised in a little island in Barbados that they had never heard of. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm in the middle of this presentation, and I actually had an out-of-body experience because I was thinking, like, am I really doing this? Like, I had to pinch myself, Like, and I mean, this office was amazing. Kailash, you mentioned automation. You haven't seen automation. In Dubai, they do, and this was 6 years ago. You walk into the room, and the projector screen comes down, and the glass changes colors, and, and everything is all automated. And I'm thinking, whoa, I'm here, and I'm actually doing this. And these people are listening to me intently because they think I have something of value to offer. And that's all it was, the value. It didn't matter where it was from. It didn't matter the color of my skin. It didn't matter where I went to school, although I went to Combermere up and on. Yeah. But none of that mattered. It was all about the value that I could offer, amazingly. And so to add to Kailash's challenge, I want to say to you that the world is our oyster. There's nothing holding us back. And when I had that aha moment, I realized that there's no reason for me to stay in Barbados and try to build a business and try to take over every inch of Barbados in terms of what I was offering. I realized that the globe really was the market. And I started on that journey to build G&A, to make my company now something that I could offer that value to the world. And that's what I want to share today. I want to say that the way to grow Barbados in terms of our business development, in terms of innovation, is to look at the globe. It's to look at the globe as our market. Now, you may argue that maybe in some instances we can't scale up. We're just a small island. We can't compete with Honduras and Mexico and have huge manufacturing plants. But here's where innovation comes in. Because, for instance, we've begun to perfect nanotechnology. So nanotechnology is tiny. So we could have a few plants producing nanotechnology for numerous applications. So that's innovation. That's thinking about, like I said, thinking about the audience, thinking about the market that we're going to appeal to, what is the problem that we want to solve, and then let the ideas flow and think about how we can take advantage and how we can capitalize. So I hope I'm inspiring you today. I'm seeing some familiar faces. I know that we're all in a situation where we're trying to think, how can we make our businesses more competitive? How can we grow our businesses? And I think creativity and innovation and ideation is the answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Devin. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, keep making your notes. Hold your questions. We'll have those questions at the end of it all. Now let's hear, so you think you can innovate? Mr. Coyote Husbands.
Morning. Let's get started here. I'm going to try to go fast. That's me. And apparently from a very young age, my very first few words weren't mama and dada. It was, I have an idea. Okay? And I've been defined, in a sense, by ideas. I spent my whole life creating ideas. And I've seen a few faces here of people who I know live ideas. One who I saw on TV last night right here, the Beat Cab. And we share a connection because we feel like every idea that we even dream of should become a reality. Now, we're surrounded by ideas everywhere around you. These shoes I'm wearing, the fact that this conference is on right now, it was an idea that has now manifested itself, right? And everyone here, like Devin just touched on, has had an idea. And, I know that they say many times ideas are, a dime a dozen, but the reality is that we lived in the best time of our life to create an idea and manifest that idea into something truly meaningful. In 2014, end of 2014, I had an opportunity, and I live by one motto. If you ask me a question, the answer is yes. I had an opportunity to travel to Southeast Asia, and I have to tell you, this transformed my life, my way of thinking, everything about me that you know changed after going to Southeast Asia. So I was based in Vietnam. And if you know Vietnam, anybody's been or Googled it, Vietnam is innovation that I call organized chaos. It's amazing that the country functions because it just seems like it's upside down, right? But during that trip, I had a moment where, if you've ever done this, a little bit of personal reflection, there's something called the Wheel of Life. And the Wheel of Life is a spoke, and you can put anything on the 8 dimensions that's meaningful to you, and you can score yourself from the middle outward 0 to 10. And however you score yourself in those 8 dimensions will tell you pretty quick the areas that you need to work on. And the area that I needed most to work on was to basically let go, to not try to control everything to make it happen on my timeline. That's God's timeline, right? So I'm going to share some insights with you about my experiences traveling Southeast Asia and just being open to just understanding different cultures, asking questions, and listening. So what that was 25 countries in a year, 75 people that I would have met and talked to, one introduced me to another, and all of it leading to 2 key things. Innovation, which is the reason why we're here, and secondly, lost my thought there, and secondly, it's right there, I'm gonna get an idea right now, sorry. Psychological contracts, the relationship between an employee and an employer. I've always been fascinated with this. It's probably the reason why I'll never be an employee, because I don't know if I'll ever make a good employee until maybe I had this trip. So let's go into this. If you lead a session tomorrow on any kind of ideation, as Devin just touched on, or any kind of brainstorming, these 2 questions might be the 2 most powerful questions you'll ever ask. What if Cole and Han were watching Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, which, by the way, is a 30-year-old show, and thinking, what if Will wasn't making Uncle Phil so upset because he was wearing sneakers at the dinner table at these ritzy dinners that, Uncle Phil used to host, right? Then maybe we could create some shoes that were not only stylish and comfortable, but they actually look amazingly cool, like these ones right here, right? What if you could create a business card and hand out a business card that was so innovative that when you hand out that business card, people never forgot you? That's what I try to do. What if we are sitting on resources right here in Barbados that could be reused, repackaged, whatever you might want to call it, in some creative way that we could export and create a whole new industry, like my MBA colleague here, Tero, who created some superfoods, as he calls them, out of mushrooms. It's all mushroom-based, right? Or what if Black Lives Matter, going back to Devin and Brandon, wasn't called Black Lives Matter, but it was Black Lives Matter also? And if you were in North America at any time recently, this is a hotbed issue. I mean, the elections kind of dumb things down a little bit. But the reality here is that branding is critical. And that also makes a difference, because the only reason that people who dismiss the argument dismiss it on the basis that, well, I'm important too, I matter. But that's not the point. But we won't go there for now. What if you could create a product right now that never even existed physically, but you actually get it online and you sell it to somebody and then decide that you're going to make the product and try to keep them happy by getting it to them as fast as you possibly could? This is the world that we live in. This brand is near and dear to me. This brand right here is my wife's brand, believe it or not. She conceived this idea when we were in Vietnam because I spent a year looking for a watch that I liked. I got one now, all right? And she created this herself. Up to the time is a Jamaican expression, basically means that you're setting trends and so on. And, I can't say enough about it, but what if Uber was to come to Barbados and completely revolutionize the way that we think about transportation? I mean, these are all things that are quite possible, and we all have cars already. And what if Tesla was not really in the business of making cars, but really in the business of creating an experience? I dare any of you to go online and do any research on Tesla. And the number one thing that you will see is that the experience of being in a Tesla is unlike none. And believe me, 5 years ago, people wouldn't even imagine that this was possible. But today it's a reality, and that's what they're doing. Selling cars before they've ever come off the production line, where people are willing to pay a deposit in the thousands of dollars to drive an experience. So why innovate? I'm just going to run through these real quick. A comfort zone, people, is a place where nothing ever grows. We know this. Blockbuster. This is the Blockbuster on my neighborhood corner store. This is Quiznos Stub, which revolutionized subs and sandwiches in the early 20th, 21st century, with toasting bread and putting special sauces on them and cheese, which I loved, by the way. Feels like it's dead. And what about these guys? Anybody know whose logo this is? Who? Oh, I forgot. I didn't know, actually. So what I want to just stress here, not so much to beat up on BlackBerry, but I want to mention two things on BlackBerry. BlackBerry symbolized Canadian pride, which is the reason why if we can create positive, really just amazing ideas in Barbados, the level of pride that comes from creation and manifesting things that are just unbelievable is really just bar none. When I was in California in 2010, I had a BlackBerry torch, and we had another business then, and we were working with BlackBerry. And I was walking through the airport with my BlackBerry torch, and I was in San Jose, and I would meet all these tech people, and they would take out their phones, all white, of course, with the white, cables in their ears, and they would say, "What kind of phone is that?" And I was showing the BlackBerry torch. Nobody in California knew about the BlackBerry torch. I came home from that trip so disappointed. I wrote a blog at the time, it's not online anymore, but it was talking about supporting your country and not necessarily being honest enough with the product that you support when you know that there's something better. Nonetheless, the iPhone came and transformed the game. It wasn't a revolutionary innovation. They saw what BlackBerry did wrong and they innovated on it, and they did it much better than BlackBerry did. And now, as they say, history is what it is. So there's something called the innovation gap. And in organizations, countries, businesses, individually, I talked about the wheel of life, we've all got gaps in whatever area it might be. For us, it's really about today's problems and tomorrow's opportunities. I guess that's the best way of putting it. But we have to close this gap for Barbados to find new industries, new opportunities to define itself. And I hope that we can do that today by me sharing an idea with you. So innovation, by any definition, I don't care what definition you come up with, as long as it propels you to do something that you truly believe can make whatever situation you're in better. I came here yesterday to get a driver's permit. I did not get one. That's enough said, right? So innovation is about progress. It's about growth. It's about finding a better way of doing things, creating value in a new way. Whatever definition it is, let's make sure that we make it work. In my travels in Asia, and seeing this difference in culture and realizing how in some instances, they're not as Western, obviously, they're on the Eastern side, they wouldn't necessarily pursue things in the same way. There's a shyness that will keep them in a very reserved capacity. So they needed systems and programs that would help them be more vocal. I mean, I don't think we have a problem being vocal here, but they certainly did. The number one obstacle to innovation in organizations. Anybody dare to guess? Sorry? Nobody? Organizational culture. But when I dig deeper and deeper and deeper, because organizational culture is a big word. Some people don't even know what organizational culture is. Even me. It's very complex, right? But when you really dig deeper, the underlying reason after organizational culture is fear. Because change, people, just like we see with BlackBerry and Blockbuster and whoever, is intrinsic in innovation. We can't innovate unless we're willing to change, but change for many people is a real challenge. So the good news, and I love sharing good news. The good news is that any country, organization, company, department can innovate. Anybody, really. And it starts with as simple as a what if. A few insights from my time in Asia as well. No matter how sophisticated your strategy is, it is useless without execution. And I realized real fast that we're not the only ones, but execution is a problem around the globe. You know, fancy strat plans, amazing, you know, your plans for a strategy and so on, but executing on those plans has become, you know, a worldwide challenge. And many companies and departments, you know, in a sense, just, you know, bog themselves down with trying to get things done that for whatever reason don't get done, partly because of the organizational culture. What I found is that using idea management and innovation management as a program within companies is a sure way to help them innovate. I'm going to say that again. Don't struggle with the organizational culture or some big change management plan. Implement an innovation management plan within your company. And all that means is that you're going to put a process in place that anybody who's got an idea can share it with the organization and be willing to listen. And once you listen, you will prioritize and assess and do all the fancy things. But the minute that Devin's idea is pulled from that pile, we will say, hey, Devin, we want you to come and share your thoughts on this idea in a little bit more detail. Congratulate Devin, reward Devin. Make Devin a part of that project team and see how fast that idea happens. Everybody that sat with Devin in that same organization, the same department, guess what? They're inspired because Devin went from making $10 an hour to making $15 maybe. Or maybe he got a fancy plaque or some experience as a reward or recognition. So successful strategy, these are tips. This is the way that we're going to be able to implement innovation in an organization. All right? Moving forward here, I'm going to touch on this real quickly, the lean startup. I touched on up to the time. Which of these products do you think is, which of these images, I should say, is a real image? Sorry? That's what I wanted to hear. All. None. I learned this. Everybody innovates, right? I learned this myself. I spent 3 months trying to take pictures of this watch that I was proud enough to really communicate the time and the effort that my wife put into making this watch. And I was never happy until I learned that every single one of these images that you're looking at are 3D product renderings. In other words, people, there is no way a photographer will ever get a photo that looks that good. He can't. It doesn't exist. So 3D product rendering is the way that you could create a product right now, an idea, a bangle like this up to the time bangle right here, which I already conceived just now. It's not, but I'm going to make one. And you could create that idea, you could put it on your e-commerce catalog, and you could start selling it right now in pre-orders. I would hope that you get somebody that can make it once you sell one. But I'm just saying, here's a way to test ideas, and that whole cycle of research and development doesn't exist anymore. There is no research and development organization or department. You are the research and development organization just putting your ideas out there, right? Look at that. How gorgeous is that? It's amazing. That's not real, but it looks real. I know I got one to prove it's real, but if I didn't have this, you would believe it was real, right? All right, so I have an idea that I want to share. One thing I don't like about Barbados, and I'll be straight up with everybody here, is that we like talking, right? We govern by talk shows and you know, talk radio and so on. I don't want this to be a talk shop. Otherwise, I'm not coming back. I'll make that clear, right? So, Kailash issued a challenge, and I want to jump on that challenge too. And I have an idea. So I'm going to spin around here. I'm going to jump in a new mode, and I'm going to share this idea with you, which I hope you find interesting enough to help me help us. All right? All right. I believe that experiences are the new currency. From my time in Asia, with my wheel of life, I realized that I worked way too hard, as much as you might not believe that. And I never really enjoyed my 30s. I never went anywhere. I never saw anything. I was too busy behind a computer trying to build businesses, trying to create this, trying to retire by 40. Useless. We must enjoy life because we only got one. So if experiences are the new currency, then excitelife.com, an online marketplace where locals can discover unique experiences and fun things to do, share their talent by creating and staging unique experiences, and make money doing what they love. What this means, people, this is revolutionary. This means that everybody here doesn't have any kind of obstacle to creating something right now this minute. Check it out. I'm going to skip over this. You can check that out on your phones. I'm going to create a romantic beach experience. Guess what? I went all the way to Asia, 5,000 miles away to eat fish on a beach at night. Why is that? I should be able to do that right here. No? You agree? Agreed. What if you could teach somebody a coconut climbing experience, how to climb a coconut tree experience? Why not? I went all the way to Asia to be able to do this. Mind you, I wasn't very good at it, but the point is I could, right? What if we take the same folk dancers that we've got here, all trying to compete against each other for the same gigs at the same hotels, and we tell them, put on folk dance experiences for people that come to Barbados or wherever else people want to have these folk dance experiences. What if you could do a night fishing experience? This is one of the biggest fears I've got, being out in the ocean, far away from any kind of, you know, civilization almost at night. I want to be able to do this, right? What if road tennis was an experience? where I could book this even before I got to Barbados, and I could go and set up and grab a racket with 2 guys and start playing some road tennis. And we actually export road tennis as an experience that people come here to do. People, these are unique experiences to us. Everything can be an experience. Anything can be an experience. So excitelife.com is up, it is running. It is an MVP, which basically means it is an initial pilot of the platform, and we will be testing it with your help. Anybody that you know with an experience, let's get it up there. So here's the goal. I can't spell. 300 experiences. And that means by next year when I return, because I'm confident we're going to do this, that 300 people will be up here sharing an experience and sharing how they transform their own lives by creating something many times out of nothing and becoming successful doing it just by rethinking the tools that they've got. So in the words of a very great man, and I know everyone in here remembers how you felt when Barack Obama won in 2008. Everybody felt the same way. The world is going to be a better place. But the point is, it was hope. We believed that the future was brighter. And at the end of this conference, I want you to believe the same thing, because it's all in our hands. So it's up to us. We can take the red pill or the blue pill. But I certainly hope that you guys choose the red pill. Thank you very much. I hope that was enjoyable. Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen. What we will do now, ladies and gentlemen, is to open for 10 minutes to questions. These goodly guys will be responding to your questions for sure. So if you have a question, just raise your hand. One of the workers here in the orange shirts will bring a microphone to you so that you may be able to pose your questions to this goodly gentleman for about 10 minutes. So I hope you've been making kind notes, quick notes with your questions as well. Who has a question?
Go ahead, man.
My
main man.
Good morning, everyone. So you said we could pose questions for about 10 minutes, so I'll pose a question for about 10 minutes. My name is Khalil Bryan from Caribbean Transit Solutions. We have a product called Beep Cab that allows you to book taxis from your phone, and it's very much like Uber for the Caribbean. The one thing that I love that these guys said is that they spoke a lot about travel, and they spoke about a lot of travel to very, very, very far away. But one of the things that I've realized, and guys, this will go back to what are you seeing and how do people within those cultures respond to innovation in their markets? But I just want to share one of the experiences I had recently. I just came back from St. Martin. I landed in St. Martin, and there was no immigration card. Sorry, what? There was no immigration card, and the customs probably could have been slightly better, but there was one guy, and I asked him, where can I get a taxi? And he said, right outside. He said, have a great day. It was an experience that was unrivaled by any other travel experience, because I landed in Trinidad, I landed back in Barbados, I went to Aruba. You filled out a long, arduous form. Imagine if that innovation can now be brought to Barbados and the rest of the Caribbean to say, what information could we actually capture on our travelers? We could capture information on Facebook, so now we know their interest. We could capture information on their Twitter, so now we know what they're talking about. And then we could start to tailor products to actually what they want. So if you come back to that whole thing, it goes to, what is that? What is it? Excite Life?
Excite Life.
Excite Life. Where we can start to create experiences and start to innovate because we're actually engaging the customers that we want. The whole point of this was to say, we really need to start engaging our customers and having a real-time conversation with them. And that goes back then to the last bit, which is, how have you seen the locals respond to innovation that either starts at a governmental level, or do you see it start at much more of a grassroots level in the travels that you've been on? Thank you.
Well, for the travels I'll touch on. First of all, I think that the experiences marketplace and change for me has to start at a grassroots level. And I'm not saying that a top-down approach might not be successful, but I think when the people demand that certain things happen, there's a much likelier chance that they will happen because they're creating that demand in the process of creating that ideology that this is what we want, right? So Excite Life was something that I was happy to conceive in the course of my journey because, not because I want to make money, but because I want people to experience the freedom that comes along with being able to do what it is that you truly love doing. You know, my auntie is phenomenal when it comes to all the plants and the herbs, and I mean, she could tell you what any single bush in Barbados could do for you. And I believe her. I mean, she's been reading every book, every internet, every website for the last 30 years probably on this stuff, right? But I'm saying these kind of people who've got their own passions, those are the people that will shape this world. So it has to start at the grassroots level, in my opinion. And at the top, we need to implement the policies, the framework to support those people. ExciteLife.com as a platform is really just a support mechanism to help people share that experience, share that talent, share that knowledge with other people. So that's what I would like to see. To answer your question on the cultural side, shared experience, Hong Kong. When I landed, the first person I met in Hong Kong was a lady from the Hong Kong Tourism Board. She met me my first step outside the airport. She said, "Hi, sir. Is this your first time to Hong Kong?" "Yes." "What do you have planned for your travel?" "Don't know. My wife's coming tomorrow. I have a clue. Let me make you look like the man." She took me to a computer. I downloaded an app, free Wi-Fi. I downloaded the app. She planned my whole itinerary for 5 days, and I didn't have to think about it. My wife showed up the next day. My wife says, "What are we going to do tomorrow?" "Don't worry about it. I took care of it."
Well done. Question from the back.
Hi. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
My
you.
name is Heather Headley of the House of Munira. I'm a creative arts company, whatever else it is. There are only 2 questions. How do I get in contact with you, and when can we meet?
Oh, man.
You suggesting Devin and me, or me?
Okay.
We'll come find you. We'll come
G's
find you.
and A's,
Okay.
I work with them.
Okay.
That's all I want from you.
We'll find you. We'll find you.
In all seriousness,
Yeah.
one of the challenges that we are having in Barbados is understanding what is innovation. Because innovation comes from the mind.
Right.
And if you have a creative mind, like I do, I was here last night. I'll share an experience. I went up to the Rum Cafe. Reverend Sobers, I didn't drink excessively. I was really a very good Methodist. Don't hurt me. But I went up to the cafe, and I saw, like, blue water coming from a fountain. I was like, wow, that's so nice. He said, "You want to drink some?" I said, "Sure." When it hit my chest, I was like, oh, okay. But let me explain. By the time I got home last night, I was like, okay, how can these guys do this, do that, do that? And by this morning, I had a poem done, I had a plan, a strategy, a concept, and I hooked them up with my attorneys, and that's it. The guy who was there, Damien went, "You want to manage me?" I said, "Yeah." "You want it done?" It's done. That's what I like. And the other thing that I like is nanoseconds. Ideas come at me like this. I always have a pen and paper. Those are my tools. I could be in Germany, I could be in Canada. I want something done, I get it done. And then I look around the room. When I come to functions, I look around the room for the people who are the movers and shakers. Kailash, are you there? I found him last night. Gave him an idea, and he said, "All right, next week, nothing. Following week." That's what we need. The world is very rapid. The pace is rapid. Technology has changed the format. So you can't ask people, "Well, what do you think?" and send a file to me. I worked in government. I understand that. There are procedures. But you have to allow innovation to move at its pace. And when you see an idea, or you feel an idea, or you want an idea expressed, you get it done. 3 steps: meet, collaborate, close the deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If I can just respond quick, I know it wasn't so much of a question, but you triggered a thought, and I think it's important to mention this. Now, the thing about innovation is that it's really important for us to imagine the future, to spend time. I think all organizations should allocate a certain amount of time weekly for just, they could be fanciful ideas. It doesn't matter. As we say, do a brain dump. But think about what the future might be. And I'll give you a great example. So now we know the reality is that we've developed self-driven cars. Uber has been testing self-driven cars. So, the traditional industries, and we call it disruption. We say, Uber, we say Airbnb is so disruptive. It's not. It's innovation. And so the traditional companies, then they get nervous and they say, oh boy, we need to react. What are we going to do? But if you start to think, so for instance, if you're in insurance, do we have any general insurance? I know ICBL is a major sponsor if any representatives are here. But if you're in insurance, you need to start thinking about self-driven cars, because what they say is that self-driven cars will be 10 times safer than a piloted vehicle. So if that's the reality, then it means that we'll get to a point where there are 0 accidents. So then, going back to what I mentioned about value, then how are you going to convince me that there's value in buying coverage for my vehicle? Because I'm not going to have an accident. So if you're in general insurance and your cash cow right now is motor insurance, you need to be thinking, how are we going to address this in the future? What can we devise? How can maybe we find ways with this new technology that we can still be relevant and we can still offer value? So that's why it's so important to dream, to think. You know, I don't know if anybody has kids. Kids are brilliant. Kids have an amazing imagination and totally unencumbered. They don't hold back. Spend some time with your kids. But that's how we need, as adults, we need to function like that too. We need to think nothing is impossible, and that can allow us to get to that point of innovation.
Well said.
Terry Jones, Group Head of Technology with the Nation Group. My colleague Khalil will mention the whole concept of no immigration cards. Yeah, good. No immigration cards. And we've already conceptualized the idea of an app called Borders, where if you were traveling, you could fill out your information, and regardless of which country you're going to, it would automatically generate the form, and the immigration officer could just scan, say, a QR code and put your information in. So the issue from where we sit is not that it can't be done. The issue is how do we convince immigration that it's okay to present a QR code and put your information in when even right now, in some cases, they don't even want to accept an e-ticket. So I think government needs to be on board with innovation. So it's not just, I don't think we lack the ideas, is that we need the powers that be, that when something like this comes to the fore, that they say, yes, we want to do that. That's one of those speeded lines at the airport. We're not going to have people outside the door. And anyone who's traveled a lot really knows the struggle with filling out immigration cards. And we even wonder how they even understand your writing. But I think if we could move to an app like that, get everyone on board, it would really do a lot for us as a tourist destination.
Totally agreed. The framework is necessary. The infrastructure has to be in place. Not sure how we do that, I can't be honest.
But let's not wait on government.
Yeah.
I mean, if the ideas are there, we need to create the demand. Yeah, we need to create the demand. And if we ideate and we bring these solutions to government, I'm sure government will sit down with us and consider. So that's where the process can start.
All right, we'll just take one more question.
Yep.
One more question.
One more question over here, yeah, sorry.
Hi, my name is David Smith. I'm with the University of West Indies.
Awesome.
Similar to what Mr. Sitjar was saying, here in Barbados, I find we have a very sort of risk-averse culture, both from the standpoint of people trying to get their ideas out there, and consumers in the market generally want to see something have succeeded, usually in North America or Europe first, before they're even willing to give it a try. My question is, how do we, as a country, go about changing the culture? I was listening to a speech given by someone, it may have been from Google. They mentioned their corporate culture embraced this ethos: fail early, fail often. And how do we embrace culturally the notion that we take a risk, it's okay to fail, learn from the failure, do better next time? How do we do that as a country, as a people?
You want to tackle that first?
Sure. Very good question. But I want to encourage you to utilize my system. And feel free, I can consult with you, I can tell you. Because having a process, sometimes a methodical process, can allow you to reduce some of the failure and the trial and error. Because, you know, that's the thing about ideation too. You know, as I was saying, it's important to test ideas. But when money comes into play, you know, you have to invest. If it's an idea, if it's something you need to prototype, you know, you might decide to mortgage your house, you get family and friends to contribute, but that's why sometimes people are risk-averse, because that is a lot to put on the line. So you have to devise those systems that allow you to know, when I get to that stage, to take that huge risk and put everything on the line, this is more of a sure thing. But there are ways to fail as well. There are ways to fail cost effectively. and to test and fail cost effectively, to learn and to see how you can enhance those ideas and be more successful.
Yeah, I just want to add to that by saying one thing. So I went over it really quickly, and of course, I can't teach everything I know in 15 minutes, but the lean methodology, which comes from the Lean Startup, is a book that I would suggest everybody here read. It comes from the same lean manufacturing area. I have failed probably more times than everybody here, straight up. I have made lots of money. I sound like Donald Trump. I shouldn't do that. In real estate, believe it or not, I did very well. And why? I just said yes. I started hosting a TV show, Flipping Houses. That was really good for me. And I've lost lots of money in online business. The point is this. With the lean methodology, it's about build, measure, learn. So it's about building a small subset of whatever it is. In an organizational capacity, I would say quick wins. So, however you prioritize that list, get the organization used to getting 1 or 2 small wins. Incremental innovation, saving the company $100,000 a year because, you could pull a ticket as opposed to whatever it might be. It's going to reduce, wait times for customers, which means you could improve productivity. So quick wins can help you slowly evolve the organization. But one thing I want to say, when you implement an idea management program within your organizations and people take their time to share ideas, you have to make them feel welcomed, and they should always be a part of the team. So as long as they're interested, make them a part of that project team to see the idea realized. That does 2 things. One, they get to come to work the next day and be super motivated about something that they brought to the organization. It creates pride internally because the same guy who sat beside me now all of a sudden is saying, yeah, he thinks he's better than me. Well, yeah, I do. Because, I conceived something that my company is going to help me do. So now that starts to build slowly, and all of a sudden you have a lot less of him and more people who want to be sharing ideas and willing to take the risk in the organization. This will not happen overnight. It will not. But the more stories that we've got of people who created experiences and making an extra $50 on the side, or implementing ideas in their organizations that made the company more money or discovered a new market. I mean, ultimately, in my opinion, the market is global. And this 166 square miles that we've got here, I mean, we got to forget that we got to be on this. Like, it's not about Barbados anymore. Everybody's coming here to eat our lunch. Let's eat somebody else's lunch. And you know what the funny thing is? I don't even need to say that because the world's abundant. And once we're innovating and we're ahead of the curve, there will be opportunities for us the same way there will be opportunities for other people. We just got to be willing to take the risk. So people, again, 2017, I want to see people on this stage who've taken a leap of faith. And it does not have to be expensive. I only show you this example because she did this for a fraction of the cost of what Michael Kors would have done 10 years ago to create a watch. She 3D product rendered a watch. She got feedback from it. People said what color straps they wanted. So all of a sudden now she says, oh, we have to create multiple color straps. So now she's got different color straps. And then people say, oh, what about rose gold? So now you've got rose gold. And she's got a whole host of products that we have not, I'm being honest with you, we have not received inventory for yet.
Okay.
And she's got sales.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Thanks you, Mr. Husbands, as well.
Gosh.
We want to show our appreciation for you gentlemen, huh? So just stay right there. Someone will come bring you tokens of appreciation from the BIDC. But thank you. Clearly, there are opportunities for you, ladies and gentlemen, a little later on this afternoon to mix, mingle, and pull from their brains and their experiences as well.
Thank you, dear. Bless. Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, gentlemen. We move on now. We invite to the stage Mr. Curtis Padmore, who is the CEO of Simplified Apps and Westoons, and Dr. Juliet Skinner, the medical director of the Barbados Fertility Clinic. And we were hoping to have Mr. Bernie Weatherhead here with us, but unfortunately he's not well today. They will come share with us the story of what freed them from conventional thinking to do something altogether novel of significant social and economic value. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, please, Mr. Padmore and Dr. Skinner. We'll begin with Mr. Padmore.
I think so.
Good afternoon, everyone. You know, I had a bit of time to spend with Devin and also Kai earlier today, and I jokingly mentioned to them that I'm married to my work, and work is barren. That's why I have no kids. And thought-provoking is that I'm sharing the stage with Dr. Skinner. But food for thought, and I think that's really an opportunity to share with you a little bit of some food for thought. So I'm in two really interesting industries. The animation industry, nascent, we're at the early stages, and also the software development industry. I think they're really moonshots. They're huge opportunities once we can get to scale and allow for huge numbers of persons, especially young persons, to be employed or contracted to work and be part of something that, for the most part, is based on ICT, technology. Animation has moved a lot from paper-based to really being computer-driven. And I'll give some background. So as CEO of Westtunes, I own 50% of the company. Chawali Gooden is the CFO. He owns 50%. And we've been working assiduously to really build the company and also the industry. It's really a human effort. And the industry has one major gap to fill, and that is the training. It's really based on the skill level of persons, and it's a big focus for us. The company so far has been able to work on some rather interesting projects. We've done an animated commercial for Harris Paints, their Perma paint, if you might have remembered seeing it around Christmas. We also did a contract for a company out of UK, a company called Spider Eye, and we did their trailer for an animation event called Cartoon Forum. And we also did an animated commercial for McBride. We did their Go Insecticide ad. Really cool. And finally, UNICEF, really big organization. We managed to do the animated content for their Break the Silence promotional campaign. So to use the Bayesian vernacular, I'll give you a little something.
Roll up, the death-defying danger is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the track of quite certain death. Through the loop-de-loop, dodging the fists of fury, the roller skate of tragedy, the banana peel of dire consequence, the chainsaws of a million bad days, the surly teenage prawns of attitude. It's danger time!
It's danger time!
Thank you. So that was done for Spider Eye. That's their Cartoon Forum trailer. And it's really important that we see animation as a global industry because it's really building to be an IBC. I should also mention that Westtunes is a member of the Compete Caribbean Animation Cluster. In fact, my colleagues in the animation cluster from St. Lucia and Jamaica, we have an animation studio called GSW out of Jamaica, and an animation studio out of St. Lucia called Malfini Studios. And they're actually in Cuba right now. I was scheduled to make that trip, but prior engagement with the BIDC couldn't have missed this. So they'll represent Cuba at the CBU event, and they're doing a similar event like what I'm doing here, speaking about the animation cluster, which is now set to be structured a lot better as we develop. But the vision is to have a regional production pipeline where we can leverage economies of scale. Because in order to really do large-scale work, we need numbers. And we can do that by clustering together as regional organizations forming one production pipeline. It really allows us to be more robust. I'll move forward a little bit and speak on my other hat, which is app development. Use potential. I think as a company, we've been fortunate to work with some fairly solid companies. Right off the bat, we were able to win a contract with BlackBerry. Their business division contracted us to build for their playbook at the time. It doesn't exist anymore, but great opportunity to build an educational app called Workbooks for Playbooks. And I think it's still on their store, actually. And more recently, we collaborated with the Barbados Council for the Disabled and the Ministry of Tourism to build a fully accessible app. It's really an app that's available on Android that allows persons with disability to see the accessibility levels and different areas in Barbados that are available to them and available to their transportation based on their level of disability. So they can see the accessibility levels and if it's functional for them to visit. We also did the first app for Sagicor, their Sagicor On Scene app. It's really a roadside assistance app, again for BlackBerry very early. Since then, we've moved away from service work with a focus on developing our own IP. It's with that model that there's huge potential. By owning the IP, you're essentially creating the precursor to a new child company. Each app that you probably see as an icon on your phone is really a new business or a business that is, for the most part, rather large. And it's that vision that we have for our company to scale. I was sharing earlier with a colleague that if we can figure out the equation that equals success, and for us that is to get to scale, I think we're off to market in a very big way. And I'll touch a little bit on that as we move along, and also during the networking presentation so that I can share some more, because 15 minutes will not allow me enough time to really digress. So what's the big picture? It's really understanding the importance of ICT and innovation. Because the reality is the world is changing, and if we don't move forward, we're going to be left behind. That's a simple fact. We've got the major impact of globalization. We're all really just an internet connection away. That opens new markets and, of course, new competition. But we have to seize those new markets as well and benefit from globalization. And our needs as consumers are ever increasing. We're getting better value globally because of that competition. So we've got higher needs whenever we see new technology. And if we don't go after the gold standard, what we develop locally won't be up to par. We'll be dissatisfied. That's the truth. Our consumer expectations are getting higher. And what's really a big factor now, mobile development has such extremely fast-paced innovation and development itself. I think the major companies in mobile are developing new technologies for release maybe every 6 months. And it's never been faster. And even when they develop and they have to do user recalls, like what we're seeing now with Samsung's Note, they're still going to be developing the next iteration. And it keeps going and going like a huge machine. The pictures you're seeing on screen, the one to your right, that is a perfect example of innovation in ICT. It was actually a project, a collaboration with Simplified Apps and 3 government partners, the Telecom Unit, the NCST, National Council for Science and Technology, under the Ministry of Education, and also the Barbados Community College. What the project aimed to do was to have heterogeneous teams. For the very first time, really working together. Barbados Community College doesn't really do this within the school, but it's so needed. The heterogeneous teams were comprised of 24 computer science students and about 6 graphic design students. And they were able to work together to build websites. They'd never done it before. In fact, the ICT students or computer science students had only done some HTML and CSS, so they had to get their skill levels brought up and learn something called WordPress. But they were able to deliver at a very, very surprisingly fast rate, to the point that they were calling the NGOs whom we were developing for to really get us the information, because we needed to get it as fast as possible. The other picture to your left shows the graduates, first cohort, or rather subset of the first cohort of our first ever animation training program. It's an NVQ2 level, and it would have been started in February, Westtunes, under a joint venture with BIMAP, supported by the Competency-Based Training Fund, was able to go forward and have a first ever major animation training program to satisfy what was, still is actually, an important gap we filled. We still need more sustained training, and I believe we'll be dealing more with that as time goes along. But the group here in this shot, and I should also mention that everyone really in both pictures would be under the age of 30. Again, a really important focus on youth. But I really see the youth as being core to the development of ICT and innovation. And I think a lot of persons at a certain age, I wouldn't say they'll lose touch, but the interests may tend to shift. and younger persons will be much more in tune with the latest tech that is being revealed to them constantly. It's just the nature of how persons are. So I'd like to share with you 5 tips based on my own experience within a Barbadian context that I think can be applied if you're looking at business and innovation. And if it can benefit you in any way, by all means, utilize them. I think there's some key areas that we should always be looking at, especially with innovation and training being so core to it, because there's often a gap whenever you're trying to do something new. Your skill level may not be in place in your country. Certainly for animation, that was a big factor for us. So there are about 3 support agencies that can assist with training. The Human Resource Development Strategy under the Ministry of Labor. I do think they're coming to a close within November, so you may have to move very quickly. But if you look at their documentation on the Ministry of Labor's website, you can read through and see how the Human Resource Development Strategy can apply to you. And one can certainly make some proposals. I've certainly sent off some, and I'm hopeful that we can get positive feedback. But you have to move very quickly. Like I said, they're closing. The other one, the ETF, the Employment Training Fund, which is managed by the TVET Council. This is another supporting arm for skills development. And you will definitely need to manage your NS contributions and make sure that they're up to date, because you need to have a letter of clearance. But this is another area that can help facilitate the skills gap. Like I said, if there's an area of innovation where it has to be something new that's being done and you don't have the skills, this can help fill that gap. And the competency-based training fund, which will probably have the biggest budget. I think it's capped at maybe $500,000 Barbados dollars. You have to follow some very strict guidelines and focus very specifically on the standardization and the training required. But by filling that void at such a large scale, it can help you get to market, especially if you're thinking about numbers, which is really important. Technology, of course, being a software developer, is very core to me. And there's some areas in technology that we should all be looking at. The web, hands down, is where to be. We hardly use as much Windows installed software as before. We're definitely using a lot more web software. And there are lots of free tools that we can use. Google platform, it's very, very obvious. We use Google as our dominant search engine. And Google is also more than just a search company. They've got Gmail. With Gmail, you get Google Calendar. I used the term calendarize recently, and it was mentioned that it might have been an invented word. I actually Googled it, and it is actually in the modern lexicon. As we stepped away from diarization to calendarization, I hardly write anything in a diary anymore. I always put it in my calendar, and it's probably tantamount to a lot of the thinking now. We're always connected to our devices and mobile, and the web especially. So take a look at the Google platform. It's more than just a search engine. It's actually quite a large array of tools. With Google Drive, you can move all of your data over to remote storage and not be dependent on storing on your local computer. It's actually less risky. And there's open source. Open source is usually connected with the word free. And I should mention that free is not bad. Actually, a lot of open source software is excellent. I don't really use Microsoft Office as much anymore. I hardly do. To be frank, I use something called LibreOffice. It's just as good, gives great quality, and you never know if you created a document in LibreOffice. And I also use Google Docs for sharing. If you're working in teams and you need a shared environment, you can always team up using Google Docs and have, from our 50 BB site project, we had as much as 30 students working in the same document. And they were shocked. They never even knew they had that capacity. And they were pleasantly surprised to see how efficient it was, and they were able to develop something a lot faster through that sharing. Partners are always important. Corporate, you have to negotiate well and make sure you mitigate your corporate partners' bottom line. That's really important. But government and international, these are also available with government. If you're working with youth, the obvious agencies that come to mind would be youth, education, and labor. I think these 3 form a synergy, and I certainly experienced that as well with the website project. Heterogeneous teams are a must. You get such cross-pollination of ideas. If you can put a developer with a designer in a room, or even in your own companies, you often see your own individual selves being able to collaborate quite interestingly with persons who may have different ways of thinking. And that yields good innovative thought. Just watch a movie, you'll see one movie fascinating, awesome special effects, but when it's finished, a black screen with white text listing a huge amount of persons who would have worked in developing that one project. And lastly is publicity. You have to use it wisely. I made mistakes early on just spending on advertising, but as I developed as an entrepreneur, I learned the importance of PR, and now we've got social media, which would be a missed opportunity if you don't use it well. So with that, I'd like to say thank you, because it's a great opportunity to share some of what I've learned. I try to condense it in 15 minutes, but I hope that I can impart with you what I would have been able to derive from my own experiences, and I'm willing to share more during networking so that you can get as much value as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Padmore. Dr. Skinner?
Good afternoon. For those of you that forgot, I'm Dr. Juliet Skinner, and I'm the Medical Director of Barbados Fertility Centre, so a somewhat different entity than you've been listening to so far. And this morning I was asked to speak on innovative healthcare, and specifically medical tourism. A traditional healthcare model is based on the concept that in a community there's a local doctor, usually a general practitioner, that the patient will go to if the patient is sick or unwell. And that GP will assess that patient and then refer that patient as needed if they need more in-depth care to a hospital, again, a local hospital. And generally that's going to be a pretty broad division, medical or surgical. Expanding on this model, you might then get into the concept that a district or region might become a tertiary referral center, and perhaps one particular hospital might become the expert in cardiology or joint replacements. This model is based very much on in-person care for everything, appointment, tests, treatments. So if we use the analogy of a patient who perhaps has heavy periods and possibly requires a hysterectomy, her GP might refer her to the center for her appointment, which will be outpatient. That might take 3 months. And at the end of the day, basically, when she is seen, she might be told, yes, madam, you do need a hysterectomy, and the waiting time for this is possibly 6 to 9 months. And at the end of the day, you'll receive a letter in the post, maybe a month before your surgery, with the date of your pre-op appointment and anesthetic check the week before. And that's how healthcare happened in huge countries. So to turn to medical tourism, as you can appreciate, requires a complete turnaround of the vision of how medicine actually is structured. In this case, a patient will seek care outside not only her local services, but her country. It'll generally be for a specific treatment that she's been told she needs X, and then she will start to look at where in the world she can get X. And effectively, medical tourism then becomes a world healthcare model. You might sit there and think, well, okay, well, what sort of treatments would be suitable for this? And believe it or not, in countries like Asia, where this is a billion-dollar industry, this may be as simple as cosmetic or dental procedures and as complex as major joint replacements like hips and knees, or even heart surgery. Now, what would be the critical factors for a patient choice in considering traveling for their healthcare? And these are the top 4: accessibility, cost, quality, and very, very important, credibility. So in my field, which is infertility, that is the care for patients with a medical condition where after 12 months of unprotected intercourse, they fail to achieve a pregnancy. It is common, it affects 1 in 6 couples, and depending on the underlying cause, it will often require in vitro fertilization treatment to achieve that dream of a baby. With IVF, we're able to stimulate ovaries, extract eggs, create embryos in a laboratory setting, and then transfer these to help that lady become pregnant. The process itself may take 6 to 8 weeks, but the main part of this, where the patient has already been on her stimulation for 1 week, to the point where she will now require monitoring, perhaps blood tests, ultrasounds, and then eventually decision to move to egg collection, extract the eggs, make the embryos, and transfer them, occurs over approximately 2 weeks. It's a costly process, and I'll elaborate on this in a subsequent slide. So in terms of fertility treatment, let's think locally. Prior to 2000, what we had was a very, very limited service option for patients. Very broadly, without giving you the medical detail, there are 3 basic types of treatment for patients with infertility. Ovulation induction, intrauterine insemination, which is where we basically just prepare sperm and put that into the uterine cavity, or in vitro, which is where you extract eggs and now create embryos in the lab. With regard to what was available, we had some level of ovulation induction before 2000. It was sporadic. There was no formal proper monitoring, which is not ideal. First of all, you have patients that are being treated that are not adequately treated, and then you have the potential opposite end of the stick, which is you have patients that are being overtreated and are at risk of high-order multiple pregnancy. Intrauterine insemination was done only in the private setting, and it was being done by a very antiquated, historical, and frankly, almost negligent technique of unwashed IUI. And there was no IVF. So if a couple in Barbados required IVF, they would have to have traveled to the USA. And the system at that point was not necessarily terrifically user-friendly. They would have had to have been there for possibly all of that 6 or 8 weeks. Now, what would it take to put in a full-service fertility clinic? Well, it obviously needs a team of people. It requires a doctor. It requires an embryologist who's the expert in the lab setting. So these guys are scientists by their background, but they then are highly trained in the use of human gametes, creation of embryos, freezing of embryos, all of those things. An IVF nurse is not just a general nurse. These nurses are actually very subspecialized in their own right. Are fully capable of doing ultrasounds and monitoring ultrasounds. They coordinate, the complex medical treatments that we actually do. Theatre staff, admin staff all make up the support system that you need to run an IVF clinic. Obviously, on an equipment front, we need ultrasounds for monitoring, we need ultrasounds for diagnostics, we need an operating room with an ultrasound and aspiration equipment to take eggs out, recovery room, IVF laboratory, which, as you can only imagine, is pretty complex, with microscopes and ICSI manipulators, which is the term we use for where we can actually pick up a single sperm and inject that into a single egg. Specialized gases, media, the facility itself, obviously, with the consultation rooms and everything else that we need. So pretty quickly, you can probably do the maths on this and imagine it's pretty expensive. In population speak, typically you would justify and support one IVF unit for 750,000 population. So given the population of Barbados, which we all know, it clearly would have been fairly unlikely that we could have supported an IVF unit based on this fact. So I was going to say a Homer Simpson moment. We needed to have a bright idea, but perhaps, Devon, we needed to have an aha moment. And at the end of the day, our vision was to create a world-class unit where patients would come to us. Our core philosophy was then, as it is now, that this had to be patient-centered, of high quality, and affordable, in a relaxed setting with the goal of achieving the best success. We were well aware that the requirements of this model would be to very much require a huge change in the conventional clinic model of how healthcare is implemented. We obviously would need a very, very dedicated and dynamic website. Email becomes the means of communication. Scheduling clearly is not what you might see if you walk down to the local polyclinic or hospital where patients sit in rows of benches and wait for possibly 2 to 3 hours to be seen. Appointments must happen on time. And at the end of the day, if I'm going to be 5 minutes late for my telephone call with that patient who might be sitting in the UK or the USA or Australia, then my receptionist is going to ring her and tell her, I'm very sorry, Dr. Skinner will be with you in 5 minutes. Communication with a patient is key. And obviously you have to develop extensive written, verbal, and visual instruction of how do you communicate your message that you might have been incredibly good at doing, sitting in front of a patient where I can draw. I'm a drawer when I have a patient in front of me to explain the medical concept, the medical process, what the treatment is going to do, the risks, the side effects, and all of those things. But I now need to do that by phone. So you have to change perhaps your own approach. Technically, the requirements are your medical, your team, your expertise, their experience, and most importantly, their ethos. Every single one of my team need to believe that they're doing their best for their patients. The equipment and facility are the easy part of this. These are companies in the world that make these type of bits of equipment that all IVF units use. Now, the system design is somewhat more complex to change. So accessibility, cost effectiveness, quality, and we'll touch on each of these separately. With accessibility, clearly we're going from that concept that you wait for ages, that this is, and that your GP refers you. We're now at a point that then the patient drives their contact, that they call or email, most commonly email. And our system that we have set up allows that patient to have a return call or email, whichever their preference is, within 24 hours, for usually on the same day that they have contacted us. So it has to be responsive and user-friendly. Our website, these are just 2 pages of pictures of pages in our website. It is very, very dynamic, and it is undergoing change, frequently. And, yes, there is a team of people that do that specifically. Certainly not my area of expertise, whereas it's obviously your guys. We must be cost effective. So this graph shows you what are the upper and lower costs for the different countries. So the blue bar is the lower cost of the range. The tip at the red would show you the upper. So in the USA, for example, a basic IVF cycle without including their medications, which varies with age, so it's easy to compare without that, is somewhere between 10 and 15,000 US dollars. In the UK, somewhere between 7.5 and 10. In Barbados, it's between 5 and 6, depending on the treatment the patient needs. And so forth in Australia, a little bit higher than here. Now, quality is obviously hugely important. So we can assess quality by patient experience. And this is data that we pull back on our customer feedback questionnaires at the end of the IVF process. And it really allows us to keep in touch that if there is a signal beforehand, that obviously we might highlight that something is not going for me to be, how the patient is feeling their care process went. And, as you can see, 99% of our patients would score us as a 1 or a 2, with 1 being the best quality of care or service. And in fact, the only patient that we had that was down here, when she was called, obviously, by our clinic director to say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, what happened? Can you please share what made you score us as a 5?" She thought that was the best. It was an error in her understanding the scoring system. Obviously, success is more relevant to how do we do on quality. And success in IVF is not quite as simple as it might seem, which is, what's the chance of having a baby? Success varies tremendously with the age of the female being treated and the quality of the embryos. But just comparing on age, you can see that in dark blue is Barbados, pink is the UK, looking at the figure, yeah, and then USA in green. And at each age band, we're very proud to say that we compare very favorably. Credibility, I said, was one of the most important things, and I think I really can't emphasize this. And where does credibility come from? It might come from the patient-driven blogs and chat rooms, of which in fertility there are many, of which we have absolutely no control whatsoever. A huge part of credibility comes with something which is accreditation, and having an independent assessor for patient standard of care assess your clinical facility is important. The Joint Commission International is a world leader in healthcare accreditation, so it accredits virtually all hospitals within the USA, and there are 818 organizations accredited by JCI outside the USA. And we're very proud to say that Barbados Fertility Centre remains the only such organization within the Caribbean. Thank you. So where do our patients come from? And, quite amazingly, over the years, really for probably a decade, the percentage of Barbadians and non-Barbadians has been the same. The clinic has grown, but that percentage breakdown has actually stayed the same, interestingly. It's about 15% from Barbados and 85% non-Barbadians. In terms of where they come from, obviously, many of those may come from the Caribbean region because, let's face it, that's 7 million, not including Jamaica. But, and the most common place that we would see patients within the Caribbean come to us would be Trinidad, simply because it's a nearby island that's a large island. But we have an enormous number of patients that come to us from the USA, UK, Bahamas, and the rest of the world actually is quite entertaining at every year's AGM to see whether there are any new countries that have been added. It is astounding to me that we still see patients coming to us from Australia. the other side of the world, and they choose to come to us. And I still don't completely understand that patient choice. In terms of growth of the clinic, this shows you, we actually opened our doors at the end of 2002, but our first full year of operation was 2003. And this is just taking IVF cycles. Now, it's not taking frozen embryo transfers or IUI cycles or anything else that we do. But you can see that the clinic has grown substantially. Yes, we did see a dip after the world recession in 2008, but that dip was relatively low, and we've again surpassed and continue to grow, and again, we'll be on target to see further growth this year. So I think, in short, is medical tourism possible in Barbados? Well, I think we've shown that the answer to that question is yes. But there are critical determinants that will apply: quality, affordability, credibility, and being patient-friendly. It does require a major change in the traditional healthcare model and approach, and it does require an incredible team, of which I have. Okay, thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Skinner and Mr. Padmore as well. You guys want questions? No, I don't think we're having a question, but folks can mingle with you in the networking sessions a little later on. But thank you for staying, because we want to show our appreciation with some items from the Barbados Investment Development Corporation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We move on now to the future frontiers, and we are going to have now that spotlight turned on two sectors which hold significant potential for Barbados: the creative industries and new media, and health and wellness. We thank Dr. Nurse for volunteering to be a part of that. He's a senior fellow with the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute for Social and Economic Studies, World Trade Organization, and chair of the University of the West Indies. Joining him to examine the sectors is Damien Cohall. He is Dr. Damien Cohall, a pharmacologist and senior lecturer at the University of the West Indies. They're looking at key business opportunities, critical success factors, and the specific pathways for leveraging opportunities. Do welcome them, ladies and gentlemen.
Good day. How are you guys? Great. It's a pleasure to be here. They're bringing the clicker for me. Thank you much. I want to thank the BIDC for inviting me to participate in this, what I think is an excellent conference, pretty path-breaking. It's an example of innovation in itself, I would argue. I've been asked to look at the creative industries, and particularly new media. Yes, they deserve a round of applause. I've been asked to look at the creative industries and new media. It's an area I've been doing a lot of research on for well, it's almost 2 decades now. And I'm looking at the issue of innovation, and specifically as it applies to Barbados. And I wasn't sure how to start my presentation. And yesterday in my LinkedIn email, an article about Steve Jobs, that he's going to the United Kingdom and France to talk to, Bill Gates. Who did I say? I know they're interchangeable. Except one is dead. So, Bill Gates is going to the UK and France this week. I'll be in the UK for a bit, so maybe I'll see him. And he's going to talk to the political leadership there about innovation and how to accelerate it. But I found his comments really useful, so I decided to share some of it with you. So his next line is, the first promise of any good politician, I hope there's some politicians in the room, is to make people's lives better. And he's arguing that scientific research leading to innovation is one of the best ways to honor that promise. I do hope we have some politicians who live by that mantra. He then goes on and he argues that whether it's research in global health, like we saw in the last presentation, or agriculture, or ICTs, or energy, the dynamic is the same. Innovation comes from government spending on R&D, plus the creative genius of the private sector. Now, let's come to the Caribbean and the reality. In the region and in many of the developing world, our governments underspend on R&D. In fact, if you can find the data on R&D, you will be lucky. So what Bill Gates is arguing really applies in a developed country standpoint. So the data we have for some of the Caribbean countries is such that, I know for Trinidad and Tobago, because I've studied that extensively, in Trinidad and Tobago, which is a country that spends the most on R&D in the Caribbean, it's 0.15% of a percent. It's not even 1% of their GDP. And the rest of the Caribbean is less than that. The other thing we know about developing countries, quite ironically, is that the bulk of expenditure on R&D is done by governments and not the private sector. Whereas in developed countries, 80% or more of the R&D expenditure is done by private firms. So what Bill Gates is saying has some merit. Its applicability to our context needs to be examined further. I wanted to share this diagram with you. First of all, just to give you that panoramic view of what we mean by the creative industries. It includes everything like cultural sites, visual arts, performing arts, publishing, design, creative services, and so on. But there's new media, which is now driving everything else. It's the process of digitization that is unraveling and reframing all of the creative content. And just to let you know, creative content is one of the fastest growing elements in the global economy. In fact, 70% of the content on the World Wide Web is creative content. And so, without creative content, we probably wouldn't have a very successful or affordable internet. Now, most people don't recognize that, except Steve Jobs. I got it right this time. And it's last week, I think, that Bob Dylan was announced as having been granted a Nobel Prize in Literature. And that's reminded me of when Steve Jobs started the iTunes store. And whereas often we talk about the tech in innovation, really what he was doing is ensuring that content was available on this tech. And that area of innovation has been extremely disruptive. In fact, it's as a result of Steve Jobs tapping into creative content and moving his company from being a tech company towards being a content company that has created the revolution that we are seeing. And so, in this article from the Harvard Business Review, he talks about how the iPod device and iTunes Music Store and so on have been so revolutionary, displacing the traditional key players in the music business. The iPhone has similarly done the same disruptive process, but it's not about the tech, it's about how the tech was able to tap into creative content, particularly the apps market. So if you look now at what has happened to the creative sector, it can be described in these two diagrams. In the good old days, we operated in what can be defined as the analog world, where you talked about a chain of activity where you started with creation, then production, distribution, and lastly, retail. That model no longer applies. The new model is really an ecology system, an ecosystem, where there are multiple spheres. So you're talking about audience feedback. So audiences are no longer passive. They're what we refer to as prosumers. They comment on the content. They even create content themselves. And then there's web TV, whether it's and radio and mobile consumption. And then there's ad product placement on everything that you are viewing. But the thing that I wanted to talk about, which is really important for the Caribbean and other developing country regions, is that our capacity to tap into this new ecology hasn't yet been fully developed. And if you look at all of the new multi-platforms for production and distribution, the Caribbean's participation in it is pretty small. And in fact, if we don't accelerate our participation, we may well fall out of the new digital and digitized creative content markets. So some of these icons and companies that are listed here didn't exist 5 years ago. But Spotify, for example, in the last estimate, has been able to grow the consumer base up to 20 million. And these are paid consumers. Because we know that 90% of the people who are downloading music or streaming music are not paid, but they're consumers. So they've been able to expand, almost double their paid consumers in the last few years. Same thing for Netflix. Netflix has been in the news recently. Their share prices has gone up quite considerably. But also several other companies, Hulu, Amazon Prime, Distributor, TuneCore, some of which you may never have heard of. But if you want to get your film or audiovisual content onto the World Wide Web, you have to go through these digital aggregators. So what's the moral of the story? The moral of the story is that the means of measuring participation in the global creative marketplace is not imports and exports as we've traditionally defined it. Now it's stuff like online creativity, generic top-level domains, online creativity, country code top-level domains, online creativity Wikimedia monthly edits, and online creativity video uploads on YouTube. These are the new indicators of where you are in the global creative market space. And as you can see, Barbados hasn't done too badly relative to its Caribbean neighbors. In fact, the way this graph is described, it's from the Global Innovation Index. The lower you are, the better you are. So don't get too concerned. However, when you start digging deeper into the potential of our firms to participate in this global space, what has begun to happen, and you're seeing in the data, is that we are not in key aspects of it. So for example, in e-commerce, these three graphs show for Barbados, Trinidad, and Jamaica. And what's interesting here is not the no factor, it's the yes factor, which is, are you involved in e-commerce? And it's only 6% of the firms in the creative sector in Barbados that are participating in that, whereas in Trinidad and Tobago is 9% and Jamaica 21%. This is the data for Barbados in terms of creative exports in the last several years. And what is observed is that by 2006, there were close to $80 million worth of exports from Barbados into the global market space. And this includes creative goods, creative services, as well as trade-related goods and services. Quite substantial. But that has now halved in the last few years. Part of it has to do with the global economic crisis, but also it has to do with the process of digitization, which has dematerialized many of the traditional exports, and our capacity to get onto global platforms has been weak, and as a result, our innovation and export capacity has declined. So, where do we go from here? I think Barbados has some key value propositions that need to be exploited to a greater extent. Of course, Rihanna comes to mind. What is key about Rihanna is that she is one of the top 10 most tweeted celebrities in the world. And she comes from Barbados. But she's been used for all kinds of products, both to sell to Barbados tourism, but also to sell Vita Coco in this example. Barbados has some other key strengths. It's heritage tourism brand. We had a lot of discussion earlier about branding. It's also intellectual property branding that is a key aspect of the Barbados value proposition. And the festival, crop over. But where does this take us? By and large, and what I'm saying is applicable not just to Barbados, it's applicable to most of the Caribbean and to most developing country regions. Innovation is not just about tech, and it's not just about one entrepreneur coming up with a great idea. Governments play a more critical role than just spending money. They actually provide policy, and they provide incentives, and they provide regulation. And there's a critical role for governments to play in the creative sector in these several key areas. It's access to finance, but finance by itself is not sufficient. Market access as well as market entry is critical, and this is where governments can play a key leadership role in providing support. And then there's harmonizing the incentive regime, and Barbados has already begun to do that through the Creative Industries Development Authority and the act that they've created. Institutional capacity building is where we fall down in significant ways throughout the region. Building industry associations is important, and not just having one-offs. Entrepreneurs, market and economic intelligence, absolutely critical. Where are you aiming for? Where is the marketplace? All that data is required to help people build business plans and strategic plans. End-to-end business and trade facilitation is really an important key dimension. And last but not least, digital platforms and intellectual property value capture. If you are not participating in the latter, all of the rest will be for naught. Everything is now being digitized in the creative content marketplace, and Barbados, like many other developing countries, have to fast track to get onto digital platforms. I thank you for your kind attention and welcome your questions or comments.
Thank you, Dr. Nurse. We now hear from Dr. Damien Cohall.
Pleasant good afternoon, everyone. My name is Damien Cohall. I am a pharmacologist from the University of the West Indies, and I'm sure quite a few are wondering, what does a pharmacologist know about the health and wellness sector, and why am I here to speak about the health and wellness sector? So I'll just give you a brief snapshot about my background in health and wellness. 3 years ago, I spent at least 2 years of my life here in Barbados working on a project which was essentially administered through the Caribbean Development Bank and the Caribbean Export, looking at the development of the health and wellness sector. And my particular consultancy had to do with developing standards, local and regional standards for the development and expansion of the health and wellness sector. My presentation today, over the next 10 minutes or so, and I hope to keep you guys awake because I know I have the very difficult task of keeping you away from lunch, right, which is in the next 20 minutes or so. But I intend to finish within the next 10 minutes or so. But what I want to leave with you is essentially to emphasize this mantra or theme, which I've heard and I've also been aware that a lot of entrepreneurs live by, which is seizing the opportunity. So there are some opportunities that are essentially important towards developing a vibrant health and wellness sector in the Caribbean, particularly in Barbados, and that is essentially what I would like to spend most of my time addressing today. But nevertheless, my presentation outline will give us an overview of what the health and wellness sector is. We'll speak about the benefits of health and wellness sector, and some of what Dr. Skinner mentioned earlier, I would reiterate at some points. And then last but not least, look at our capacity currently within Barbados to essentially develop a health and wellness sector. And then last but not least, I might just leave you with a quick snapshot of a local project that I'm intimately involved in, which is trying to do just what I've mentioned, seizing the opportunity. So I'm quite sure that there are members of the audience who are quite familiar with the health and wellness sector. We have had many conferences. We have had many talks about health and wellness development, standardization in Barbados, regionally, what is Barbados' role in terms of contributing towards a regional health and wellness sector. So by no means this definition of what the health and wellness sector is, it should not be any surprise to anyone. But we say the health and wellness sector essentially emphasizes the preventative, therapeutic, and rehabilitative care provided to ailing and non-ailing individuals. So yes, the health and wellness sector essentially looks after persons who are well and persons who are not so well. We are aware because throughout the research that was done during my time as a consultant working on a project, we are aware that there are some jurisdictions which essentially have well-established sectors. North America, Asia, among others, have shown to be quite effective in pulling together their various subsectors, contributing under one theme, leading to an immense expansion of what is regarded as their health and wellness sector. Now, these sectors within these developed jurisdictions are primarily driven through tourism, right? And what I'd like to say to us here in Barbados is that outside of tourism, there are other avenues that we essentially could embark upon a successful health and wellness sector. One of the main critical problems that we have in the Caribbean and in Barbados has to do with seizing that opportunity, not recognizing that we have valuable resources, good people, warm, friendly people, which are essentially hallmark features of what is required in making this sector vibrant and rich for us in the Caribbean. So I've mentioned that point as my last bullet point on this slide, that even though we have this unique selling point or brand, we seem not to have been able to capture that in terms of our movement towards developing our sector. Now, when you look at the global health and wellness sector, we're talking about a $1 trillion industry, right? And all we want out of that is just a mere fraction. Give us 2% of $1 trillion and we'll be happy, all right? But when you look at the subsectors which essentially make up the health and wellness sector, we are talking about beauty and anti-aging sectors, products and services, complementary and alternative medicine. And probably as a pharmacologist, that is one of the reasons why I may have this interest in health and wellness. Because in pharmacology, we speak about developing drugs or understanding how drugs essentially function in effecting changes within body systems. My particular interest is medicinal plants. And I leave it right there. Right. But of course, you do have other important sectors. Of course, subsectors, you have fitness. A lot of us are into a healthy lifestyle, so we don't only eat appropriately, but we also go to the gym, we exercise, we stay fit. And all of these are business opportunities, right? Now, as it pertains to wellness and the wellness sector, the health and wellness sector, in terms of its contribution to the global tourism industry, we appreciate again that wellness tourism plays a major role. In fact, my colleague just now made mention of the creative industries, heritage tourism, etc., as being major paradigms here in Barbados that we can expand, which have been doing well for us and we can expand. But as you can see, health and wellness tourism may even capture part of what we regard as cultural tourism. All right? Cultural tourism being the most vibrant and profitable arm of tourism globally, and health and wellness, again, being very close behind cultural tourism, along with some of the other areas like culinary tourism, and of course, ecotourism, which is also a very possible idea for us here in Barbados. Now, as it pertains to the benefits of this sector, we appreciate that, yes, if we do get ourselves organized and spawn and develop this sector, we could have economic development. It's very simple mathematics, right? You come up with innovative ideas, you capture the IP, you have patents, you license the IP, or you actually work within the sector dependent on the intellectual property which you have developed, you can essentially become profitable. And you become profitable, and the country that you have your business in will benefit. And the economy will strive, you provide jobs, and people essentially can form a very good way of life and quality of life. We appreciate that the health and wellness tourism sector could also diversify our tourism product. So we don't get caught up too much into the rhetoric of the sand, the seas, and the other S word, right? But of course, we now can diversify our tourism product into other areas, right? As Dr. Skinner mentioned, why not bring persons in, right, into Barbados, into the Caribbean, to enjoy not only our sand, but for medical tourism. But there's also health and wellness tourism that we could spawn. Persons could come in for spa therapy, right, to utilize some of other resources within the Caribbean, like in Dominica. We have hot springs, which of course are tied to the natural environment which we have within the Caribbean, volcanic activity in some of our Caribbean territories. What about the other benefit, which is looking at reduced environmental impacts? Of course, we appreciate that in order to spawn any industry, we need a sustainable industry. And in order to sustain industry, we have to replenish what we use. So if we're utilizing natural products, it is important that we replenish these sources. Places such as Canada have reported significant growth in their population and also growth in life expectancy, which is a hallmark feature or indicator of the health of any given nation. And Canada has a very good model of what a healthcare system is and how health and wellness have essentially benefited their overall health sector. So quickly looking at the opportunities and the opportunities that I believe are seizable, we should be looking towards. Let's start with nutrition, right? The whole general concept of health and wellness, instigates thoughts that we should eat healthier, that we should move away from GMO foods, that we should go more organic. But there are large nutritional trends supporting this movement and also the amount of money that can be made from investing in eating healthy, right? Just to give you guys a quick snapshot of the information posed on the slide, we have functional foods. And these are essentially foods with added ingredients which essentially make the foods healthier and, of course, will lead to some health or beneficial effect in the persons who consume them. What about natural organic foods? In Barbados, we have Organic Farms Association. We need to support that association. We need to move towards organic, move away from synthesized pesticides and fertilizers, which themselves can pose harmful threats to our livelihood. But they're great sectors globally, right? And all we need to do is to play our role in being a part of those sectors and get part of that pie, which is essentially being had by the rest of the world. We have natural resources in Barbados, which can essentially help us to get there. We have a wide diversity of plants, animals that we can tap into. But let's focus on plants, right? There's a book there on medicinal plants of Barbados that I wrote 2 years ago, and it identifies at least 75 medicinal plants, right, outside of cannabis that can be explored, right, for medicinal benefits, right? But what we need to look at is value added, not using these plants in their natural form, but how to make them into sustainable, new, innovative products, which then can feed large masses of people. What about life expectancy? Global trends suggest that we're getting older, right? And, as in the population, the world's population, we don't die young anymore. We live to see our grandchildren or great-grandchildren. But what opportunities could we get out of that, right? What about in Barbados? We already know that in Barbados, we boast as having quite a number of centenarians annually, right? In fact, I believe at one point we shared the world's oldest person, right? So there are opportunities, and you might be wondering what opportunities are there in terms of life expectancy. But what about looking at anti-aging? As I mentioned before, anti-aging being a major sector going forward. The North American cosmeceutical industry is essentially one of the largest contributors to its overall cosmetic industry. And you can see that it is rapidly and constantly growing, right? And we could be a part of that. In fact, we have started. Not too long ago, we had one of our graduates from the University of West Indies who seized an opportunity when our shores were infested with sargassum seaweed. And she was able to make cosmetics, which were essentially anti-aging cosmetics out of this seaweed, which is a cosmeceutical product which she's now trying to get on market, actually patent and get on market. So there are opportunities. What about global morbidity trends? As you can see, the world is changing in its profile in terms of countries which are inflicted by non-communicable diseases. So in 2008, you had these diseases affecting more high-income countries. But now, as you can see, as it is projected when we get to 2030, that you will find middle-income and low-income countries also being affected by these conditions. In Barbados, non-communicable conditions essentially is 2/3 of the mortality figures in Barbados. 2/3 of the mortality figures. And we're speaking about all-cause mortality. We're not just speaking about mortality related to diseases, right? So that itself is a major trend that we need to curve. And we can curve it by becoming more healthy and instigating healthy practices by considering establishing business which support health, more gyms, more healthy foods, etc. And we could bring down this health budget by the government. As you can see in 2008, the total expenditure that the government essentially had to pay out to maintain the health of the nation was 7.5% of the GDP. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we now have to look at what sort of resources do we have or that we can aspire to that can essentially lead to capturing and seizing these opportunities. We have the resources, we have the natural diversity I mentioned, we have the research and development entities, the University of West Indies, we have the Barbados Community College as tertiary education institutions that can assist in the R&D, and we have a lot of support organizations throughout the region which could essentially assist us. As I said, I started by saying that there's a project 3 years ago which looked at the development of the health and wellness sector. What about getting back to the information coming out of that project and trying to build upon it, right? Now, one of the critical areas which seems to have dampened our efforts in moving forward has been the development of standards within this region. And I won't go too much in detail about this, but we need to have the regulatory authorities pull together the industry and establish standards, establish certification programs for training persons to build on the skill sets that we have, right? Which can essentially help us to apply and regulate these practices in a more orderly way so that we can get some economic benefit out of it. I will finish my presentation here identifying a project which we essentially are about to earmark in St. John College lands. And it is actually looking at identifying medicinal plants in college land and not only trying to make value-added products out of these, but essentially trying to encapsulate and package, a brand to consumers, both domestic market and also international market through tourism, looking at a full health and wellness experience, not just with products, but with services and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kohal. Thank you, Dr. Nurse, as well. We want to show some appreciation to you gentlemen as well. And I'm sure all of you here, you'll have the opportunity to network with them a little later on this afternoon. So to you gentlemen, thank you for your presentations. And if the folks will just come very quickly and make those presentations, we'll appreciate that. As they do so, I know a number of you are questioning about Wi-Fi access. You can go onto your networks. You select BIDC. The Wi-Fi password code is simple. BIDC 2016 at L3 $C. L3 $. I'll tell you easy. Write it down. BIDC 2016 at L3 $C to connect, of course. And it'll take you through the process and you'll know when you're there. You will know for sure. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached halfway mark in our program today. We thank you for being such a wonderful audience. We invite you to lunch, but before you stand up, sir, let me tell you where you go for lunch. Our reserved tables, our sponsors, speakers, and specially invited guests, you will lunch in the Tiffany restaurant, which is just through the door, turn right up the ramp, and you're there at the restaurant. All other participants, you'll go up the steps just past what was the fountain, and you'll go up. Ushers will direct you to the restaurant over there as well, the Sugar Mill restaurant. We thank you. We want to see you back in an hour. So back at 2 o'clock this afternoon as we continue our Innovate Barbados.
great cities just got closer. The Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard is now even better. Fly to New York, Miami, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale with just 20,000 Scotia points. With your new Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard, you'll receive a welcome bonus of 10,000 Scotia points, so you can enjoy the cities you love most sooner than ever. Apply today. Call 426-7000 or visit your nearest branch.
What do you think Barbados will be like in the year 2026? Text your answer to shark code 2026 and win a Samsung Galaxy S7 from Promotech.
In 10 years? We'll be able to take selfies underwater.
You'll have a job in medical tourism. You won't have time to take selfies.
With my 2026 smartphone, we can work from anywhere.
So I'll be able to send you emails from my laser projection keyboard.
And this dreaded homework will be a thing of the past. Baby Nikki will learn math and science through gaming technology, and teachers will use more interactive videos and other online media. In 2026, you won't have to wait over an hour for pizza delivery. With aquaponics, we'll be able to grow food and raise fish in the kitchen.
And everyone recycles. Well, my house will have a full solar power system. No electricity bills for me.
My house will be smarter than yours with G4S technology that controls my security alarm, lights, cameras, and puts my robot vacuum cleaner in action. No sweeping for me. I'll have extra time to go out and have fun.
In the village? That doesn't look very exciting.
In 10 years' time, it will get a complete makeover. A new food, rum, and music festival.
And you could pay for everything using cash, credit card, or Bitcoin.
Even in taxis.
I won't need a taxi. In 2026, I'm going to have an electronic car. Granny will be so excited when I take her for a Sunday evening spin.
My granny loves her early morning exercise. We're going to make the best use of the bike and jogging paths in the neighborhood park. 2026 Barbados seems awesome.
It's like Barbados 2.0.
What do you think Barbados will be like in 2026?
More great cities just got closer. The Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard is now even better. Fly to New York, Miami, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale with just 20,000 Scotia points. With your new Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard, you'll receive a welcome bonus of 10,000 Scotia points, so you can enjoy the cities you love most sooner than ever. Apply today. Call 426-7000 or visit your nearest branch.
What do you think Barbados will be like in the year 2026? Text your answer to shark code 2026 and win a Samsung Galaxy S7 from Promotech.
In 10 years? We'll be able to take selfies underwater.
You'll have a job in medical tourism. You won't have time to take selfies.
With my 2026 smartphone, we can work from anywhere.
So I'll be able to send you emails from my laser projection keyboard.
And this dreaded homework will be a thing of the past. Baby Nikki will learn math and science through gaming technology, and teachers will use more interactive videos and other online media. In 2026, you won't have to wait over an hour for pizza delivery. With aquaponics, we'll be able to grow food and raise fish in the kitchen.
And everyone recycles. Well, my house will have a full solar power system. No electricity bills for me.
My house will be smarter than yours with G4S technology that controls my security alarm, lights, cameras, and puts my robot vacuum cleaner in action. No sweeping for me. I'll have extra time to go out and have fun.
In the village? That doesn't look very exciting.
In 10 years' time, it will get a complete makeover. A new food, rum, and music festival.
And you could pay for everything using cash, credit card, or Bitcoin.
Even in taxis.
I won't need a taxi. In 2026, I'm going to have an electronic car. Granny will be so excited when I take her for a Sunday evening spin.
My granny loves her early morning exercise. We're going to make the best use of the bike and jogging paths in the neighborhood park. 2026 Barbados seems awesome.
It's like Barbados 2.0.
What do you think Barbados will be like in 2026?
More great cities just got closer. The Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard is now even better. Fly to New York, Miami, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale with just 20,000 Scotia points. With your new Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard, you'll receive a welcome bonus of 10,000 Scotia points, so you can enjoy the cities you love most sooner than ever. Apply today. Call 426-7000 or visit your nearest branch.
What do you think Barbados will be like in the year 2026? Text your answer to shark code 2026 and win a Samsung Galaxy S7 from Promotech.
In 10 years? We'll be able to take selfies underwater.
You'll have a job in medical tourism. You won't have time to take selfies.
With my 2026 smartphone, we can work from anywhere.
So I'll be able to send you emails from my laser projection keyboard.
And this dreaded homework will be a thing of the past. Baby Nikki will learn math and science through gaming technology, and teachers will use more interactive videos and other online media. In 2026, you won't have to wait over an hour for pizza delivery. With aquaponics, we'll be able to grow food and raise fish in the kitchen.
And everyone recycles. Well, my house will have a full solar power system. No electricity bills for me.
My house will be smarter than yours with G4S technology that controls my security alarm, lights, cameras, and puts my robot vacuum cleaner in action. No sweeping for me. I'll have extra time to go out and have fun.
In the village? That doesn't look very exciting.
In 10 years' time, it will get a complete makeover. A new food, rum, and music festival.
And you could pay for everything using cash, credit card, or Bitcoin.
Even in taxis.
I won't need a taxi. In 2026, I'm going to have an electronic car. Granny will be so excited when I take her for a Sunday evening spin.
My granny loves her early morning exercise. We're going to make the best use of the bike and jogging paths in the neighborhood park. 2026 Barbados seems awesome.
It's like Barbados 2.0.
What do you think Barbados will be like in 2026?
More great cities just got closer. The Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard is now even better. Fly to New York, Miami, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale with just 20,000 Scotia points. With your new Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard, you'll receive a welcome bonus of 10,000 Scotia points, so you can enjoy the cities you love most sooner than ever. Apply today. Call 426-7000 or visit your nearest branch.
What do you think Barbados will be like in the year 2026? Text your answer to shark code 2026 and win a Samsung Galaxy S7 from Promotech.
In 10 years? We'll be able to take selfies underwater.
You'll have a job in medical tourism. You won't have time to take selfies.
With my 2026 smartphone, we can work from anywhere.
So I'll be able to send you emails from my laser projection keyboard.
And this dreaded homework will be a thing of the past. Baby Nikki will learn math and science through gaming technology, and teachers will use more interactive videos and other online media. In 2026, you won't have to wait over an hour for pizza delivery. With aquaponics, we'll be able to grow food and raise fish in the kitchen.
And everyone recycles. Well, my house will have a full solar power system. No electricity bills for me.
My house will be smarter than yours with G4S technology that controls my security alarm, lights, cameras, and puts my robot vacuum cleaner in action. No sweeping for me. I'll have extra time to go out and have fun.
In the village? That doesn't look very exciting.
In 10 years' time, it will get a complete makeover. A new food, rum, and music festival.
And you could pay for everything using cash, credit card, or Bitcoin.
Even in taxis.
I won't need a taxi. In 2026, I'm going to have an electronic car. Granny will be so excited when I take her for a Sunday evening spin.
My granny loves her early morning exercise. We're going to make the best use of the bike and jogging paths in the neighborhood park. 2026 Barbados seems awesome.
It's like Barbados 2.0.
What do you think Barbados will be like in 2026?
More great cities just got closer. The Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard is now even better. Fly to New York, Miami, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale with just 20,000 Scotia points. With your new Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard, you'll receive a welcome bonus of 10,000 Scotia points, so you can enjoy the cities you love most sooner than ever. Apply today. Call 426-7000 or visit your nearest branch.
What do you think Barbados will be like in the year 2026? Text your answer to shark code 2026 and win a Samsung Galaxy S7 from Promotech.
In 10 years? We'll be able to take selfies underwater.
You'll have a job in medical tourism. You won't have time to take selfies.
With my 2026 smartphone, we can work from anywhere.
So I'll be able to send you emails from my laser projection keyboard.
And this dreaded homework will be a thing of the past. Baby Nikki will learn math and science through gaming technology, and teachers will use more interactive videos and other online media. In 2026, you won't have to wait over an hour for pizza delivery. With aquaponics, we'll be able to grow food and raise fish in the kitchen.
And everyone recycles. Well, my house will have a full solar power system. No electricity bills for me.
My house will be smarter than yours with G4S technology that controls my security alarm, lights, cameras, and puts my robot vacuum cleaner in action. No sweeping for me. I'll have extra time to go out and have fun.
In the village? That doesn't look very exciting.
In 10 years' time, it will get a complete makeover. A new food, rum, and music festival.
And you could pay for everything using cash, credit card, or Bitcoin.
Even in taxis.
I won't need a taxi. In 2026, I'm going to have an electronic car. Granny will be so excited when I take her for a Sunday evening spin.
My granny loves her early morning exercise. We're going to make the best use of the bike and jogging paths in the neighborhood park. 2026 Barbados seems awesome.
It's like Barbados 2.0.
What do you think Barbados will be like in 2026?
More great cities just got closer. The Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard is now even better. Fly to New York, Miami, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale with just 20,000 Scotia points. With your new Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard, you'll receive a welcome bonus of 10,000 Scotia points, so you can enjoy the cities you love most sooner than ever. Apply today. Call 426-7000 or visit your nearest branch.
you think Barbados will be like in the year 2026. Text your answer to shark code 2026 and win a Samsung Galaxy S7 from Promotech.
In 10 years? We'll be able to take selfies underwater.
You'll have a job in medical tourism. You won't have time to take selfies.
With my 2026 smartphone, we can work from anywhere.
So I'll be able to send you emails from my laser projection keyboard.
And this dreaded homework will be a thing of the past. Baby Nikki will learn math and science through gaming technology, and teachers will use more interactive videos and other online media. In 2026, you won't have to wait over an hour for pizza delivery. With aquaponics, we'll be able to grow food and raise fish in the kitchen.
And everyone recycles. Well, my house will have a full solar power system. No electricity bills for me.
My house will be smarter than yours with G4S technology that controls my security alarm, lights, cameras, and puts my robot vacuum cleaner in action. No sweeping for me. I'll have extra time to go out and have fun.
In the village? That doesn't look very exciting.
In 10 years' time, it will get a complete makeover. A new food, rum, and music festival.
And you could pay for everything using cash, credit card, or Bitcoin.
Even in taxis.
I won't need a taxi. In 2026, I'm going to have an electronic car. Granny will be so excited when I take her for a Sunday evening spin.
My granny loves her early morning exercise. We're going to make the best use of the bike and jogging paths in the neighborhood park. 2026 Barbados seems awesome.
It's like Barbados 2.0. What do you think Barbados will be like in 2026?
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Something tells me lunch was A-OK. The mingling, the mixing, the conversation continues. Welcome back to Innovate Barbados 2016, transforming tomorrow. Today, kindly take your seats. We are about to resume. This morning, we received very in-depth information and very exciting possibilities explored. And so we want to continue that for the remainder of the day. Something tells me it's going to be ending in a very good way. So it's good to have you back. One of the things that for me resonated very well from all of our speakers earlier today was how important it is to associate oneself with people or processes that really inspire. And I'm so pleased today to recognize my own godmother in the crowd. I looked out upon the crowd and I saw her and I thought, wow, now I have my second wind. Maureen Edwards, good afternoon to you. Beautiful lady right there sitting with Lynette Holder. Good to have your godmama. And I see also my good friend Annette Beckett, who has been working really well with your farm and finding new and innovative ways of moving dairy produce and products onto the market in very efficient ways. I recognize you too, Annette. Good to have you as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we'll ask one question. What's the big idea? I'll invite now to stage 4 entrepreneurs who will share their professional and personal experience as innovators. Their companies, each of them on the verge of something revolutionary, are a testimony to the possibilities of tomorrow. The gentlemen will come share now, and I want to hear from Oliver Gale, who is the co-founder and president of BIT, Mr. Sean Carter, the managing director of Rima Cooling, Dane Sadler, the executive chef, Caribbean Villa Chefs, and Shannon Clark, CEO and co-founder of MediReview.com and CarePoint.co. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome them. I was just about to say that, Shannon, thanks. Well, it seems as if Sean is having a difficulty with his microphone. As soon as he's ready, he'll talk to us a little bit more about how he manages, how he is able to bring the big idea through what he does in Rima Cooling. Are we together now, Sean?
Yeah, we should be.
Good, I can hear you.
Hi, good afternoon. Everybody hear me? Hi. First, let me say thanks to BIDC for the invitation to be here. I can see I'm in good company, looking through the crowd. I see many familiar faces. Let me just say a little bit about my journey. When I first got the invitation, I wasn't too sure exactly on what I will speak on, so I decided I will speak on what I'm an expert at. And that's basically my journey. I know my journey better than anything else. I would have started Rima Cooling not in the way that's best advised. I would have resigned from working with an air conditioning company, and I just hit the road hustling. I would have gone from doing a job and using money from that job to buy tools, and doing another job, using money from that to buy tools, and that's basically how I started. However, that was being self-employed. And, you know, being self-employed, I found myself in a rut, just going round in a circle, working at extremely long hours, wearing all the hats in the business, and really not going anywhere. So after a couple of years of doing that, I decided that, you know what, I have to make a change. And I decided in 2012 to actually bring some systems in place, bring some structures in place, and actually set up a business. And then I realized there was a huge difference between being self-employed and actually having a business. However, there were other players in the air conditioning industry that were telling me, you know, to jump into the market and not only looking to provide services, but also looking to provide goods. They were saying, you know, Sean, you're not going to survive. So there was a lot of naysayers, but there was a lot of good advice as well. So I realized I had to be innovative. I had to be innovative in many different ways, because when you're wearing many hats, there's only so much that you can do. So you have to really be creative, not necessarily only as it relates to bringing a new product to market, but you got to find creative ways in getting stuff done with limited resources and with limited staff. All right? So that brought me to actually doing some research for 2 years internationally as it relates to solar energy. We would have formed some strategic alliances with some solar companies here in Barbados, where we would go in and do some energy audits for their customers. And as a result, their customers started asking us about solar air conditioning. So the idea really didn't even start with me. It actually started with the customer. You know, I've also learned along the way that sometimes we, as business owners, we try to brainstorm and try to come up with all of these ideas as to how to make our customers more satisfied. And sometimes, not sometimes, what I've found the easiest way is to simply ask the customers, ask them what they want and find a way to actually deliver that to them. So customers actually asked for the solar air conditioning, which is brand new to Barbados. We are only the second company in the region that actually supplies the solar air conditioners. So before I go into my presentation, my slide presentation, I'll give you a little bit of info on these systems. So we have two systems. One is a standard solar air conditioner, which is a hybrid system. It saves you 40% of your electrical consumption. The other system is what we call a solar inverter, which saves you as much as 60% of your electrical consumption. And then there's a 100% solar system, which will be completely off the grid. I would have found a company in Australia. We Skyped, we had many conversations. They had a really good product, but they were really far, and shipping from there would have been a huge problem. So I did some more searching, found a company in America, and that company then led me to a company in St. Lucia. So I flew down to St. Lucia, worked at the company for a week for free just to get some hands-on experience, see the problem, the common problems that they were experiencing with this product. I had some very good advice from some meetings at Fund Access, and it was advised not to, jump all in and, go for this 20-foot container, but, just bring in a couple samples. And as a result of that, I actually learned a little bit about the logistics, a little bit about dealing with customs and stuff like that. And that's pretty much how we have gotten involved in the renewable energy sector as it relates to solar air conditioning. We have been operating basically with this product in Barbados for the past 2 years, and we recently launched in Guyana in March this year, and we are still in the process of really establishing the business model for Guyana, because the climate in Guyana is quite different to the climate here in Barbados. Right. So four of us, my colleagues and I, we're speaking on what's the big idea. Like I said, in business, you have to be innovative. You have to be creative. And as I said again, it's not only about a product, a new product, because after introducing the product, then we still had to find innovative ways. For example, when I brought in the samples, without having any money. How did I do that? I approached one of my customers that was very interested in the product, and I told him he wanted 2 systems. I wanted to bring in 5. I told him, if you pay for this product up front, then I will install one completely free, and you just have to pay for the second one. He said, well, that's a no-brainer. That's a fantastic idea, Sean. That's how I got my first 2 AC units here. Likewise, I did the same thing with another customer, pitched the same deal to him. Again, he said, fantastic idea. So I was able to land product here in Barbados without having the capital to actually land the product here. So I just say that to say that, you know, again, you're being creative, you're being innovative, you got to think outside the box. Don't let finances limit you, don't let naysayers limit you, don't let anyone limit you. And I remember when I entered Buying Company 2 years ago, some of my colleagues were very scared about entering Buying Company because they were thinking, you know, suppose I go into Buying Company and somebody with the capital, here's this idea and steals my idea. For me, I never had that fear because nobody has the passion that I have for this business. I've researched it. I've researched the market. I've researched the product. I did that for over 2 years. I'm passionate about what I do. I love people. And so one of the first things that I would say is it's very important to be, in my opinion, to be a social entrepreneur. Now, what do I mean by a social entrepreneur? Now, I'm sure we've all heard the saying, if you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. But if you teach a man to fish, you know, basically he can feed himself for a lifetime. A social entrepreneur, however, seeks to completely transform the whole fishing industry. So it's not only that you look for a problem in society, it doesn't have to be environmental, but you look for a problem in society and you look to find a way to solve this problem. Secondly, I would say that make sure that you are passionate about whatever this thing is or this problem is. What drives me is passion. As a small business, we, just like other small businesses, we have humps, we have hurdles, but what keeps me going is the passion that I have for it. It's not the finances, it's not the money, because sometimes the time that I spend away from my family, there's no amount of money that there's no value that I could put to that. My family will always come first. So it's the passion that keeps you going, once your family is on board. So that's my first point. Just a few points I want to share. And the first thing is to be a social entrepreneur. You know, see how you could actually help Barbados to be a better place. See how you could improve the standard in living in wherever sphere, whichever industry that you are in, and be passionate about it, because that will keep you going. Now, this ties into it a little bit, because as I said just now, it can't be just about money. If it's, even for my staff, you know, when again, being creative, being innovative, got to find ideas to motivate the staff, and it can't always be financial. Money will work with some guys, money doesn't work with other guys. So you come with incentives, you come with employee of the month, you have different little bonuses that you do even before Christmas. Again, being creative, being innovative, just to keep the guys motivated. And it's not all about money. Again, even in hiring, sometimes, you know, there's guys that come in, we have an interview, somebody has this idea about what their pay should be, somebody else has this idea about what their pay should be. But again, we don't let that be a hindrance, because if the personality type fits our culture, and this person might be costing us a little more than the other person, then we go with the person who fits the culture of our company. Stand out from among the crowd. Like I said, you know, we are the only company in Barbados who specialize in solar air conditioning. We are the second company in the Caribbean, and we now have our second location in Guyana. That in itself is unique. The product is unique, but we can't camp out there and say, well, you know, we have a unique product, so we just, any old how, we just operate any old how. No, we even find ways to stand out, even as it relates to our customer service. We find ways to stand out as it relates to our social media service. So we, just like we do, we're solving a problem in society where we did a survey, and the majority of people said, you know what, we don't have a problem with the upfront costs of air conditioning. It's the electricity bills that are really killing us. So we found a solution for that by introducing these solar air conditioners. So what we do is, for any form of renewable energy, I realized a couple of years ago that you have to start with educating. So we spend a lot of time educating the public. And as the slide said before, we give free advice without paying for it. Right? We be educating people, because the more educated you are, then you can make a more informed decision. So we systematically, through our drip campaigns, continue to educate the public about renewable energy. It doesn't only have to be about solar products or air conditioning products, but we continue to just educate the public about the different forms of renewable energy and things that you could do that would actually help Barbados to reduce the fuel import bill. We have a huge fuel import bill. Our fuel import bill is over $600,000 million per year, which is huge. That's more than 10% of our GDP. So anything that we could do, being responsible citizens, to reduce that fuel import bill, it helps the economy. It helps Barbados. Which leads me to the other point, which is creating value. Now, for me, initially, when I thought about creating value, I thought about creating value for my customers. As we went through different stages, I realized I have to create value not only for my customers, but for our investors and shareholders as well. Again, there's several things that you could do to create value. For us, one of the things that we did was we offer free consultation, we offer free delivery. Again, like I mentioned, we stay in contact with our customers and we give them free advice on how to care for their system. Things as simple as changing your incandescent bulbs to LED lights and stuff like that. These are simple, very simple ways that doesn't have to expense the company, where you actually adding value to the service that you provide. The product of itself is adding value because it's reducing the electricity bill, and with our solar inverters, we actually have the most energy efficient air conditioner on the market throughout the Caribbean. So the product in itself is value. One of the other things I learned was that persons don't necessarily mind paying a little bit more once they're getting value for money. So our solar inverters are a little more expensive than the other air conditioners on the market, but yet we are still in business in the midst of a recession. Why is that? Because there's value for money. And I find that to be again, very, very, very important, value for money. So find creative ways, to add value to your brand, to your business, to your product, to yourself. And in conclusion, finally, my final slide is your network is equal to your net worth. So events like this is fantastic when you have the breaks and you have an opportunity to make some mingle and to network. BCCI meetings, and there's several other opportunities to network. For me, Bank on Me was a great networking opportunity. It brought me in spaces that I probably would not have been in. I met persons I probably would not have met. And as a result, we had lots of business just from those relationships. For me, from scratch until now, and probably until any day, I will continue to build the business one relationship after the other. Now, the larger we get, then the relationship is slightly different to how it used to be 2 years ago because of the volume of customers that we have. But it doesn't stop you from being relational. I have somebody that manages my LinkedIn account as it relates to posts, but I deal with the messages. So when somebody sends me a message, I respond to that message. When somebody sends us a message or send me a message if it's a general message, somebody deals with that. If it's a message to me, I respond to it. Because I believe in building relationships and in keeping it personal. Believe it or not, I mean, we're still small, but we have lots of customers, and I still know every customer by name. I could be at the office at any point in time, and a customer's name is called, and I know the name of that person. I know who that person is, because that's what I have committed to. So I'm not saying it's going to work for everybody, but it's just a suggestion of I'm just saying what works for me. So again, just saying, your networking is, especially for a small economy like Barbados, networking is very, very essential. Because of networking and relationships, that's how we were able to leverage and to get into Guyana. And we are actually networking in Guyana now and reaching out to Suriname as well. And that is only through networks, because there's only so much that you can do as an individual, and there's only so much that your company as well can do. Finally, what I will say is, make sure that you remain passionate about what you're doing. make sure that you're always learning. For me, I am always, always, always learning, because you can't grow unless you invest in yourself. And that is very, very vital. We could get locked down into the day-to-day activity, whether it is hands-on in the field or whether it's managing the business, and we could work very long hours, but you got to take some time to invest in you. That could be physically, it could be spiritually, it could be emotionally, it could be intellectually, but you must invest in yourself. So for me, that's something that I do. I keep reading to improve me as a person. One of the things that winning Bank on Me did, it gave me many opportunities to meet a lot of people, and what I'm doing is constantly learning from these people as I go along. So it's not about, you know, the bottom line in the business, but it's about me becoming a better person. So hope you've enjoyed what I've shared, you've gathered something from it that would have made sense, that would have impacted you. Feel free to ask me questions after the session, and I thank you for your attentiveness.
Thank you, Sean Carter, Managing Director of Rima Cooling. What's the big idea? Let's hear it now from Oliver Gale, the co-founder and president of BIT.
Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me. It's lovely to see these type of events, and you know, this is needed. We need to have encouragement of entrepreneurship and sharing of ideas. And I want to start by discussing how we came upon the idea that transformed into BIT. So just out of curiosity, how many in the audience have heard of Bitcoin? You just raise your hands. When we started on our adventure in 2012, my partner and I, the number of people that knew about Bitcoin in Barbados was around 2. He introduced the subject to me, and I thought it was fascinating. And I started doing some research onto what a Bitcoin was, what the technology meant, and what it represented. And I basically took everything that I was doing in my life and said, this is an idea. This is a big idea, and it's an idea worth setting these other goals and objectives to the side for one time. Some of you may know, many of you may not, I was a full-time recording artist in Barbados. I had an entertainment company. I used to do nightlife events and performed around the world singing reggae and hip-hop music. So when I discovered Bitcoin, the idea of taking my passion and a dream which I was successfully achieving and putting it aside was a huge decision for me. And it comes back down to the theme of this conference, which is big ideas. Because as soon as I started looking at Bitcoin, you know, my partner and I, we realized that this was way more than just a virtual currency. This was way more than Bitcoin. It was actually about something called blockchain technology. And, you know, fast forward 4 years, and approximately half of the people in the room have heard of Bitcoin. Around the world, there have been billions of dollars of investment into blockchain technology, and there is wave after wave of innovative startups from every corner of the globe tackling problems with new technology. And I think, you know, before I dive into what BIT is, because I think it's important that we start to translate that message across to Barbadians and people in the Caribbean better, because it's still the #1 question that I get when I walk down the road, is that we have an opportunity here from little Barbados to innovate. We have the internet, we have smartphones, we can connect people, we have access to knowledge resources which were previously inaccessible. We have increasing access to solar energy and renewable energy sources, 3D printing, robotics. Technology is facilitating us, and as an island, we have a shared destiny. We are in this together, and really there is so much opportunity that is staggering, really. So what we need to do as an island is encourage entrepreneurship, encourage people who have big ideas to follow those ideas, because although if you look at the end destination, it may seem impossible, if you take it one step at a time, the journey can be achieved. So is this a PDF or is this a slideshow? Because, good, it's a slideshow. So what is Bit? We took this the idea of Bitcoin, this blockchain technology, and what is a blockchain? Let's start there. A blockchain is a shared ledger. It's like an accounting ledger, and it's distributed to different computers and users around the world. And any entry that goes into that accounting ledger, if you want to think of it that way, is shared with everyone else in the network. And what that does is it removes the need to check on whether or not the counterparty to any transaction online has the same information that you have, because you are sharing a collective ledger. And it was first applied to Bitcoin as a currency. It has since been applied to mobile money. It has since been applied to digitization of fiat currency. This is one of the things Bit is doing, to land title registry, to tracking goods and services on the Internet of Things. There are many pioneers around the world who, and well-established entrepreneurs who've come forward and said, yep, blockchain technology is as innovative and groundbreaking as the Internet itself. So when you look at the opportunities that this technology alone represents, and companies like Bit are opening the avenues to, there are 10 businesses that I can list. I've listed some of them. Just off the top of my head, insurance is another one, microlending is another one. The opportunities for entrepreneurs are endless, really. And we can do it from Barbados because we're connected to the wider economy. However, there are problems that we face in the Caribbean in connecting to the wider economy. And we've been facing them for well over a decade, for decades. And that is the payment infrastructure. And that is the problem that we tackled that Bit and said this needs to be solved. Because if we can solve payments in Barbados and the Caribbean, then there is a whole infrastructure of new businesses that can be built on top of that. So whether it's Airbnb, Uber, your own business coming in, selling your goods and services online, these are things that can be facilitated with a payment network, an open and accessible, transparent payment network, and that's exactly what Bit is. Bit is a financial technology company that is building a payment network to allow people to transfer money between their smartphones to pay for goods and services online, to facilitate cross-border remittance, whether it's from a bank to a bank or from a user to a user, whether it's to pay your bill on your smartphone or whether it's to make a payroll payment to your employees and staff. Because if you build a payment network, what you can do with that is facilitate commerce. So what are some of the problems that we're facing in Barbados, and what are some of the problems that we're facing in the Caribbean on the whole? Well, 60% of people in the Caribbean are unbanked or underbanked. That means they operate in the informal economy, they're cash-driven, they don't have a bank account. Why don't they have a bank account? Often it's because they don't have their identification documents sufficiently in place. Quite often it's also because they don't have trust to put their money in a bank, or they've lost faith in the financial institutions. We've seen a lot of this happening around the region. And more recently, it's actually a different force entirely, which is correspondent banking pressures. So the way our indigenous banks in the Caribbean work, in Barbados works, is they have a, say, if you're using US dollars, your US dollars are held in a correspondent bank. Say that correspondent bank is in New York. That bank has to look at the bank in Barbados and look at all of the customers in Barbados, and they have to take a decision about the risk involved in offering that bank a US dollar account. And what we have found, and what is happening all around the Caribbean, to the point where this is now a systemic issue. I was at a conference in Jamaica a couple of weeks ago, and one of the heads of regional, of the largest correspondent banks that serves the region said, you know what happens when we close a bank account? It's effectively a trade embargo. So there is a serious issue that underlines some of the stagnation in our economy. And the issue comes down to the payment infrastructure. We are not connected to the international business community the way that we could be. We're not even connected to our peers in the room financially the way that we could be. Things are slow and expensive, and the banks themselves, well, we have none in indigenous banks in Barbados, they're Canadian. But the banks around the Caribbean are facing this challenge of correspondent banking de-risking, where they look at the Caribbean as a collective and they say, well, you know what? Your portfolio is about the size of one European medium-sized bank, and it's just not worth the risk. So good luck and figure it out. And then that trickles down, and the entrepreneurs who are trying to start businesses and are trying to innovate and use the power of the internet, and they have these fantastic ideas, and they're saying, this is great, but how am I going to get paid, and how am I going to sell my goods and services? So these are the things that this little idea of Bitcoin and blockchain technology opened up as a gateway for us to solve. So I've discussed the mobile wallet, where you can send and receive money on your phone. And BID has been working very closely with the Central Bank of Barbados, the Financial Services Commission, with full transparency to do, and we've already made history. We were the first company in the world to work with the central bank and digitize a Barbadian dollar and send that from one person to another, and we did that in February. Thank you. And that was a big idea. We had a big idea, and we said, listen, you know, the journey of how we got here is an interesting one. I'm not sure I'm going to have enough time to talk about that journey entirely, but that was a milestone moment, and that brought attention to Barbados from around the world. And within 2 short months, we found ourselves being invested into by Overstock.com. They're the 7th largest online retailer on the planet. And it was because we had an idea. Thank you. Well, while we're making history, it was the largest Series A of a technology company in the Caribbean, and we had the largest seed round of a technology company in the Caribbean. And that is not, what I want everyone to take away from that is have big ideas, because big ideas with the right execution attract the big thinkers and the big investors. And that's what this island needs, is big ideas. That's what the Caribbean needs to do, is start thinking about how we can fend for ourselves, how we can innovate on these shores. And it is by not being afraid to take a leap, to leave what you're comfortable at, and to drive forward. So the first thing we did was we set up an exchange in Barbados. That was an exchange because you can't use Bitcoin to buy goods on Amazon or on Overstock.com if you don't have access to the virtual currency. So we said we're going to create a way in which you could swap these assets. And then that created a problem. Okay, so we're going to allow Barbadians to access virtual currencies like Bitcoin, but who's selling virtual currencies for Barbadian dollars? So we said, all right, well, who would potentially use this technology? Maybe international business companies, maybe merchants who have bills to pay in Barbados but goods to sell in the international market would be willing to use a virtual currency to transfer money into Barbados at a lower cost without having to go through the expensive correspondent banking networks. And so we said, okay, cool, we're gonna have to expand our vision. It can't just be a digital asset exchange. We're gonna have to include a merchant processor in our scope and our vision, and that's what we did. And we thought, well, money transfer as well. What about people working outside of Barbados and sending money into Barbados? Maybe they're going to want to benefit from lower transfer fees, from this open technology that allows, remember, these ledgers are allowing you to communicate. Financial institutions and actors all around the world can communicate without having to have a trusted relationship. You're sharing information on a common protocol, the same way I can send an email from a Gmail to a Yahoo account. I use a protocol to communicate, to orchestrate the transaction. So we introduced those. So some of the problems that we see ourselves solving are lack of regulatory frameworks. At BIT, we've traveled around many of the islands in the Caribbean. We've spoken with Central Bank of Barbados, Eastern Caribbean, Central Bank, Bank of Jamaica, Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, Central Bank of Curacao, Cayman Island Monetary Authority, the list goes on. Because this technology can be applied and is being applied all around the world. And the most important thing that we can do as in this shared destiny of Barbadians, but also as CARICOM citizens, is give ourselves the sovereignty of our financial architecture. Now, the problems as we have progressed through the years, it's like going down a rabbit hole. You think you're going to start with one thing, then you look back a few years later and you realize that you're tackling problems. At every step, the problem gets bigger and bigger because the problem is systemic. We need to integrate our payment systems throughout the region so that I can spend, whether it's through a card or on my mobile device, my funds in Barbados, in Jamaica, in Trinidad, in New York. And that is the big problem, and that is the big thing that we're tackling right now a bit, is to work with the central banks and the commercial banks around the Caribbean to provide them with this innovative technology. The technology allows for better KYC, better understanding of who is using your payment network, and it allows commerce to be done between islands and into the international business community at a lower cost. And most importantly, while working with the central banks and being the first company to digitize fiat currency with the permission of a central bank, we want to take it one step further. At BIT, we want to be the first company in the world and the first country in the world to issue the Barbadian dollar as legal tender onto a blockchain, reducing the costs, increasing the transparency, reducing the friction of transfers. And I haven't gone very far through my slideshow because I'm talking and I think my time is up. But when you look at, and my presentation's been cut, when you look at the impact that digital currency and mobile money type systems have had in places like Kenya, it's contributed upwards of 20% to GDP. So when we're looking at what the big idea is and what the solution is in little old Barbados, well, the big idea is that we can be the first again. The big idea is that we can create a fluid economy, a more robust economy driven on blockchain technology. The big idea is that we can make Barbados a financial hub for the Caribbean, as it has been in the past, but to further take it one step further than that. The big idea is that we create payment infrastructure to allow entrepreneurs to have ideas and to build on those ideas and to drive and create for this island. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver Gale, co-founder and president of BIT. Let's hear now from the executive chef of Caribbean Villa Chefs, Dane Sadler.
afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? I am here just to tell my story of how I got here. I'd like to thank BIDC for inviting me. They obviously saw me as somebody being a successful entrepreneur. I just see myself as someone who had an idea, put things in motion, and got where I am today. Nothing special. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs think that. They have an idea, they get it to market, and they run with it. If it becomes successful, they're happy. If not, they curl up, cry, and try again. I was always a defiant child growing up. I questioned authority. I had ideas. If I had an idea, I had to do it. Regardless of if it was told yes or no, I had to do it. So growing up, that was always me. And my parents always, they never gave me what I wanted if I asked. I had to work for it. So coming up, I always had to find ways of getting what I wanted. And that followed me all the way into adulthood. So you may see a child growing up and being rebellious. It may be the creative side being held back. You may want to bring it out. You just have to find a way for it to come out. When I was 15, I wanted a bicycle. My father said you have to work for it, so I started selling newspapers. I would get up in the morning, 4 o'clock, walk, sell papers. 16, I was selling my lunch at school to get money to buy something I wanted. So I was always trying to find a way to do something. So I've always enjoyed cooking. I started out at Queen's College. I went to the hotel school, finished there. Then I went on to do my bachelor's degree in Miami. I came back. The only obvious thing to do was to work in a hotel, aim to become an executive chef, so that's what I did. In doing so, I was fortunate enough to travel the region working. I worked in Mustique, St. Lucia, Jamaica, and a few other islands along the way. And my last job while I was here in Barbados, I was stagnant. I'd come back from St. Lucia. It was the only job I could find when I came back, so I settled for it. It limited my creativity. I went work, peel potatoes, cook steak for 2 years straight. You know, when you first get a job, they tell you all these wonderful things. There's room for growth, we'll train you. There's a lot of opportunity, and then you get in it, and you're just in a rut. And when I get in that rut and become stagnant, I become rebellious. So I had run-ins with the authority there, and for a hotel of such magnitude, the problems I was having as the chef of that restaurant, it was frustrating. I one day went to work and there was no salt to cook with. And you wouldn't believe it. There was no salt to cook with. And I had an epiphany then. I was like, I can't do this anymore. I've been doing this for years and same problems and no solution. So I decided, you know what? I can't work for anybody anymore. I could work with them, but I can't work for them. So being as I was a chef for 15 years then, the only thing I could think of that I could do was cook. But I didn't want to cater because there are tons of caterers out there. But people say, if food will taste good, so it will sell. But there have a lot of people that food tastes good. So I wouldn't stand out just because my food tasted good. I had to come up with something innovative that would sell me without me having to sell myself. I was given the opportunity to work at a villa over a Christmas period. Somebody called me, they were looking for a chef. And I asked her how she found out about me. She said it was referrals. So I asked her if there was no company that had an agency set up to refer chefs like you do a temp company for secretaries, and she said no. So something started ticking in my head. So I did that for 10 days. I realized I had nobody to answer to. I was my own boss. I could be as creative as I wanted to be, and the pay was much better than it was at the hotel. So I decided then and there that was the direction I wanted to go, but I didn't know how I would go about it exactly. So I started researching, and that's one thing speaking to a lot of entrepreneurs, I realized they don't do. They have an idea, they think it's goal, and they just start working on it. But they don't research the competition, they don't research their market, they don't see who have done it before, why they've failed, or why they've succeeded. So I took it upon myself to do my research. I would work from 2 to 11 at the hotel, go home, and work from 12 to 2 on my business. Started looking at companies in the US and Europe, see what trends there were in food, if it was in Barbados, how I could apply it here. Would it be feasible? Was there a market? And I did that for about 6 months. I realized if I wanted to do a business like this and attract a high net worth individual, I would need to look the part to attract the clientele I wanted. And I was only one person, and I could only earn one stream of revenue as one person. But if I had persons working for me, that would be multiple revenue incomes coming in. So I spoke with some guys I work with, pitched them the idea. They were all frustrated too and wanted to leave. So we decided we would come together, I would form the company, and we would each play a role in developing the business. So we had one guy, he had the gift of the gab. So he could talk, he could sell you anything. So I had him pitching ideas to prospective clients. There was one guy, good-looking guy, the ladies liked him, so I would send him out to talk with the ladies. No, everybody played a part because we each had our strengths, but we had one goal in mind, to be free and independent. And I registered the company in April of 2011. We were also working for the hotel then. I registered the company then, and I would send out letters. I sent out about 500 letters in 2 months to different companies all around the world. In the research, I realized strategic alliances were the best way of growing, networking, as we all said. So I reached out to companies already dealing with the target client I wanted, travel agencies, luxury villas, concierge services. So I reached out to them. And the funniest thing about it, the companies in the US and Europe, they're all happy to see that there was a company offering chefs for hire, because it was a request. It was highly requested, but there was no one locally facilitating it. I reached out to companies here, and they were hesitant to work with me. You're new, you don't have any track record, we're not sure. So, and in my field, I've learned you only get respected when you step outside of Barbados, get successful, and come back in. So it was the same thing here. So we started, and it was about 3 months in. One night I was emailing, and I saw an email. I thought it was spam. It was because it said American Express. So I thought it was one of these credit card spams. I opened it. American Express had a client in the Caribbean that was looking for a chef, and they said they found me on Google, and if I would be interested and to send them some information. Long story short, I sent them. A week later, I had a ticket to fly down to meet the client. And that was the eye-opener for me. I was like, if I could get 10 of these clients throughout the region and have my chefs fly out, and I didn't have any startup costs because the client covered everything, the travel, accommodation. We didn't need any equipment because we used the equipment at the villa or the residence of the client. So I had a low startup cost. I had the talent there. I just had to export it. So that opened the door for me. And I was still working at the hotel then. And I decided this is the direction I wanted to go, so I did what I had to do. So I took some sick leave. I flew down to the client. I didn't have any choice. I flew down to the client. I got that contract, and this is 5 years later. I still fly down. Actually, when I leave here, I'm going to the airport to fly down again this afternoon. But I've always had the philosophy, you do what you have to do now so you could do what you want to do later in life. And that's what I had to do. But I was still working for the hotel, and I had to fly down whenever the client was coming. So I had to fast track the process to get out. And I had linked up with a small business company, helping small businesses to reach the potential they wanted. So we started ad campaigns, we streamlined the look of the website, and we did a print ad in one of the high network magazines that would target the client I wanted. But the chef I was working with was also in the same magazine, so that caused problems. And word was going around the hotel that we had started the company, we were growing, we were doing big things. So, long story short, HR called me, told me, we see what you're doing, there's a conflict of interest, you have to either close down the company or resign. And I already in my head had a timeline that I was leaving in a few months. So I told them, do what you have to do, because I'm not closing. So they fired me. I already had my clothes in the car to bring back, because I saw it coming. So they fired me. I brought back their stuff. It ended up in a lawsuit, and I won for wrongful dismissal, because there was no conflict of interest. But I already knew what I wanted to do, so I took the risk and I dove right in. So after that happened, people asked me, what if it doesn't work out? You know, I had 2 young children then. I had just moved into a new apartment. So I had all these things on my shoulder. And people asked me, what if it didn't succeed? But I never thought of it failing. So I didn't have a contingency plan. There was only one way to go, and that was to the top. So I stuck with it. And here I am 5 years later. We export chefs now to about 6 different islands in the Caribbean. I've been as far as Fiji and London working. We work with a number of agencies here, ICA, Inter-America Agricultural, Society for Agriculture, Heart and Stroke Foundation on NCDs. We are now into catering. We have done a number of events over the crop over seasons. We have contracts in Spain, Canada, and the US, and along with major companies here on the island. In speaking with entrepreneurs, I realize their main objective is to work for themselves, get rich, and live good. If I had known how hard it was being an entrepreneur before I started, I wouldn't have done it. I would still be working for somebody. Up to yesterday, I saw a friend of mine who owns a business. He said he wished he could just get up, go to work, and receive a paycheck. It's hard. I think it's hard to hear setting up a business when there are so many different elements you have to consider that you don't see before you actually start. We were discussing this at lunch. BIDC has systems in place. I don't think everybody knows about them, because I know entrepreneurs, people that are willing to take the risks but are not sure of how to go about it. So events like this, networking sessions, are vital for the growth of entrepreneurship in Barbados and in the region, because Barbados is a small market in the region, and with technology at hand, we can reach anywhere in the world and sell our products anywhere in the world. So I just want to see more agencies coming forward and letting prospective entrepreneurs know that there are systems available, help is at hand. No one will steal your idea, because a lot of persons think, you know, like Sean said, if you put your idea out there, that somebody will take it and run with it. You have the vision for where you want your business to go, and if you're passionate about it, somebody else might mimic it, but they can't do it like how you did. I started the business 2 years after I started. Somebody told me there was somebody doing the same thing. I said, no problem. I checked out the person's website. They had stolen my website verbatim and copied it and put it there. They didn't last. I think after a few months or so, he packed up because it wasn't working for him. I knew where I wanted to go. I knew how I wanted to do, and I knew who I wanted to target. And I did my research. I did online training courses in marketing, branding. I taught myself basically. And then I asked for help because I have the talent, but I did not know how to formulate the business as a business should be formulated. So I asked for help. I wasn't scared. And I wasn't worried about somebody stealing it because I know where I wanted to go and how I wanted it to do it. Just like to thank you again for listening, and feel free to contact me with any questions.
Thank you, Dean. Who would have thought, as rebellious as you were? Let's hear the story now from Shannon Clark, CEO and co-founder of MediReview.com and CarePoint.co.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. It's really, really great to be here. I am actually very, very humbled. We only started our business in June this year itself. So to be here, I mean, I'm amazingly appreciative, as well as to be here with these innovators as well. I mean, I really have to clap them up for all the talk that they've given so far, as well as the feedback we're actually getting from the crowd. But I have a question though, where are the female innovators? I got to talk to both the event coordinators, like, you know, we should have some new women here. But I'm going to go into it. So I think that's a problem, you know. It's politically incorrect not to have women here. It's just economically wrong. Some of the best businesses are run by women. Anyways, yeah, clap that up. That's a real thing. So yeah, I'm really, really appreciative to be here. I am the CEO of CarePoint. That basically means that I'm the person who takes all the blame and none of the credit. And for the past 2 years, my team and I, we've been working on digital solutions to help doctors to save lives within the Caribbean. So I just want to talk a bit about the innovation. So, okay, sorry. What CarePoint is, essentially we're a communications hub for doctors to manage follow-up as well as referrals, following up with their patients using automated text messaging, as well as referring their patients to other doctors without having to depend on phone calls and fax machines. I'm going to go into why that's so important, but let's talk a bit about ideas and innovation. What is it? I'm just going to say really and truly, a lot of people have this whole thing about, oh, we have a big idea and whatnot. What's the point? But really and truly, all the ideas really is, are you solving an existing problem? Not really about commercializing it. But innovation is when you actually bring in new value into an existing market. And you're going to notice that all the speakers here, including the ones right here as well, have been talking about creating value as well as solving problems. That's really, really essential when you're talking about any innovation. Clicking, but it's not happening. So what have we been doing in our team? So for the past 2 years, I said we've done some stuff, and we built a mobile app as well as a digital platform for the Caribbean Public Health Alliance so that they can monitor NCDs as well as what practices doctors are using to treat these NCDs. Not only in Barbados, but throughout the Caribbean. They came to us and we built this solution for them. Additionally, we also have worked with the Diabetes Association and other health organizations helping with their outreach monitoring. We've won some awards, and that's been amazing. We even had investors. It's great. So everything should be perfect for us, right? Not really. But our current solution, though, what we're doing, we actually are working with clinics right now, just helping them to engage their patients. And this really helps them in terms of their productivity, but more so, rather than them actually having to give you a call to find out, okay, when's your next appointment. I'm sure everybody here has experienced that. You'll get a text message on your phone that you can confirm the appointment, or even you can report your vitals back to your doctor. That's essentially us in a nutshell. I'm clicking, but it's not working. I'm not going to go into that. Now, the typical process that most people talk about with regard to ideas and innovation and commercializing, first you start with the idea. You find the idea. There's a great idea. Everybody here has ideas, right? Who here has ideas? Put your hands. Yeah? Everybody has ideas. Then you're going to just find out, okay, can we actually innovate it? You know? How do we make it different? And then we're going to sell. The problem with that is that you end up with a lot of barriers to actually get into your customer. You end up thinking about patents, you end up thinking about copyright, you end up thinking about trademarks. And you're going to notice that all the speakers here have mentioned that what they first started doing was actually selling. Now, we did this. And that was what Meta Review was initially. It wasn't CarePoint at first, it was Meta Review. And we figured that we're smarter than doctors. We figured that St. Susan's diabetes and hypertension crisis throughout the entire Caribbean. If you didn't know, over 50% of all the patients who go to the QEH are diagnosed as either diabetic or hypertensive. Not pre-diabetic, they actually are completely uncontrolled. And we figured that by reminding patients to take their medications as well as to stick to their doctor's meal plan, we'll be able to solve the problem. This was the mobile app we built. We took this all the way to the Middle East. That was in 2014. We figured out, okay, you know, we're actually going to build something. And that's really what the awards were for, etc. Well, we had thousands of patients using it. What we really found out is that because we used this process, find out, idea, innovate, we actually created problems. And the problems were that a lot of the users, a lot of the patients that were using our mobile app, they were then coming to us with medical questions. And because of that, then we not being doctors, we couldn't actually create the value that our patients, our users actually wanted. So know what I'm talking about. You have to create value within the market. If your idea just comes to the market and in actual fact all you're doing is just adding more confusion to the market, then are you really creating value? Somebody could answer if they want to. Maybe. Maybe you are, if you can also solve those additional problems. So what I would suggest for our persons is that you sell to customers. You can sell to customers in various different ways. In fact, the whole process of business is that people have to know, like, and trust you. Once you sold yourself, who was it that said that? Dane. Dane mentioned about selling yourself. Once you sold yourself, then people are willing to buy any product or any service from you. So sell to customers. They will give you ideas. Then you innovate, you repackage, and then you sell it back to them. And that's what we've done. So as we were working with the Diabetes Association and the Caribbean Public Health Alliance, we were starting to wonder, well, governments throughout the entire Caribbean have spent millions of dollars given to them by World Health Organization, PAHO, and other donors. Some of them have medical records within their hospitals, etc. Why do we have this big NCD crisis? Non-communicable diseases, diabetes, hypertension. Why? Can anybody tell me? Why is it that we still have such a high readmission rate at our hospital? Most of the diabetic patients who show up there with a foot problem will lose that foot. Why are we still the amputation capital of the world? Well, the reason why is because doctors don't actually have the right tools. Medical records, databases are just part of the puzzle. It's the easiest part to look at and to try to actually tackle, but it's only part of the puzzle. So what we already realized is that doctors in their private clinics and even in the public institutions, they already have problems with these key elements. Yeah, billing for those people who don't pay their bills, but I'm sure that's not anybody in here. So really about appointments, billing, and patient records. But even more than that, because they had to depend on phone calls and faxes, then the secretaries actually spend the majority of their time at their desk just calling people or just transcribing notes that are taken from their fax machine. There's a big fax machine in your doctor's office if you look in the back. Isn't that crazy? It's 2016. Email works. How many people in here can actually email their doctor for your next appointment? One person. Do I have two? I have two. Three. Okay. Y'all don't live here, right? All right, no problem. Or maybe your doctor's using CarePoint. So what we do basically is that we use text messaging. We streamline all those medical communications. So your doctor has your phone number. Your doctor also has other doctors' phone numbers. There are other providers' phone numbers. And we allow them to actually follow up with you on an automated basis. They're actually able to create appointments on our system. Tag you with a condition. Let's say they think that you're pre-diabetic. Your diabetes is, like, no, not your diabetes. Your blood sugar is becoming uncontrolled. It's kind of high. It actually should be around 5 or so. But maybe you're coming into like 7 and 8. This 5 is actually, depending on your race, really, and your diet. but maybe you're getting at 7, etc. We know people here love to drink all your soft drinks and sweet stuff. So your doctor wants to get you on a controlled meal plan and bring you back down. Your doctor can then message you with reminders and even tips on what you should be doing on a weekly or monthly basis, and even pre-checkup tips as well. We integrate with existing health record systems to different degrees, but it depends on how your own clinic is set up. But what's really exciting, though, is that now you don't have to take a slip from your doctor's office and go to the specialist, physiotherapist, or whatnot, and then have them create an appointment for you. If both providers are using CarePoint, the appointment is actually automatically created for you once the receiving provider accepts the referral. And for the first time ever, on the CarePoint platform, doctors are actually able to monitor the progress of patients as they move from health center to health center to health center. Can you imagine how transformative that is? You probably can't. But I'm going to tell you right now something a little bit scary. When doctors see you, if they've never seen you before, and they give you that diagnosis, are there any doctors in the room first? Okay, good. Okay, I'm just going to assume. They're actually guessing. They're taking a best guess based on what they've seen within the demographic, and within this, within the demographic of what is the potential treatment for you. That's because they don't have any context. They don't know your medical history. They don't know what you're predisposed to, or even any medications you're taking. When they see you for the next time, that's when they really have data. That's when they can really provide the true treatment to you. We solved that problem. Now, here's the thing about ideas. Everybody else talks about, I'm the first. Not a dig at you, Oliver, because you're actually amazing. But I'm the first, and there's nobody else in my market. That's why I'm going to succeed. That's not true. It's not only entrepreneurs, but even established businesses should really be looking for. And when we're talking about these big ideas and how do we actually scale the ideas, you look not necessarily for how would I innovate within a market, but also how do I create this new value to these customers. And because of that, for the first time, you won't have to stand up in lines at your pharmacy. Well, probably a few pharmacies do this right now. And you can actually just get the prescription delivered to your door. And we have couriers on board for that. How many people here like standing up in their lines at the pharmacy? How many people like going to the pharmacy at lunchtime? You like it? Okay. I guess these are not customers. So what we've been doing, though, again, I said that we already only started commercializing this year in June. We have the card for partnership. And just looking at our figures here for the end of 2016, we actually passed that 3 months ago. So we're making traction. And we're actually seeing progress with this idea, becoming an innovation, actually creating value within the market. Now, the question I'll ask the persons here now is, what are the other opportunities? What are the other problems that you can solve, you can then create ideas for? So you've seen with renewable energy, Sean has done that already. But also other ways as well. Sean, you mentioned that you do energy audits for your customers, right? What if there was actually a model that he could do it before he even heard from his customers? There's something like that. Google, for instance, they actually use the Google Maps and then plots where you are directly to just estimate your potential generation capacity. Within food and agriculture, travel and tourism, these are some of the largest industries globally. When we're talking about what's the potential for big ideas within Barbados, it's really about exporting. We already have this expertise here. Who then can create this new value, not just for this market, but for international markets? I think that's a question that should be answered here now. And we have all this technology available to us as well. It's not restricted to us. 3D printers, we can buy those, we can make them ourselves. Robotics, electronics, as we might miniaturize a degree that's crazy. We can just pick apart our phones if we wanted the components. Artificial intelligence, big data analysis, I'm sure both of those BIT is doing. I'll give an example. With the data that we've collected, both from private doctors as well as via the Caribbean Public Health Alliance, we're able to actually scope out and map out where are the problem areas in terms of where people are diagnosed with certain entities or certain conditions. How do we map them down to certain geographical aspects? So for instance, maybe where more mosquitoes are breeding, and then we can then direct our inspectors there. That's what the Ministry of Health has to do. They just survey. Why if it can be more targeted? So, that's my presentation. I hope I've given you a couple ideas. I hope I've given you a couple questions to answer. And please look for the questions. And if you have any questions of us, or even any answers you can give, let's talk.
Thank you, Shannon Clark. And I'm sure you agree with me, ladies and gentlemen. 4 very inspiring and interesting stories told by 4 very inspiring and innovative young men. So let's give them a round of applause again. And gentlemen, we want to say thank you. Please accept our tokens of appreciation.
Thank you.
Firm handshakes, boy. You would recognize that Mr. Sadler is not there. He had to rush off, as he did say, to catch his flight. So thank you, gentlemen. All the very best in your endeavors. Don't forget you can network with them a little later on. So, we've heard what's possible, the big idea. I'm sure you're thinking about how you can get your own idea started. The next dynamic session will unveil some critical tools to navigate the challenges of innovation and ideation. So let's welcome Mr. Kevin Jones of the Caribbean Export Development Agency. He'll speak now on financing innovation, and also have Fiona Hines, a partner at Carrington and Seeley. They will speak on protecting intellectual property. Your applause. Welcome them, ladies and gentlemen.
Hear me? Fantastic. Let me get out of this jacket and get myself a little bit more free. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh my, didn't we all eat lunch earlier? Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. So my name is Kevin Jones from the Caribbean Export Development Agency. And I'm here today to speak about one of the ways in which we can finance innovation. And I'll say to Mrs. Stratman and the BIDC family, thank you for inviting us to present here today. I hope there are a lot of entrepreneurs in the room, and I hope that some of this will continue to be relayed to some of the entrepreneurs throughout the island, particularly with regards to financing innovation. So at Caribbean Export Development Agency, we have been doing a number of initiatives to engage the entrepreneur community in terms of helping them to access finance. And one of the things that we have discovered is that there are a lot of difficulties that they face in doing so. So today, we're going to speak about the Link Caribbean project. And what this Link Caribbean project is, it is a new project that we are embarking on that will provide a way for early stage entrepreneurs to access funding through angel investors, through a regional network of angel investors, as well as some funding products that will be supporting this activity. So we're going to speak about early stage investing in the Caribbean just to set the context. And we're going to speak about the Link Caribbean project in some detail so that entrepreneurs know what's happening and know how to access it. We're going to speak a little bit about how these entrepreneurs can seek this type of funding. And so we have to ask ourselves, why are we here? We are here because entrepreneurship is growing in the Caribbean. That is evidenced by the gentlemen who were here earlier. We are here not just because entrepreneurship is growing, but also because entrepreneurs lack the access to capital. And what we found is that alternative means of accessing funding is relatively new within the region. So what's the access to finance landscape within the region, within the Caribbean? We find that it's ripe with a lot of conventional financial institutions. commercial banks, etc. High lending rates, considerable collateral provisions. We have some amount of venture capital activity, but that is mostly to do with larger firms, and the amount of venture capital activity is somewhat constrained. It's relatively small. There is some amount of micro-lending, but again, the micro-lending does come with high lending rates as well. And we have public donor funding. We have agencies such as DFID, the European Union, which funds a large portion of Caribbean exports budget, intervening with programs. But these are ad hoc, and these are not what you would call sustainable over the long term. So what is Link Caribbean? Link Caribbean is an early-stage investment facilitation project that supports the development of early-stage investment and entrepreneurs through the creation of what we call a Regional Angel Investor Network, RAIN, and supporting funding products. The objectives of RAIN are to build the network of Caribbean early-stage investors, meaning there needs to be a supply of capital for entrepreneurs to have access to. And so we are looking to build that supply of capital. We want to stimulate the private investment network as well. We want there to be more investments taking place and larger investments taking place. And we want to work with early-stage enablers, business support organizations such as the BIDC to increase the quality and volume of deal flow that goes towards these investors. We've actually done some workshops with the BIDC over the past 2 years with regards to this particular project. Now, how are we going to achieve this? We're going to achieve this through growing the accessible community of investors. We're going to achieve this as well by having funding products that support the investors and the entrepreneurs. We're going to achieve this through providing additional training so that enablers, BSOs, entrepreneurs know what the investors want and can provide this to them. We're going to achieve this through sharing of the resources that we have and the capacity that we have so that that is passed on and we are able to have a more sustainable situation going forward. What's a typical equity funding landscape, though? What you will find is entrepreneurs have a bright idea, and then they start to bootstrap it with their own money, family, friends, and fans. And then, they start looking for things like government grants and seed funding. But when that money runs out and the company is still growing and they still need funding to get to the next level, that's where angel investors come in. Without angel investors, what you have essentially is a bit of a valley of death, where a lot of entrepreneurs will get to a stage where they're running out of money, they don't have collateral, they don't have the assets, and they need an angel to come on board to not just provide capital, but also to provide mentoring, also to provide access to networks that will help them to jump that valley of death and continue to grow. So business angels, what are these people? Who are these business angels? These are individuals who invest their own time and money directly into private companies in which they have no family connection. So if your dad is giving you an investment to start your company, that's not angel investment. That is a smart move, but that's not angel investment. That's getting your family members to support your entrepreneurship activities. These angel investors are willing to take the high risk associated with funding these early stage businesses. And that is very important because innovation takes money. But not just takes money, but when you have the entrepreneurs, doing these innovative things and pushing forward, it's a risky business. 90% or more startup businesses fail. And so you can understand why the conventional banking system is not really, running them down to back them funding-wise. But the good thing about angel investors is that it involves mentoring. And what you have is that not just the mentoring, but angels give these entrepreneurs access to their networks. Angels provide not just one round of funding, but multiple rounds of funding. And they help them to break into new markets. It's important to realize that angels do most of the early stage investing and not VCs. And where VCs coming many times is when the angels have done the hard work and the company's at a growth stage now, and the VCs are able to take the firm to an even different or higher level. Now, what's happening with regards to angel investing in the region? I put this slide here because it's very important. This slide is saying we're not just talking about angel investment, we are doing it. We have 3 angel investment groups within the region thus far that are making investments, that are making deals. There are 2 in Jamaica, First Angels Jamaica in Kingston, Jamaica. There's Alpha Angels in Montego Bay, Jamaica. And right here in Barbados, led by Mr. Derek Foster, there's Trident Angels. Now, who are some of the companies that have actually gotten investment? These are 3 of them. And there are 6 to 7 companies that have gotten investments from these angel groups. If we look at the young lady on my top right, Danielle Terrelong from DRT Communications, she was the first company that got an angel investment from FAJ, and that company has grown exponentially since then. Bilodex is another one. The one on the bottom here is one that I'm very proud of. It's called Turner Innovations. It's not a tech company. It's not a communications company. It's not a software company. It's an agribusiness company. They built a sorrel harvesting machine and brought a business to bear around that. And one of the important things that, just to show you how angel investment impacts positively and very strongly in a company, the machine that they had built, they had wanted to sell it. Angel said, no, that's not where the money is. We're going to help you to build a couple of machines, and then you're going to rent it out. And you're going to get continuous revenue streams coming in. And you're going to start harvesting sorrel yourself and doing dried sorrel and sorrel tea. 1. 2, the machine that they had developed, when it was finished, was producing 300 pounds per period. The angels brought in an engineer who was a friend of an angel investor to do some consultation with the business. And through that consultation, the machine moved from 300 pounds per whatever period it was to 1,600 pounds. And so you're looking at a machine that is a lot more efficient and effective. That's the power of angel investment. It's not just about the money. It's about how the angels bring their experience and their mentorship to impact on the business to make it better. But for entrepreneurs who are here, so, is this thing easy? No. We need to have a little bit of a reality check. Securing funding is hard work. I searched very long and hard when I was doing this particular slide. If you notice, this is actually some Navy SEALs in training. For one particular angel group, from a batch of 68 companies that applied for funding, this is about 100 registered on their platform, 63 that applied for funding, only 16 got to pitch. Of the 16 that got to pitch, 10 moved from just pitching to gaining interest from the angels and started having due diligence done on them. And only 5 got investment. So from 100 registrants to 63 applications, only 5 got investment. And so as an entrepreneur, you need to be a Navy SEAL and not just regular infantry. You have to be better prepared than the next entrepreneur out there. And what does it really mean to take on an investor? You have to be willing to take on a partner. If you have this big fear that somebody's going to steal your business and you keep everything to yourself, you're not going to grow. You have to be willing to take on a partner. It's a marriage. You have to understand whether or not you have a truly high growth potential business. You have to have some amount of experience and skills to be able to execute on that business plan that you've presented to the angels that is going to get you that exponential growth. You have to have a management team around you that can help you to execute that. Angels rarely ever invest in one-man shows. And you have to be able to show a credible exit strategy. You need to be able to show the angels how it is that they are going to get a return on their investment. What do you need as well apart from that? Big market problem. Bit and CarePoint, big market problem right there. You know, what's your high value solution? Where's the evidence of customer demand? Have you done any customer engagement? What type of research have you done? What's the management team looking like? I bring that up again because, again, you need to have a team of people around you. You need to have shown as a founder that you are strong enough to build a team around you. What do you understand the risks that are involved? You have to be able to show that very clearly. Now let's get into Link. Link comprises of, well, three main things, or four main things. The Regional Angel Investor Network, a co-investment funding setup, which we call a co-investment grant, an investment readiness grant, which helps companies to become investment ready, and investor engagement and support for entrepreneurs. What is RAIN? RAIN is a regional network of Caribbean angels. So far, we already have the 3 angel networks in the region signed up onto the RAIN platform, which means that FAJ, Alpha, and Trident investors are on the RAIN platform, and these are the investors that are going to be viewing the investment ideas, let's call them that are presented by the entrepreneurs. We also have an outfit out of California called DevLabs, and they are also on the platform. They've been in Barbados, and they've done a bit of work here as well. Now, this is a platform that allows the entrepreneur to showcase their business and the angel investor to view them. This platform serves as a meeting point. The RAIN will provide support to entrepreneurs by providing them with training in terms of helping them to be able to engage the investors properly, showcasing their business, and providing access to key information. Now, let's start with the Link funding, which is important because it is the funding platforms that we are hoping will catalyze additional investments through the RAIN platform. And that will come in the form of investment readiness grants and co-investment grants. The investment readiness grants will provide up to $25,000 for qualifying firms to use on activities that will enable them to be more investor ready. There are a lot of firms out there that have good ideas, some customer traction, but they're not quite investment readiness. They're not quite there yet. This $25,000 is for them to implement things there that will get them over the hump and within a 3 to 6 month period enable them to get investment. The selection criteria for that is investor engagement. You have to be actively seen as engaging investors. You have to be at a stage of development, early stage, where you're looking to grow. You have to show a clear use of funds, a budget, and a timeline in terms of how you're going to use that, how you're going to use that funds, how you're going to meet particular milestones, and evidence of customer engagement if you don't have customers. In terms of the co-investment grants are for those entrepreneurs who already have found an investor who is going to invest, and they're negotiating a term sheet or they've just concluded an investment agreement. And your co-investment grant will provide up to $100,000 of co-financing, which cannot be more than 50% of the investment being made by the investor. And how does the CI investment work? You secure an investor and you submit a joint application with that investor on our Procedure platform, which we can actually find through the Link Caribbean website at www.linkcaribbean.com. Just in closing, the word with Link Caribbean is financing innovation in the region is happening. It is not a situation where you have to only look outside the Caribbean. So BIT was very good in terms of getting investment from Overstock.com, but there are investors within the Caribbean, 3 existing groups between Jamaica and Barbados, and one that we're now and a set of investors that we're working with in Trinidad. We've spoken with high net worth individuals as far afield as Belize and Suriname and the OACS, and we're looking to continue to build that supply of capital platform for the entrepreneurs. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm available for any questions after. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, Advisor Competitiveness and Innovation with Caribbean Export Development Agency, looking at financing innovation. Let's hear now from Fiona Hines, an attorney at law and partner with Carrington and Seeley, looking at protecting intellectual property. Ms. Hines.
Okay, in the absence of the slide, which has not yet come up, and barring my inability to, voila. Good afternoon, everybody. Minister, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Formalities are to be excused, I'm a lawyer. Before I start, I was listening to the previous speakers, and I was inspired by much of what they said. They all had ideas. They all had big ideas. They all had relevant ideas. They were all relevant. And so while sitting, I'm going to share with you 4 quotes I found and then go into my speech, okay? So Warren Buffett said, "Never depend on single income. Make investment to create a second source." He also said, "Risk comes from not knowing what you are doing." On the internet, these quotes were also found. "Successful investing is about managing risk, not avoiding it." And never stop investing, never stop improving, never stop doing something new. And that's where we are. We are the protecting of the something new. We are at the protecting the relevant. And to protect relevant, you have to have a strategy, okay? You have big ideas. Makes no sense, as you've heard from the previous speakers, having big ideas without a strategy. Strategizing is making yourself relevant. So if there's a key word from my speech today, before I get into the law, and law, you can get a lawyer, but if there's a key word, it has to be relevance. It's making yourself relevant. So let's strategize together. So protecting your intellectual property is crucial to the success of your business if that's where you're going, okay? And nearly every business has some element of intellectual property. This lecture assumes that you know what intellectual property is, because I was told that you know what intellectual property is. And if you don't know what intellectual property is, ask me after. Good. So, but assuming that knowledge, what is your intellectual property and how should you protect it? Intellectual property consists of big ideas, I'll change that word, that you have created. It's more than an idea, actually, by the way, that you have created that are unique and provide an economic benefit. Important again. Intellectual property includes inventions, i.e. patents, designs, original works of authorship, also known as copyright for you all, and trade secrets. And how you protect your intellectual property depends on what type of property you have. So some types you have to register. Some types you might want to license it. Some types you want to assign it or sell it to someone. And some you might want to use on the internet. And we've heard a vast range today. So you have to know what you have. And therefore, your first step is what I call IP audit. You really can't strategize without knowing what you have, okay? It doesn't make any sense saying, I have a great idea, and then learning, I don't have any intellectual property. So I'll give you an example. You come up with the name of a book, Make the Martians. Well, guess what? You might be thinking that's protected in copyright. It is not. But you might be able to register and get it protected in trademark. So you have to know what you have. Keep relevant. So that's my theme, relevance. So you do your audit and you identify what you have, whether it's copyright, patents, trademarks, industrial designs, and that's to name a few, okay? I could have said geographical indications, trade secrets, whatever you may have. If you don't know what you have, see a lawyer to help you know what you have. That's just in there. Once you've assessed what you have, you want then to say, okay, how can I protect it? So how do I keep it relevant? How do I stop someone from taking it without authority, without consent, without my consent? So there are two sources primarily, there are others. But one that I've identified would be legal. Intellectual property is statute-based, okay? Nearly all the rights are statute-based. And therefore, you have to be very cognizant as to the legal element, the statute, the law, what is written. If it's not written, think twice. So the legislation in each case sets out what you have, your rights, if it's going to be protected or not, the limitations, and if anything, the remedies if it's taken without your consent. I'm not reading that. The acts are just there for your information. The other way you make it relevant and keep it relevant is by way of contract. Contracts are important. Contracts allow you to negotiate with another person, to sell your idea, to make it relevant to someone else, to then get angel investments and make it more relevant to someone else. So contracts or private commercial arrangements will deal with contractual terms, licensing agreements, the scope. Where are you using it? How are you using it? Are you using it on the internet? Are you using it only in print form? Are you using it in Barbados? Are you going to St. Martin? ... Are you going to keep it by way of licensing, or are you going to sell it? Again, it all depends what you want. And by making it relevant assumes you know the value of what you have. And when you do your IP audit, you have to understand value is critical, okay? And it is yours. At the end of the day, I said to someone, it's like owning real property, land. I can have a piece of land, and I can say, I'm going to sell it for $1 million, and assuming I don't need to sell it urgently or the bank is not selling it, well, until I get the $1 million, I keep it. It's very simple. I can have the same piece of land and decide, I give it to you because I like you. It's yours. Value is yours to determine, but obviously within context. Someone has to want to buy it or license it at that value. And the other thing, which we're going to get back to all of these, is confidential agreements. That's critical. It's especially critical while dealing with patents, but it's even just as critical when thinking of any intellectual property right, any IPR. Why is that? Ideas. I cannot go into the heads of any one of you here and know what you're thinking. I just cannot do it. I'll try. But notwithstanding I can't do it, neither can you do it with me. So do not assume what I know, but also do not assume that the person you're telling it to will not tell somebody else. We are a society of talkers. We love to talk. We love to say, it's a secret. Don't tell anybody I told you. It's a secret, but we're going to tell you anyway. That's what we do. And appreciate that when it comes to intellectual property, that can have a negative or an adverse impact on your intellectual property, okay? You might inadvertently ruin your chances of protection. So keeping it relevant, and we're protecting it. So the first thing for me, or the next thing rather, will be you have to know who the owners of the IPR are, depends. So if you have one owner, if you have one IPR, one owner, that's very simple. But many IPRs can have more than one owner, okay? So a song is a very simple example. You can have literary rights and copyright. You might have the name of the song trademark. You might have performances. So different people are coming into the pot, okay? And inventions, similarly, you might have more than one inventor who creates it. So you have to know, do not assume you have created it on your own. And, see my timing. I wrote I was going to give an example, but let me give a different example. You and I can come together right now and decide that we want angel financing. So we come up with an idea. We take the idea to the financier. One day one of us is sick and the other one remains there. Well, guess what? It does not mean that the one who's not there that day is not to be protected. That person remains an owner, provided that that idea was expressed in some form of tangible manner. We're going to get to that right now. So know your owners, know who you're dealing with, and know if you are the correct or only owner. Okay, very important. If it is a trademark or a patent, it has to be registered. I will get back to that for protection. So, registration. Keep it relevant. If you have intellectual property assets, for you to keep them protected or have them protected, you have to comply with legislation. Where legislation requires registration, register. It doesn't mean it's mandatory, but you're not going to have a trademark if it is not registered. And it is illegal to put a little R sign and assume it's, and tell people or give people the impression it's registered when it's not, okay? That, again, is very popular. Where it's not registered, you don't even have a pending application, and you put the registered sign so as to give a false impression. That's not protecting it. That is just creating problems for yourself. So you're keeping it relevant, you're protecting it, but you're complying with the legislation. Copyright, for example, there are no registration requirements. Okay? We're going to get to copyright because there are many concepts about that, but there are none. Patents, trademarks, or industrial designs, or registered designs as they're called in other jurisdictions, there is a registration requirement on payment of prescribed fees and compliance with relevant forms. Let's look at copyright. Keeping it relevant and protecting it. There's no registration process to protect your copyright. Full stop. Not debatable. Basically, the work must be one in which copyright subsists. There is a list of subject matter in which copyright subsists, which is stated in the Act, and you have to fall within that list, okay? You can't go outside of it. It's what we call a fixed list. The work must be original, and the work must be fixed in some tangible form, not a tattoo, for example, as yet. So, how then can I prove it's mine? How do I protect it? It's always a matter of evidence. And since there's no legislated method, we have different things that people do. Some people post it to themselves. Some people register it at the library. Some people publish it. Whatever you do is your choice. That's not what creates the copyright, but that's what helps protect the copyright. Okay, there's a difference in that. And my recommendation, which I've put in red, will be it helps to state on the document the authorship and date so as to give notice to the world. But that's not necessary. It's not mandatory. It's a recommendation, something different. Patents, trademarks, and industrial designs are all registration processes. For purposes of time, they're all very similar. You apply, you pay a fee, the application examined, and once you comply with the legislation, you get the registered patent, the registered trademark, or the registered industrial design, and each of them have periods of time. Patent, 20 years. Trademarks, you get it for 10 years with renewable 10-year periods, and industrial designs, 15, 5, and 5. So once it is registered, you have to make sure that you do what the law allows you to do with it. Keep it relevant. I'm very cognizant of time, but just for purposes. So copyright, word is very simple. Right to copy. We can move on. Very simple. Patents, you have the right to prevent unauthorized use. I'm paraphrasing for time. Trademarks, similarly. Industrial design, similarly. So hey, you know your rights. You've done your IP audit. Now, relevance. Know your market. Keep it relevant. It is insufficient to create and not to protect. That's why I'm here. So, to protect the asset, you have to be vigilant. You have to know your market. It is not anybody else's job but yours to know your market. It is your IPR. Know your market. Knowing what is happening in the market, therefore, knowing that the IP remains relevant. Are you keeping it renewed if it's a trademark? Have you made sure that it remains valid? Have you made sure, if it's a trademark, that you use it to prevent an action for non-use? All of those things keep it relevant. You have to ensure that competitors are not registering similar or identical marks or products if it's a design, because guess what? You might inadvertently allow dilution of the market. You're not keeping it relevant. It is yours. Protect it. So you make sure that you can do searches, for example, at the relevant registries to see Are there any applications coming that are similar to mine or identical mine? Do you read the official gazette? Read it, because they're all published there for trademarks, patents, and industrial design. So keep yourselves relevant. Self-help is good help. So self-help means have a contract and ensure that the contractual terms are correctly dealt with in that contract when negotiating or commercializing the IPR. Some examples then is know your value, have you negotiated it properly, thus leading to royalties. Use of it, are you limiting the use, are you leaving it broad? Know what you're doing, it is your asset, no one else's. You have to protect yourself too. So if you're selling it, are the terms clear? What are you selling? Are you selling merchandising rights also? Know what you're doing. Is there a confidentiality clause? Let's talk a bit about that, barring time. But with a patent, you cannot get a patent if it is not novel. Novelty is that which is anything in the world, anywhere in the world, by any means in the world prior to yours. Okay? So it's not what is registered, it's not what another patent is for. It can be great-great-grandmother's secret on how to dry clothes on a line. It is anything in the world. All right? So you're keeping it relevant by you're keeping it to yourself. And if you're telling it to anybody, you have to have a confidentiality agreement. Who have you authorized to use it? Know your market again. And for how long, if it's a licensing contract, have you authorized it? Licensing agreements, therefore, have to have a quality control clause, and that allows you to protect the integrity of that which remains yours at the end of it. And the confidentiality I just dealt with, and critical when dealing with patents, critical when dealing with any IPR if you haven't gone to market. It's harder to stop something than to prevent it from the start, okay? So just keep it relevant. Common law is not relevant there. So, use of the intellectual property, you're protecting it, you're keeping it relevant, you are understanding how you wish to exploit it, and you're going to be aware of the dangers of commercialization. You have to know your risks, and you have to be cautious when using other people's intellectual property, because even though you might have a right, you might end up in a lawsuit for using someone else's right. So the moral of this, in conclusion, is protecting anything that is yours infers keeping it relevant, but making sure that you take all necessary steps to ensure that the subject matter remains valid. If there's infringement, act immediately. You have to act immediately, because the longer you delay, the more the infringing activity can dilute the market, ruin your goodwill, and cause you to lose eventually market share. And if it's about market share, that's what you're trying to keep relevant. So I wish to all the inventors and the big idea people, good luck in protecting the IPR. Remember that there are registrable rights for some of them, and that copyright, while not registrable, is still protectable. And in each case, contract. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Sorry, Ms. Hines. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Both quite interesting presentations. We now want you to accept, on behalf of the BIDC, tokens of appreciation. And thank you very much for your contributions this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for Barbados 2.0. This 2-minute animation video produced locally by Trek Voy will give us now a peek of futuristic Barbados in 2026, presenting Barbados 2.0.
What do you think Barbados will be like in the year 2026? Text your answer to shark code 2026 and win a Samsung Galaxy S7 from Promotech.
In 10 years? We'll be able to take selfies underwater.
You'll have a job in medical tourism. You you won't have time to take selfies.
With my 2026 smartphone, we can work from anywhere.
So I'll be able to send you emails from my laser projection keyboard.
And this dreaded homework will be a thing of the past. Baby Nikki will learn math and science through gaming technology, and teachers will use more interactive videos and other online media. In 2026, you won't have to wait over an hour for pizza delivery. With aquaponics, we'll be able to grow food and raise fish in the kitchen.
And everyone recycles. Well, my house will have a full solar power system. No electricity bills for me.
My house will be smarter than yours with G4S technology that controls my security alarm, lights, cameras, and puts my robot vacuum cleaner in action. No sweeping for me. I'll have extra time to go out and have fun.
In the village? That doesn't look very exciting.
In 10 years' time, it will get a complete makeover. A new food, rum, and music festival.
And you could pay for everything using cash, credit card, or Bitcoin.
Even in taxis.
I won't need a taxi. In 2026, I'm going to have an electronic car. Granny will be so excited when I take her for a Sunday evening spin.
My granny loves her early morning exercise. We're going to make the best use of the bike and jogging paths in the neighborhood park. 2026 Barbados seems awesome.
It's like Barbados 2.0.
What do you think Barbados will be like in 2026?
Oh, very interesting. There were no men in that conversation, if you notice, eh? No men. What does that say for the future? That the ladies are making the differences? Me not know. All right, folks, let's have some fun now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a bit of a surprise for you. Yes, in the form of a prize. The winner of this prize receives a $2,500 gift certificate for a home security system, compliments of G4S security solutions. So just search under your chair. Search under your chair. You will find something which I'd ask you to present to me so that we can then present to you. So look under, okay. Reach under your chair, reach under your chair. It is there. It is there. When you have it, come. When you have it, come. Unless it's under a chair in which no one sits. If you have it, come. I think we have a winner. Step forward, ma'am. Come, join me up here. Join me up here. I can see the trepidation in your face. Join me up here. Let everyone see how fortunate you are to receive tonight a $2,500 gift certificate of home security system. Yes, from G4S. Where's Jackie? Is Jackie here from G4S? Here comes Jackie. Jackie, this is our lucky winner. Let me see, please. Thank you so much. What's your name?
Marion Haynes Barker.
Marion Haynes Barker. So you're married to Mr. Barker?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Congratulations. Do you already have a home system?
Yes, we do, but we can always have an upgrade.
You can have an upgrade from G4S for sure.
Yes, we can.
Well, congratulations to you. I could just step across to the center so we can get all of this immemorialized. So thank you, Mrs. Barker. Well done, well done. And your home is a lot safer tonight. Thank you to the BIDC. Thank you, G4S, as well. Now we turn our attention to the topic of transformation. Wouldn't you like to know if an effective and dynamic way to inject energy into the idea creation process in your business? Wouldn't you also like to see an improvement in customer value efficiency, productivity, quality, market share, and competitiveness? Well, to share with us 50 Stride Stores organizational transformation, I welcome Communications Officer of NICE, the National Initiative of Service Excellence, Mr. Lauriston Streaks.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, good afternoon, Honourable Minister, specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. So before I continue, actually, NICE would like to thank BIDC and the corporate partners for organizing this wonderful conference, and also to commend the fantastic and wonderful presentations that we heard earlier today. So I am here to present about an exciting and dynamic initiative that NICE will be launching. It's called the NICE 50 for the Future program. And as we know, we are eagerly anticipating and awaiting the 50th anniversary of Barbados' independence. And the team at NICE, we got together and we were thinking about what we can do to honor Barbados' 50th anniversary of independence. And at NICE, we always pride ourselves in terms of our national programs, and obviously we do have a national mandate in terms of creating a culture of service excellence within Barbados, and we have various initiatives and programs throughout the years, 100 improvements, the NICE Employee Engagement Index, etc. So we thought that a program that looked at celebrating Barbados at 50, but not only today in terms of 2016, but we are looking towards the future, and obviously a lot of what was discussed earlier today in terms of innovation, etc., is looking towards that future, and we want to look at shaping the future of Barbados 2016 and beyond. And obviously the step to become an independent nation in 1966 was a bold step, it was a courageous step, it took a lot of bravery, and obviously 50 years later we can see the results of this, as we are a proud nation and we have done very well, and we continue to do well on the global scale. Now, there was discussion earlier today, and obviously this is an innovation conference, and looking into that particular area of our development, we have done well. We are continuing to make strides, but obviously there is still some work to be done. It was mentioned earlier that in terms of the Caribbean region, Trinidad and Tobago spends the most in terms of the GDP on innovation, but even so, it is still a very small number in terms of their GDP. According to the World Economic Forum, Trinidad and Tobago is, in terms of their economic development, is currently in stage 3, innovation stage, driven, and while Barbados right now is in the transition between 2 and 3. And one of the things we would like to do is obviously have Barbados get to that next stage in terms of the development of innovation stage, and obviously events like this, as well as initiatives by these fantastic entrepreneurs, and what we at NICE will also be doing. We hope that we can help to provide a pathway towards that. So, NICE 50 for the future. What is it exactly? Well, what we want to do is celebrate national aspiration, and we want, most importantly, in terms of transformation. We want to look to transform Barbados. As mentioned, we're currently at stage 2 to 3 in the transitional stage. Well, Trinidad and Tobago is at innovation stage, and we want Barbados to be at that innovation stage, and this program is looking at what we can do to help Barbados reach those goals. So this program will have various components for the corporate, the business sector, entrepreneurs. We also will have a component for the youth, as well as for the members of the public. And obviously today, this is the innovation forum, so we'll be focusing mainly on the organizational component, but I'll also quickly touch upon some of the other components. So we have 50 strides for toward organizational transformation for the corporate, public sector, private sector, and entrepreneurs. We also have Dream It, Dare It, Do It, hashtag Live in 3D, and that is for the youth. And for the general community, we have 50 acts of national pride. As mentioned, though, this is the innovation forum. This is a corporate setting, public, private sector, as well as entrepreneurs. So we will be focusing mainly on that component of the program. And right now, we're going to be looking to be welcoming us to the future. It's not quite the future yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So 50 strides towards organizational transformation. It's an effective and dynamic way to inject energy and idea creation of the process into your business. It's also a way to break the predictive thoughts and old patterns. One of the things that we have done before is the 100 Improvements in 100 Days program. And through that particular initiative, we encourage organizations to look for improvements that they can make within their business, be it public sector, private sector. And the improvements can be something in terms of looking at as small as energy efficiency, switching the old light bulbs to more energy efficient bulbs, or it could be something as complex and dynamic in terms of integration of new computerized systems and networks into the organization. But the whole idea was to create a culture within the organization in terms of looking for continuous improvement as well as innovation. And we want to be able to continue that process in terms of NICE 50 for the future, but with more of a focus as it relates to innovation and long-term development, but keeping that focus on continuous improvement and always remembering that the internal customer, which is your employee, is a very, very key driver of any business. And again, this is both public as well as private sector. So we have some benefits: increase market share, improve the employer brand, and growing engagement. Some of the benefits that organizations will reap in terms of being a part of this program. Now, it is going to be open to all public and private sector entities in Barbados, and we want organizations to look to make 50 strides or innovations improvements towards organizational transformation. And you have idea creation, implementation, adoption of new products, services, and strategies. And we really want to encourage, again, that collaboration, that team effort, because a lot of the feedback we got from the 100 Improvements Program was the benefit of having ideas come from all members of the organization. So every single member of the organization had an opportunity to bring their ideas, and they were able to see their ideas. Once the idea was one that can be implemented, they were able to see their ideas implemented. And it brought a lot of camaraderie within organizations. Some organizations also incorporated one of the another challenge that we had, which was a movement challenge that was open to the public. And they found that some companies would have had little breaks during like a 10-minute break where the staff members would exercise together, and they would even do that after work. And they found that all of that brought them together. So what we want to do, again, is to bring everyone together within the firms, within the businesses, but again, looking at more innovations. Now, in terms of the innovations, we have something called, or I should say globally, Chief Innovation Officers. So for the 100 improvements, we would have had coordinators within each organization. So these are just a list of some of the Chief Innovation Officers you have around the world. Here in Barbados, for example, the Tourism Product Authority has a Manager Innovation Strategy, Solaris Chief Innovation Officer in Kenya, Ken Jen, Innovation and Knowledge Manager, and Samsung Chief Innovation Officer, who would have been in Barbados actually earlier this year at an event, innovation forum that NICE organized. So what we want to do is also encourage organizations to look to set up as much as possible a chief innovation post. So it doesn't necessarily have to be an official post, but you can designate a member of your team to be responsible for the innovative ideas that your team members will ultimately bring in, and also to be a driving force to help that your organization, be it public or private sector, entity or department, to focus on innovation and continuous improvement. So in terms of the private sector, some of the areas of impact would be customer value, efficiency, productivity, specific KPIs, ROPD, number of new ideas generated, percentage of revenue, profit from new products, and for the public sector, for example, innovation of governance, performance, and looking at improvements in efficiency. Now, we also really want to help sustain the momentum. And from the 100 Improvements Initiative, one of the things that we found that was really beneficial is that we would have monthly coordinator meetings where the various coordinators would come to NICE. They would meet with us and they would discuss and share with each other what they have learned. And that feedback that we got was really, really tremendous in terms of how it benefited them as an organization. So we definitely want to be able to keep that in terms of the focus for the NICE 50 for the future. Also, we look to be organizing some TEDx talks, networking events, the creation of an innovation hub, like a centralized location for businesses, especially in terms of the field of an area of entrepreneurship. and also things like hackathons, jam sessions. We want to be able to encourage that because we know in terms of the technology and in terms of innovation, it is all about creativity. It's all about getting the best minds together. And events such as that, you have that pooling of ideas, resources, and collaboration. And through those meetings and through those sessions, a lot of good things do occur. And that's the feedback that we've had before, and it's definitely something that we want to replicate and continue in terms of the NICE 50 for the future. And we also have done study tours previously where we visit organizations around the world that are well known for their innovation, organizations such as Nordstrom, organizations such as Boeing, and Zappos, where you can personally go and see and talk to executives and employees of those organizations and have a first-hand feel and knowledge of how these organizations go about their business, and also what makes them innovative, what makes them drive, and what, etc. So again, the NICE 50 for the Future initiative, sorry about that. Right. So there will also be a series of prizes and awards, and we'll have a blue ribbon panel of judges. We'll have from local organizations such as BIDC, the Innovation Council, and we'll also be bringing in judges from international organizations such as Samsung and Nordstrom and Microsoft, and we'll have a series of prizes both for the public as well as the private sector, so things such as greatest ROPD, most profitable disruptive product, most innovative idea within the public sector, and most innovative product. And the whole idea behind the NICE 50 for the Future initiative, again, is to look towards the future, and we want to look at transformation. We have come very far as a nation, and we're very proud of where we have come, and we obviously want to look towards the next 50 years to see how we can transform Barbados. Again, looking back to the World Economic Forum, looking to have Barbados reach that next stage in terms of being an innovation-driven economy. And obviously events such as this today, as well as the upcoming NICE 50 for the Future program, are two ways that we can look to do that. And innovation, as we would have heard today, is something that is a continuous process. It's also looking, for example, at solving a problem. And you might see a problem, you might look to solve it, but then you realize that based on feedback, also based on trial and error, you would have to make adjustments. There was also a quote earlier today in terms of fail fast, fail often, and also at the end of the day you have to recover. And in terms of also building that culture and understanding that the innovative process is not an easy one. It's not one that you come up with an innovative idea, and that would have been discussed with some of the presentations earlier. It's not one that you come up necessarily with an innovative idea, you implement it, and everything is perfect. Yes, that does happen sometimes, but it's not always going to be the case. It's about consistency. It is about continuing to create, continuing to strive for excellence in all that you do, and it's a continuous process. And also, it is a learning curve, and it's something that we all must strive to do on the daily basis. So, in terms of participation mechanics, step one, you commit to the challenge. Step two, you select your transformation champion. We would have mentioned like Chief Innovation Officer. So your transformation champion is basically like your Chief Innovation Officer. So if you don't officially have a Chief Innovation Officer or Innovation Specialist post within your firm, for the purpose of this particular challenge, you can look to have a transformation champion. You want to drive the momentum of the challenge, and that transformation champion, just like how Innovation Specialist or Chief Innovation Officer drives the innovative nature and is, opens and is receptive to the inputs of employees, your champion is going to drive that momentum. You can hold monthly meetings. You can actually be innovative in the way that you are transforming and driving that transformation. Maybe you can create an app or a new software application, or maybe just send the notifications via online communication tool. So instead of the standard email, find something new and innovative to a way to dialogue and share information with your employees, and that could be one of the steps that you can take. So at the end of the day, you really want to look for continuous improvement, you want to look for change, and most importantly, in terms of if you want to be part of the program, register with NICE to be part. In terms of the National Transformation Awards, myself as well as our CEO, Ms. Kim Tudor, will be here at the end of the conference. If you have any questions or comments and you want more information or you would like to sign up in terms of the NICE 50 for the Future initiative, definitely feel free to contact or speak with one of us, and we would be delighted to assist and answer any questions that you may have. And we, in closing, we look forward to your to your participation. Again, it's NICE 50 for the Future. It's an initiative that we will be launching in November 2016, November 30th, 2016, in honor of Barbados' 50th anniversary of independence. And again, we want to thank BIDC and the corporate partners for organizing the event today. And we look forward to your participation in NICE 50 for the Future, as together we strive to create a more dynamic and a more innovative Barbados for us all. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Streets. Don't go anywhere. Yes, there's a presentation for NICE as well. Thank you so very much. 50 for the Future. Question, folks. What if Barbados became the rum capital of the world, or be known as the worldwide leader in the development of solar technologies? Could we become the health and wellness center of the region? What big idea can we reach for? What lies for our nation beyond 50, and what will our future look like, and how will we get there? Ladies and gentlemen, our final presentation this evening, titled Moonshots for Barbados 2026, elaborates on aspirational plans for our country. We are pleased to welcome this evening the Minister of Industry, International Business, Commerce and Small Business Development, the Honourable Donville Innes, to deliver his address.
Thank you very much. And if you don't mind, I'd rather stay right here, because I think we have a time schedule that we want to stick to. I didn't realize I was going to do any formal presentation, more or less just to summarize a few things from my own as Minister of Industry, International Business, Commerce and Small Business Development. I think you've had a very productive day. At least that's what I'm told. Is that so? Okay. So I leave it to the Board of Management, the BIDC, to look at the productivity bonus to BIDC staff this year. Of course, all within the limited financial constraints of government. But you're free to innovate. I think that we've had I think BIDC, of course, must be commended again for taking this initiative, because you see, at the end of the day, what we want to achieve from government's end is the right ecosystem to facilitate innovation in Barbados. We've had in the past just too many Barbadians with bright ideas that just never got past their head. And we want to really and truly not have that happen again as we march beyond our 50th year of independence. There are just too many Barbadians that we know who just need a little nudge, need a little bit of encouragement. And I think what is taking place today is the fact that Sandra and the team has been able to bring together experts, individuals who could speak to and have spoken eloquently to matters such as intellectual property, new forms of financing for innovation, technologies that's available, new methods of paying for services around the world. In summary, I think what we've done in the last couple of hours is to really and truly point to the fact that we can do a lot more innovation in Barbados. But at the end of the day, when we go to the Rum Cafe and have the real moonshots in a few minutes, I am sure that the conversation is not going to end there. We have to really and truly look at the next step. And those who know me well know that I am a man of few words and a person that really, those who know me well, not those who, and one who really believe in getting some action, getting things done. We cannot postpone till tomorrow or next year the things we have to do today to really and truly turn this economy and society around and put it on a sustainable path. And we've accepted from my ministry's end and BIDC's end and all of our partners' end that we therefore have to take innovation seriously and make it happen. A couple of areas that we can look at quickly, and just perhaps repetitive for some of the things you've heard in the last couple of hours. But I challenge us. Barbados must become a green economy. We can make it happen. This little 166 square miles place do not need to wait on ideas to come from elsewhere as to how we can make Barbados a green economy. Many years ago, we were at the forefront of solar energy to provide hot water system for us. Many have come since then and taken solar power and created so much more. But we can catch up and we can bypass them. So when we say we want to have all of the homes and commercial enterprises in Barbados having quite a bit of their power generated from solar energy or alternative energy besides fossil fuel by 2026, we can make it happen. But it doesn't mean we have to borrow technologies from elsewhere. It means that our young bright minds at UWI, SJPP, BCC, or wherever can come together and create the kind of storage devices that we need to help that happen. We can create the right kinds of efficient panels in Barbados. So these are the kinds of things that we must challenge ourselves here in Barbados to do. In the healthcare field, we heard a little bit earlier today as to what can happen. There's much more that can happen. We don't say that we're the amputation capital of the world. We have an opportunity now to teach other people around the world how to avoid amputation, however it is done. So innovation is not just about the technology we create, but perhaps the processes that we use. New ways of getting the message across to leading a healthier lifestyle, for example. So a lot of what we've been talking in healthcare reform, for example, has been about access to medicines, access to new technology, the kind of skills we have available. But perhaps somewhere out there, some young or not so young bright spark will find a way in which Barbadians can avoid all these amputation or these healthcare challenges that we have. I just think fundamentally, as we march towards having the right ecosystem to facilitate innovation, it means that we as a nation and citizens must free up our minds. We must think outside of the box. John F. Kennedy in 1961 said to Congress that he challenged Americans to put someone on the moon. Maybe that was where the term moonshots came from. Maybe somewhere he may have had a shot around when he said it. I don't know. But as a leader, he inspired his people to think and act outside of the box. He dared them to do something different. He challenged them to reach for the stars and go beyond that onto the moon. And I am satisfied that here in Barbados we can do it. The challenge is there already. We need to open our minds. We need to free our minds a bit up. We need to stop being so discouraging to those who have a different idea, a way of doing things differently, and give us some encouragement. We need to look carefully at what we're teaching our children in our homes and our schools as well, and encourage them that if they fail once, it's not the end of the world. You get up and go again. So many people in this society could have done much better had they gotten a level of encouragement. So ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up today's session, I think that you have been inspired to do things differently. You have been inspired to go out there and inspire other people to think and act differently and do so in a manner that creates down to great economic benefit to themselves, their families, and the wider community. I know that Barbados can once again be punching way above its weight, and we can do so in a few years, not in a generation or two. I want to know that that is done before I reach the age of 55. So I have another 60 months or so to go, and so we get there. But the truth of the matter, ladies and gentlemen, is that we can do better. We must do better. And I'm satisfied that today's initiative is just a start. We're going to do a lot more. The BIDC, the new BIDC, as I call it, is going to continue to lead the fight. We have a solid foundation. We have a great future. And we're going to continue to ensure that this island is inspired to transform tomorrow today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. We're nearing the end, everyone, when networking begins over moonshots and everything else upstairs in the rum bar. But I'd like now, as we began, to invite the CEO, Ms. Sonja Trotman, to address us as we began. Or do we go straight to? Okay.
Thank you, Pearson. Our chairman, Mr. Benson Strick, is going to come and give the vote of thanks. But from me, I just want to thank you very much for coming, and please stay for the vote of thanks. As Mr. Straker comes, I also want to acknowledge the conference coordinator, our very own Jane Broom. I'm not seeing Jane right here in the room, but Jane has done an excellent job. Jane and Fern Lewis started with this conference from a few months ago, and Jane has taken the lead in the last few months and has done an excellent job. So I want to acknowledge Jane. Jane, please come. Right, Mr. Straker, please come and give the vote of thanks. I was just speaking to the fact that you are the conference coordinator, and we really want to applaud the good work you've done. Thank you. No, thank you. You're right. Thanks, Neil. You going to stay here? Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are approaching the conclusion of the formal segment of our event. I therefore wish to take this opportunity to extend thanks on behalf of the corporation to all those persons who assisted in making today a success. To the Honorable Don Valinis, Minister of Industry and International Business, Commerce and Small Business Development, we extend a sincere thanks to you for sharing with us your vision for Barbados. Your presentation was poignant and insightful. We are satisfied that the evidence you presented has reinforced what you and the audience must already know. That we have the resources to take us forward into a sustainable and forward-thinking business model that will help us to once again stand out as a small island state. It really was a pleasure to have you join us on this occasion, Minister, as usual. To the Board of Directors, management, and staff of the BIDC, a special thank you for making this event another success. I'd like to express a heartfelt appreciation to my colleagues of the BIDC team for their role in the planning and execution of Innovate Barbados. A special thank you also to Director Mrs. Fern Lewis, joining us, I believe, via live stream. Of course, we could not have done it without our sponsors, and to this end, we wish to commend and thank Promatech, the Insurance Corporation of Barbados, Scotiabank, G4S, C&W Business, Barbados Today, Cott Holdings Limited, Lenstech Barbados Incorporated, Armstrong Manufacturing, J&A Communications Incorporated, Simstream Media Incorporated, Century Insurance Brokers, CGM Insurance Brokers, the Inter-American Development Bank, the Barbados Entrepreneurship Foundation, and the National Initiative for Service Excellence. Similarly, we wish to express appreciation to our speakers who willingly took time out to share with us their knowledge, expertise, and messages and inspiration. We thank you. The BIDC says a special thank you also to the J&A Communications team who worked with us in guiding the marketing and branding campaign for Innovate Barbados. It was a pleasure working with you on this project. Thank you to the Rum Cafe, as the minister has been saying. We will look forward to some spirited delights at the post-conference networking session. To our technical team, IGM Stage Lighting Incorporated, Mervyn Lynch Productions, the team here at the LESC, the Science Station, we thank you. To Mr. Pearson Bowen, our Master of Ceremonies, and to all others who assisted in any way, thank you. Finally, to you, our guests, thank you for joining us at Innovate Barbados. In closing, I wish all of you God's blessings and best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, folks, we've come to the end of today. Remember the theme, Transforming Barbados Tomorrow, Today. We are still in today. Today is as is going to happen upstairs in your networking. I want to wish you well in your success as you move forward. I want you to transform Barbados today, starting today, so that tomorrow could be a whole lot better. So have a wonderful evening in your networking. Do get home safely, and good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Pearson for doing a wonderful job hosting us. Thank you. On behalf of the board, management, and staff of the BIDC, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
What do you think Barbados will be like in the year 2026? Text your answer to shark code 2026 and win a Samsung Galaxy S7 from Promotech.
In 10 years? We'll be able to take selfies underwater.
You'll have a job in medical tourism. You won't have time to take selfies.
With my 2026 smartphone, we can work from anywhere.
So I'll be able to send you emails from my laser projection keyboard.
And this dreaded homework will be a thing of the past. Baby Nikki will learn math and science through gaming technology, and teachers will use more interactive videos and other online media. In 2026, you won't have to wait over an hour for pizza delivery. With aquaponics, we'll be able to grow food and raise fish in the kitchen.
And everyone recycles. Well, my house will have a full solar power system. No electricity bills for me.
My house will be smarter than yours with G4S technology that controls my security alarm, lights, cameras, and puts my robot vacuum cleaner in action. No sweeping for me. I'll have extra time to go out and have fun.
In the village? That doesn't look very exciting.
In 10 years' time, it will get a complete makeover. A new food, rum, and music festival.
And you could pay for everything using cash, credit card, or Bitcoin.
Even in taxis.
I won't need a taxi. In 2026, I'm going to have an electronic car. Granny will be so excited when I take her for a Sunday evening spin.
My granny loves her early morning exercise. We're going to make the best use of the bike and jogging paths in the neighborhood park. 2026 Barbados seems awesome.
It's like Barbados 2.0.
What do you think Barbados will be like in 2026?
great cities just got closer. The Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard is now even better. Fly to New York, Miami, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale with just 20,000 Scotia points. With your new Scotiabank Aero Platinum MasterCard, you'll receive a welcome bonus of 10,000 Scotia points, so you can enjoy the cities you love most sooner than ever. Apply today. Call 426-7000 or visit your nearest branch.